Martial Peak Chapter 3818 to Chapter 3851. The world buzzed as one figure after another was sent flying. Blood splattered across the sky, and the aftermath of the fierce battle swept across the world. Even the false emperors could not easily approach. Li Wui had tried to lend a hand several times, but he was forced to retreat by the terrifying energy. Even he, the strongest person below the great emperors, could not participate in this battle, let alone the other false emperors. Moreover, there were still many half-saint experts eyeing the demon race covetously, so they needed to be on guard. The battle situation was not optimistic. Although the great demon god's right hand had been cut off, which had caused him great damage and was equivalent to pulling out one of his canine teeth, the great emperors had also paid a huge price for this. Everyone's aura was unstable at this moment, and Wukong was in the best situation. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was worthy of being called the #1 evil cultivation technique since ancient times. It could devour the enemy's power and transform it for its own use. Its ability to continue fighting was obvious to all. During the battle of the Great Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, if it were not for the battle technique of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, Wukong would not have been able to contend against the combined forces of the other 9 Great Emperors. At that time, Wukong had killed 4 great emperors by himself. Although the current great demon god was powerful and had single-handedly beaten the experts of the star boundary into a sorry state, no one had died yet. Apart from the missing great emperors of the void, everyone else was still alive. From this point of view, Wukong at his peak was not necessarily inferior to the current great demon god. The great emperors had survived the battle of the Shattered Star Sea, but today's situation was difficult. After all, the great demon god's realm had surpassed that of the great emperors. This was a gap that could not be closed. Countless dragon scales fell off from the bodies of the 2 dragon elders. Huge wounds were left on their bodies, and blood was dripping down from their wounds. Thousands of kilograms of dragon blood smashed into the ground, creating huge, deep pits. The Iron Blood Great Emperor behind Zhang Wuhen was dim and lifeless. His qi and blood were extremely weak. The Ice Feather Sword was broken, and Flowery Shadow's chest was pierced through. Demonic qi was growing, and Wondrous Dan was gasping for breath, coughing up blood. Heaven's Revelations' hair was disheveled, and his eyes were red. Martial Beast's fists were shaking uncontrollably, and all 10 of his fingers were broken. Taiyu was still around. However, after disintegrating once, Taiyu was only half of his original size. Furthermore, his aura was much weaker than when he was at his peak. It seemed that his strength had been greatly reduced due to the previous disintegration. Zhang Ruoxi, a descendant of Tian Xing, was also covered in blood, but her eyes were blazing with anger, and her murderous intent almost burned through the world. What a tragic battle this was. The universe was wailing, and the world was trembling. The entire star boundary was showing faint signs of disintegration. Huge void cracks covered the entire world, and the world principles were in chaos. It seemed that the world could collapse at any moment. The great emperors couldn't hold on, so how could the world withstand it? The world had already been eroded by the demon intent and had lost all of its vitality. After the great battle, the world force was constantly being mobilized, and the energy of the world was almost exhausted. The great demon god seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. His huge body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and in the most serious places, large chunks of flesh were missing, revealing the white bones inside. Facing the fierce counterattack of the great emperors, no matter how strong the great demon god was, he had to pay a huge price. In the end, it's still this king. What's the point of your dying struggles? The great demon god sneered as he gasped for breath. No one responded, which made him look like a clown jumping up and down. The great demon god coldly snorted and raised his giant palm. Let's end this. Although you have done your best, the gap in strength is not something that can be made up for with effort. The giant palm slammed down, blocking the light in front of everyone. At this moment, the aura of death enveloped everyone, causing them to shiver all over. Zhang Wuhen suddenly raised his head and looked up at the void. The great demon god also hurriedly looked back. From the dark void, a cold light bloomed, and a spear shot out like a dragon. A terrifying aura descended from the sky, accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter. I'm back. The great demon god's eyes shrank as he cried out involuntarily, "How could you not be dead?" No one knew better than him how powerful the explosion of the broken palm was. It was impossible for a mere Xianxia to come out unscathed. Even if he was proficient in space principles, there was no way he could escape from the damage of the broken palm's explosion. The best result would have been for him to be crushed to pieces. But now, this young man who had jumped out from the void did not seem injured at all, and even his previous injuries had been completely healed. His aura was even stronger than before, and the power of the spear actually caused the great demon god to feel a sense of crisis. It was as if he did not block this attack, something extremely bad would happen. The wind howled and his white windbreaker flapped wildly. Xianxia was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, causing the eyes of all the great emperors to light up. The great demon god hurriedly withdrew his giant palm and grabbed at Xianxia. In the next moment, an angry roar came from the great demon god's mouth as his giant palm was pierced through by a violent strength. Xianxia was wrapped in a thick murderous intent, causing blood to spurt out from his body, but he was completely untainted as he leapt above the great demon god's head, gripped the end of his spear, and then smashed it down. With a loud bang. The fierce attack of an ant actually caused the several hundred zhang tall great demon god's body to bend, causing him to almost kneel on the ground. This spear strike caused the great demon god to be somewhat dazed, and his giant body swayed as if he was drunk. How could the great emperors miss such a good opportunity? A dragon roar sounded as the two great elders of the dragon race attacked together. Zhang Wuhen and the others rushed in from all directions, releasing the last of their strength. Hong Hong Hong, the great demon god's body swayed left and right from the impact. His old injuries had yet to heal, but new wounds were added to them. Blood splattered everywhere, and he unconsciously let out a miserable howl. In just a short 3 breaths, the great demon god had already recovered. His body shook, and a violent demonic chi swept out, blowing everyone away. They fell to the ground and couldn't get up anymore. Hua Ying and Bingyu fainted, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Taiyu's giant body once again disintegrated, and a small figure came out from it, plunging into the ground and disappearing. Li Wuyi's figure flickered, and he quickly rushed to the place where the great emperors had fallen, saving them one by one. Only Xianxia was left. He shook the black dragon spear, and spear shadows filled the sky, enveloping the great demon god. Blood splattered everywhere, and every spear strike caused holes to appear on the great demon god's body. "I want you dead!" The great demon god roared, and he stretched out his hand to grab the small figure in front of him. "You want to talk me to death with your mouth?" Xianxia sneered, and he didn't even try to dodge the giant hand that was coming at him. Instead, he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Amidst crackling sounds, dragon scales covered his entire body, and dragon horns grew on his forehead. His hands turned into dragon claws, and a dragon tail swayed behind him. A supreme dragon might spread out. After transforming into his half-dragon form, Xianxia's aura soared, but he was stunned for a moment. Because he found that there was something wrong with his vision. Compared to the previous dragon transformation, his field of vision seemed to be much higher. With a thought, he understood what was going on. After using the dragon transformation secret technique, he had actually grown taller again. And this time, it was a sharp increase. His originally 1,000 zhang long body had now become 2,000 zhang long, more than twice his original height. Such a huge change made it difficult for him to adapt for a while. Refining the immortal tree actually gave him such a benefit? The foundation of the dragon transformation secret technique was to develop the dragon race's source strength in one's body. The more source strength one developed, the larger one's body would become after dragon transformation. Previously, comprehending the true meaning of martial Tao in the ancient battlefield had allowed the dragon race source strength to advance, and after several decades of bitter cultivation, he had grown to 1,000 zhang long body. But this time, after shattering his body, breaking his bones and re-establishing himself, and refining the immortal tree, he had also stimulated the dragon race source strength to a great extent. If not for this, how could he have a 2,000 zhang long half-dragon body? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xianxia thrust his spear forward. With a whoosh, the blue dragon spear pierced through the great demon god's body and came out. At the same time, the great demon god's palm slammed into Xianxia's head. An irresistible force passed through Yang Kai's body, causing him to feel as if his head was about to explode. He quickly reacted and confirmed that this wasn't just a feeling, but rather that half of his head had really been shattered. The great demon god grinned, "You overestimate yourself." If Yang Kai hadn't clashed head-on with him, he might have needed to expend a lot of effort to kill him in his current state, but in such a situation, even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, the gap between their realms was impossible to make up for. Although Yang Kai didn't know how Yang Kai had managed to avoid such a calamity before, now that half of his head had been shattered, it was impossible for him to recover. Luck. Yang Kai also grinned, his smile particularly gloomy with only half of his head remaining. Using the world's will to control the blue dragon spear, Yang Kai gripped the shaft of the spear with both hands and fiercely thrust it forward, nailing the great demon god to the ground. Yang Kai raised his head and glared fiercely, "Let's see where you can run now." Using the world's will to bind the blue dragon spear, the great demon god wouldn't be able to escape unless he destroyed the entire star boundary. You. The great demon god's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. With all his experience, even after roaming the world for so many years, he had never seen anyone who could still be alive after half of their head was shattered. Immediately, his expression changed greatly. This vitality. From the wound on Yang Kai's head, he actually felt an unimaginable vitality, one that even he couldn't help but stir. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai's wound squirmed and quickly recovered. The great demon god's eyes widened even further. Many of the great emperors who were watching this scene were also shocked. Flesh and bone, the living dead. Su Yan's face went pale, her beautiful eyes filled with lingering fear. The immortal tree. Only the heavens knew how desperate she felt when she saw Yang Kai's head being shattered, but now that she understood that Yang Kai had refined the immortal tree, she finally felt a great weight fall from her heart. The immortal tree. You actually refined the immortal tree. The great demon god also finally reacted. Everything he had just witnessed indicated that this guy who had ruined his plans had refined the legendary supreme treasure of heaven and earth, causing him to feel extremely jealous. If he had possessed the immortal tree in the past, he would have been revived long ago. There would have been no need for tens of thousands of years of painstaking planning or for today's difficult battle. How could you have the immortal tree? The great demon god was about to go crazy from jealousy. His only response was Yang Kai's fierce fist, which smashed into his temple, causing his vision to darken and his mind to buzz. Instinctively, great demon god reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, tearing off a large chunk of his flesh. However, Yang Kai didn't care and simply sent out a barrage of punches towards great demon god, causing a series of explosions to ring out. The great demon god also ignored this and stuffed the torn piece of flesh into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. Since Yang Kai had refined the immortal tree, it could be said that his entire being was the immortal tree, his flesh and blood filled with the immortal tree's essence. Surging vitality erupted from his abdomen, causing his tragic injuries to be somewhat suppressed. At the final juncture of the final battle, no one had expected the situation to turn out like this. The great demon god's massive body had been nailed to the ground by Yang Kai's black dragon spear, unable to move at all. Yang Kai's 2,500-meter-long dragon body was madly attacking while the great demon god waved his hands, constantly tearing off flesh from Yang Kai's body and swallowing it whole. As the punches rained down, a series of muffled booms resounded throughout the world. The great demon god's head was almost deformed as countless wounds appeared on it. Yang Kai was also not faring any better, his body losing a great deal of flesh and blood, revealing his golden dragon bones. Under the effects of the immortal tree's essence, both of their injuries were quickly repaired, and for a time, they were evenly matched, neither able to do anything to the other. Now, it was time to see who could persevere longer. A figure swayed as he flew over from a short distance away. It was Wu Kuang, who was chuckling lowly with a crazed look on his face. He only stopped when he was right above the great demon god's head. Then, he quickly formed a series of hand seals and slammed his palm down while shouting, "Heaven devouring battle law." As this palm descended, although it did not seem to contain much power, it could be seen with the naked eye as a pure energy was extracted from the great demon god's body and fused into Wukong's. Wukong's face filled with ecstasy, as if he had just eaten the most delicious food in the world, his laughter becoming even crazier. Bastard! The great demon god glared at the ant above his head. Wukong stared back at him, his eyes filled with ridicule as he taunted, "If you have the ability, then glare at this king to death." If it were any other time, the great demon god would not have placed Wukong in his eyes. Before, when he had fought against the great emperors of the star boundary by himself, Wukong had also used this heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique to devour his strength many times, but to no avail. However, at this moment, the great demon god was like a wooden crossbow, his body impaled by the blue dragon spear. Yang Kai's attacks rained down like a storm, and when Wukong tried to devour him again, the great demon god was unable to resist. His strength was rapidly draining away, disappearing into thin air, and even the essence of the immortal tree was unable to replenish it. Panic rose in his heart as the great demon god's complexion changed greatly. He raised his hand in an attempt to grab Wukong, but was caught off guard by a dragon tail that suddenly swept over and restrained one of his arms with a tremendous force. He struggled a few times but was unable to move at all. The great demon god roared as he used his other hand to slap Yang Kai's chest. Halfway there, he used his palm as a knife and stabbed it into Yang Kai's chest, grabbing hold of his beating heart. However, before the great demon god could exert any strength, Yang Kai grinned and grabbed the great demon god's giant hand, gripping it tightly as he spat out a single word: "Explode." Space principles fluctuated wildly as the space force around the great demon god's arm exploded. Blood splashed everywhere as the great demon god's arm was directly severed, causing a miserable hell to ring out. Yang Kai casually tossed the giant arm behind his back before unleashing a barrage of attacks on the great demon god once more. Demonic chi began to grow around the great demon god's severed arm as his flesh and blood began to wriggle, as if a new arm would soon grow back, but under the influence of Wukong's heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, the blood and pure energy that flowed out from the severed arm were constantly being devoured, causing the wound to show no signs of healing, let alone regrowing it. With a series of rumbling sounds, the great demon god's monstrous aura continued to fall, and so did Yang Kai's. Even though he had completely recovered after refining the immortal tree and had fought a second battle, he was still unable to withstand such a direct confrontation. Scram! Like a dying flash of light, the originally weakened great demon god suddenly launched an attack, opening his mouth and roaring as a violent force poured out, transforming into a deadly attack that slammed into Yang Kai's body. The 2,500 meter long body of the great demon god didn't pause in the slightest as he was sent flying. Midair, the sound of bones cracking could be heard as a series of wounds burst open on his chest, causing golden blood to spray out. Falling heavily to the ground, Yang Kai quickly got up, but before he could fully stand up, he staggered and fell to his knees, gasping for breath. His vision was blurred by blood and the entire world was covered in a golden hue. "It's time." Wukong, who had been hovering above the great demon god's head and constantly devouring his strength, suddenly whispered. Immediately after, he shook his arms and shouted, "Junior, if the situation doesn't seem right, don't hesitate to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble." As soon as these words fell, Wukong's figure fell from the sky and thrust his palm into one of the wounds on the great demon god's forehead. Immediately after, Wukong's body trembled and his eyes dimmed for a moment before quickly brightening. Wukong hurriedly withdrew his hand, retreated from the great demon god's body, and flew to Yang Kai's side, staring forward with a dignified expression. This action didn't cause any damage at all, but after Wukong's attack, the great demon god, who had been nailed to the ground and was facing the sky, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes bulging as he shouted angrily, "Ignorant scoundrel, how dare you? Scram for this king." As soon as these words fell, his weak aura suddenly fluctuated, and demonic chi also fluctuated inside his huge body, as if he was going through a difficult struggle. Yang Kai gasped for breath as he observed. At first, he didn't understand what was going on, but soon he thought of something and turned his head to the side, frowning as he asked, "Master Hongchen?" Duan Hongchen gently nodded and said solemnly, "Get ready, if the situation is not right, immediately join forces with this old master to kill him." Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise, "Wukong is trying to possess this body?" Since the most recent opening of the Shattered Star Sea, Duan Hongchen and Wukong's souls had become one. Under normal circumstances, it was Wukong who took the lead, so now that the one standing in front of him was Duan Hongchen, it wasn't difficult to guess where Wukong had gone. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling horrified by Wukong's audacity. This was the great demon god, how could he think of possessing his body? However, on second thought, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The great emperors of Hongqian and the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor couldn't always be like this. Now that there was such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before him, if he were Wukong, he would never miss it. Even if he had to take a huge risk, compared with the gains after success, it was undoubtedly worth it. Duan Hongqian slowly shook his head, it's not possession, it's devouring. Yang Kai understood. Possession was different from devouring. The latter was Wukong's specialty. At this moment, the great demon god was almost exhausted from fighting, and Wukong had the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle style, so he really had a chance to succeed. What are the odds? Yang Kai asked. Less than 30%. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. Wukong actually dared to take a risk with less than 30% chance. He really didn't take his life seriously. Duan Hongqian had shared a body with him for many years, so no one understood the characteristics of Wukong's heaven-devouring great emperor's battle style better than him. If he said it was less than 30%, then it was absolutely true. Do we need to guard against Wukong? Yang Kai asked again. If Wukong failed, needless to say, he would simply have to fight the great demon god a third time and sacrifice his life to kill him. But if Wukong succeeded, how to deal with him would be a problem. Previously, with Duan Hongqian restraining him, Wukong had no way to act recklessly and stir up trouble, but now that he had broken free from Duan Hongqian's body and obtained the great demon god's new body, if he really wanted to do evil, the great demon god's battle style would be even more dangerous. Star Boundary could no longer withstand any more torment. Yang Kai, as one of the great emperors of the void, had the world's will supporting him, so he could feel it more clearly than the average person. This battle would cause endless trouble for the entire Star Boundary. No need. Duan Hongqian slowly shook his head, if he succeeds, there will be nothing left for him to care about here. His pursuit of the martial Tao has always been firm. It was fine if he didn't know this before, but now that he knows that there is always someone better than him, do you think he will still stay here? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding, that's true, then let's hope he succeeds. Although Yang Kai did not fear a third battle with the great demon god and had refined the immortal tree, his restorative abilities were simply terrifying. Most of the wounds he had suffered just now had already been healed, so it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered. Even if the great demon god had swallowed a lot of his flesh and blood, how much could he recover? The second battle had resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses, so if a third battle were to take place, Yang Kai was confident that he could kill the great demon god here on his own. Calming his heart, Yang Kai began restoring his strength as much as possible while simultaneously paying attention to the great demon god's movements. After Wukong's soul broke in, the great demon god had constantly struggled and roared, but the blue dragon spear had pierced through his body, so even if he wanted to escape, he was powerless. Inside his huge body, Yang Kai could clearly feel two different auras colliding, entangling and fusing with each other, making it impossible to distinguish which was which. Inside his body, an earth-shattering strength swept out in all directions as a shockwave spread out from the great demon god. A number of figures flew up into the sky and surrounded the great demon god. These were the great emperors who had been exhausted from the previous battle. While Yang Kai was fighting the great demon god alone, all of them had been doing their best to restore their strength and now they finally had some ability to move. Even the previously unconscious Hua Ying and Bing Yu had woken up. Yang Kai raised his head and swept his eyes over these familiar faces, a knowing smile appearing on his face as he withdrew his dragon transformation and flew up together with Duan Hongqian. 9 figures, 9 great emperors, all of their auras linked together, the strength of the entire world of heaven and earth circulating between them as they quietly looked down. Accumulating strength, ready to act. The passage of time had never been so long, and every moment of waiting was a torment to them. 9 figures stood in the void and quietly watched as the 2 chis inside the great demon god's body, which was still pinned down by the blue dragon spear, continued to fiercely clash. Gradually, the confrontation weakened and then calmed down. After an unknown period of time, the great demon god closed his eyes and lay there quietly, as if he had really died. However, under the supervision of Yang Kai and the others' divine senses, they could still feel a faint vitality from the great demon god's body. The great demon god was not dead, but he had truly reached the end of his life. The current great demon god no longer had the high spirits he had when he had just been resurrected. Instead, his appearance was incomparably miserable. At a certain moment, the great demon god suddenly opened his eyes, and although his appearance was miserable, his eyes were still shining brightly. The corners of his mouth curled up as he let out a low chuckle. At first, the sound was not too loud, but it gradually grew louder and louder until it became a hearty laughter, as if he had encountered something that made him extremely happy and could not stop. The great emperors watched on coldly. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Duan Hongchen, but the latter's expression was as calm as an ancient well, obviously unable to determine who was controlling the great demon god's body at this moment. Emotion? Yang Kai coldly shouted. The great demon god stopped laughing and looked up. What do you think? Then, with a hiss, he angrily shouted, Junior, hurry up and pull out this damn spear for this king. Yang Kai turned his head again to look at Duan Hongchen. He really had no way of determining whether Wukong's devouring had succeeded or not. The only one who could make an accurate judgment now was Duan Hongchen, who had lived with Wukong for many years. Everyone else also looked at Duan Hongchen. Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, I can't tell. Yang Kai grinned, then that's easy. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. In any case, the Wukong wasn't a good person. Back then, when they were roaming the astral territory, they had tormented countless lower planes territory. They were simply taking revenge for the creatures that had died in those lower planes territory. The great demonic god was enraged. Old ghost red dust, you have to be responsible for what you say. Do you believe that I won't reveal your secret? He turned to look at the great emperors of Flowery Shadow. Hua Linglong, do you still remember that one year when you were at the Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory? Shut up. Duan Hongchen's countenance changed. He raised his hand to stop her. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, some cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. The great emperors of Flower Shadow frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion. What do you mean? Great demon god raised his brow and smiled at Duan Hongchen. Duan Hongchen glared fiercely at him, then he swept his gaze over the others and said with certainty, he is Wukong. What about emotion? Yang Kai asked. Wukong grinned fiercely, this king is still alive, what do you think his fate will be? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He hadn't expected that Wukong would really succeed in this matter. In this defeat, not only had his resurrected body been taken away, even his soul had been devoured. No matter how powerful emotion was, he wouldn't be able to stir up trouble again. Relieved, an indescribable exhaustion swept through his body and mind. Yang Kai let out a long sigh as his body fell straight down. Not only him, but the great emperors floating in the sky, the two elders of the dragon race, and the heaven's punishment descendant Zhang Ruashi, all of them fell to the ground like dumplings. This earth-shattering battle didn't last too long. It had only been a few days since Great Demon God appeared. The great emperors had dominated the star boundary for many years and had fought countless life and death battles. Let alone a battle of a few days, there had even been battles that lasted for months or even years. But there had never been a battle that was as difficult as this one, that made them feel so tired. The moment they confirmed that emotion was dead and their side had won, the taut strings in their hearts loosened and the great emperors even lost their composure. But for better or for worse, with their cultivation, they didn't really fall flat on their faces. They all staggered as they fell, their footsteps weak. Yang Kai's situation was the best. He had refined the immortal tree and possessed the dragon race's source, so his restorative ability was far superior to the others. At the very least, he still had some strength left. With a sweep of his divine sense, everything in the world was imprinted in his mind. Feeling the pairs of eyes looking in his direction and the apprehension in the hearts of the people in the star boundary, Yang Kai exhaled and said, Emotion is dead, we won. His voice wasn't loud, but with the support of world energy, it spread to every corner of the star boundary and reached the ears of everyone who was still alive. After a brief moment of silence, earth-shattering cheers rang out. The inside and outside of the high heaven palace were boiling with joy, as if the clouds had cleared and the moon could be seen again. Yang Kai grinned and directly lay down on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, looking up at the sky. The sky was still hazy and the demonic chi was tumbling, but Xianxia mustered up all his strength and exhaled, instantly opening a huge hole in the demonic chi that covered the world. Dazzling sunlight shone down, dispelling the darkness and making everyone feel warm. Figures rushed out from the high heaven palace, one after another, their delicate bodies rushed into Xianxia's arms as sobbing sounds rang out incessantly. The little senior sister cried the most fiercely, her eyes swollen like peaches. Shuiyu was also weeping like a pear blossom in the rain. Although Shanqing Luo was restraining herself, she still couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Zhu Qing and Su Yan were better off, but their beautiful eyes were filled with lingering fear. When Xianxia rushed into the void with the broken palm wrapped around him, the void exploded, and so did their hearts. At that moment, Su Yan and the others felt as if the sky had collapsed. Fortunately, half a day later, Xianxia came back again, full of energy. Even thinking about it now, the feeling was like a nightmare to them. Xianxia hugged them left and right, comforting them for a while, but it didn't have much effect. In the end, it was Su Yan who reprimanded them with a straight face, making them stop crying. "Hey, Junior, if you're done, can you come and see this king? This king is still nailed here, if you don't come, this king will die," a dissatisfied voice came from nearby. Xianxia didn't even look at this voice. "What's the hurry? I won't die anytime soon, just let me catch my breath." He was exhausted. He was really exhausted. Even though he had refined the immortal tree and was rapidly repairing his injuries, at this moment, his body was in perfect condition, but the consumption of his strength could not be replenished. This time, if he didn't rest for 10 days or half a month, he would not have the strength to fight again. However, although emotion was dead, the star boundary had become a huge mess now, so he still needed to clean it up. Things were far from over. After cuddling for a while, Xianxia asked Su Yan to take the women away. Then, he stood up and walked towards Great Demon God's huge body step by step. When he got close, he flew into the air and hugged the blue dragon spear's tail. With a thought, the blue dragon spear quickly shrank to a length of 10 meters and was pulled out by Xianxia. Wukong grunted as blood spurted from his chest and abdomen, but after getting rid of the blue dragon spear, he was finally able to sit up. Looking down, he also gasped. "How is it?" Xianxia squinted at him. Wukong grumpily said, "I won't die." "I'm asking you how your new body is," Xianxia snorted. Wukong silently sensed his new body and grinned, "Excellent, it's thousands of times better than old ghost Hong Chen's rotten body. It's a good deal for you." With this body, as long as he could recover, Wukong could immediately become a heaven-opening realm master. Since he had swallowed Emoshing's soul, he could naturally inherit Emoshing's body. Although this would definitely have some hidden dangers, and it would not be as good as cultivating step by step, for the current Wukong, the advantages still outweighed the disadvantages. Otherwise, he would have to fuse with Duan Hongchen's soul, which was something neither he nor Duan Hongchen could tolerate. Over the years, he had not tried to seize another person's body. Firstly, he could not find a suitable one. After all, he was one of the great emperors, so how could he be interested in an ordinary person's body? Secondly, Duan Hongchen did not dare let him go easily. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Duan Hongchen could not stop him. As the two of them were talking, an unusual aura suddenly emerged from the ground in the distance. This aura was so strong that only the great emperors and demon saint could compare to it, and from the characteristics of this aura, it was obvious that it belonged to a demon saint. All the great emperors were shocked. At this time, none of them had the strength to act. If a demon saint really attacked, none of them would be able to resist. Xianxia looked up and immediately saw a streak of light flying over, and he could not help but laugh. This woman had woken up at the perfect time, perfectly avoiding a fatal disaster. Under everyone's gazes, the streak of light stopped in mid-air, revealing Bailey Mo's figure. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd below, taking in the situation of all the masters, and her gaze quickly settled on Xianxia and Wukong, a look of surprise in her eyes. What was going on? She actually saw Xianxia and the great demon god chatting and laughing together, and they were less than 300 meters apart. Xianxia held the black dragon spear without any hostility, and the great demon god sat on the ground without any killing intent. The demon saint was nowhere to be seen, and the great emperors of the star boundary were all exhausted, their auras weak. What had happened while she was unconscious? Could it be that the star boundary and the demon territory had made peace? But how was that possible? Beimoli felt dizzy, as if she was dreaming. "You're in luck." Xianxia nodded slightly at her, causing Beiliamo to be even more confused. Her memories were still stuck at the moment when she was knocked out by Xianxia. Although she was under the great demon god's control at that time, her mind was still clear. She, Yuru Meng, and Chang Tian had walked out of that mysterious space, and before they could do anything, the soul brand that Xianxia had planted in her knowledge had taken effect, and she had instantly fallen unconscious. Even now, her head felt as if it had split open. Beiliamo guessed that her soul had suffered some damage. At that time, Xianxia had been so anxious that he had no time to control the strength of the soul brand. He had only wanted to make Beiliamo fall unconscious. After that, the great demon god was outnumbered and had no choice but to merge with many demon saint. Beiliamo's unconscious body did not accept the conscription, and she had safely survived. Otherwise, she would have been like Xueli and the others, turned into a powerful asset for the great demon god. If that had been the case, there would be no Beiliamo. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Xianxia said, "Emotion is dead." Beiliamo blinked, almost thinking she had heard wrong, turning her head to look at the giant body. The great demon god was clearly in front of her, so why did Xianxia say he was dead? But soon, Beiliamo's expression changed as she stared at Wukong and said, "You are not the great demon god master." Although the giant body in front of her was still the great demon god's, the aura it exuded was completely different from before. A chuckle rang out, "This king is Wukong." Beiliamo's beautiful eyes shrank to the size of a needle tip as she asked in horror, "You possessed him?" She was not an idiot. On the contrary, as a demon saint, how much experience did she have? So, as soon as she realized that Wukong's soul was inside the great demon god's body, she immediately thought of the key point. More or less, Wukong responded indifferently, too lazy to explain anything. Beiliamo sucked in a breath of cold air as she looked at Wukong, then at Xianxia, then at the great emperors around her, and couldn't help but fall into a daze. The great demon god was actually dead, and not only was he dead, but he was also possessed by Wukong. Even if she didn't dare believe it, the facts were right in front of her eyes, and she had no choice but to believe it. She hadn't participated in the previous battle, but judging from the aftermath of the battle and the situation of the great emperors in Star Boundary, it was definitely an extremely tragic battle. The final result was actually like this. Demon territory was won, Star Boundary won, but it was also a Pyrrhic victory. Heaven and earth were almost shattered, and Yuan Qi was greatly injured. As a demon saint, Beiliamo didn't feel much sadness. After all, she had relied on Star Boundary because of the soul brand, drawing a clear line between herself and the other demon saints. Moreover, the feeling of being controlled by the great demon god was terrible. She was actually a little happy that the great demon god had been killed. Although Xianxia's soul brand could control her, it wouldn't be as thorough as the great demon god's. So that's how it is. Beiliamo gently nodded. What about the others? Looking around, she was the only one left among the great emperors and demon saint level powerhouses. She couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Long day is like a dream. The other demon saint have all fallen. Beiliamo nodded slightly. This kind of ending was acceptable. She smiled and said, "Congratulations." Xianxia sneered. This battle was so tragic, what was there to congratulate? He waved his hand and said, "There are still many people at the demon race. You go and take care of them." Beiliamo nodded and flew out. In this final battle, the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint was tragic, but how could the other battles not be the same? Especially the half-saint fake emperors, there were many casualties. After the appearance of the great demon god, the half-saint who originally sought refuge with the Star Boundary changed sides. Now that the great demon god was dead, they were free from his control. As for the remaining demon race members, seeing that the situation was hopeless, they had long given up resistance. At this moment, they gathered together, their eyes were full of confusion about the future. It was best to leave it to Beiliamo to deal with. The Star Boundary also suffered huge losses. Almost all the spirit peaks of the High Heaven Palace were razed, and the originally beautiful spirit land was a mess. Counting the casualties and treating the wounded, the star boundary was bustling with activity after the battle. One day later, Yang Kai was the first to recover. He released Chang Tian and Yu Rumeng from the small sealed world. Yu Rumeng was fine, but Chang Tian and Bai Liamo were the same. Their souls had suffered some damage, and it would take a long time for them to recover. Moreover, after this battle, Chang Tian had obviously aged a lot. Even his hair was a little white. He was already nearing the end of his lifespan. If not, he would not have wanted to accept Yang Kai as his successor and take over the 100-spirit continent. Now that his soul was damaged, it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. It was likely that he only had a few hundred years left in his lifespan. For ordinary people, a few hundred years was several lifetimes, but for a master like Chang Tian, a few hundred years was just a blink of an eye. However, for a character like him, he had long put life and death aside. He had lived a wonderful life, so he could be indifferent in the face of death. The three demon saints were busy gathering the remnants of the demon race. Yang Kai used his body as the great emperors to communicate with the will of the heavens and earth, completely dispelling the demon chi in the star boundary. He had done this during the Great War, but at that time, the great demon god had interfered, so he had not been able to do it fully. Now that the great demon god was dead, there was no one to stop him. Naturally, he had to set the star boundary right. Otherwise, the remnants of the demon chi would cause endless trouble in the future. After a day of hard work, the entire star boundary saw the light of day again. Yang Kai was exhausted. However, the world was unstable. The void was full of huge void cracks, which looked extremely terrifying. The world principles of the entire star boundary were also in chaos. It seemed that they did not have much ability to repair themselves. The great emperors, who were recognized by the heavens and earth, felt this very clearly. Now, they could not mobilize much of the world's force. If the star boundary was left alone in such a state, it would sooner or later perish, and it would not take too long. The shortest time would be 1,000 years, and the longest time would be 10,000 years. The star boundary should follow in the footsteps of the demon territory. At that time, the universe would fall apart, the star boundary would collapse, and this world would cease to exist. After another 3 days, the great emperors gradually recovered and regained the ability to move. Although their injuries would require a long flowing time, great emperor to recuperate for a long time before they could recover, this kind of thing could not be rushed. The High Heaven Palace was in a dilapidated mess, and the flowing time temple of Yangshao and Yangshui was temporarily summoned as a meeting place. The temple was suspended in midair. In the main hall, the great emperors, the 2 elders of the dragon race, and the descendant of Tianxing, Zheng Ruoxi, were all present. The highest forces of the star boundary had gathered together to discuss matters. Li Wui stood in the hall and reported that the aftermath of the war had been cleaned up. The survivors of the star boundary were now stationed outside the High Heaven Palace. Some were recuperating, and some were looking forward to the future. The only thing that made it difficult for him was how to deal with the demon race that was still alive. The demon race, such as the half-saint Baizhue and Baiya who were under the control of the great demon god, could not be blamed for their betrayal. However, the army of the demon race had killed many people of the star boundary. Now that the demon race had lost its momentum, it was really difficult to decide whether to kill the surviving members of the demon race or not. If they were to be killed, they would have absolutely no power to resist. Now that most of the demon saint were dead, and the remaining 3 had already defected to the star boundary, they would not stop the great emperors if they really wanted to kill them. The key was that there were a lot of them, more than 10 million of them. If they were to be killed, who would bear the responsibility? If they did not kill them, how would they explain it to the people of the star boundary who had died? Li Wui could not make the decision, so he could only come and ask the great emperors. In the main hall, the great emperor's divine senses surged as they silently communicated with each other. After a while, Zhang Wuhen said, "When 2 armies fight, each side has its own master, so casualties are inevitable. Now that the overall situation has been decided, let them live. However, the star boundary will not take them in. The Void Master will deal with this matter." Yes. Li Wui bowed, understanding in his heart. Previously, Xianxia had used the sealed world bead to devour the entire demon territory, and in the territory of the sealed world bead, many members of the demon race had been kept. Now, letting Xianxia take the 10 million captives into the sealed world bead was understandable. It could be considered a way out. Li Wui withdrew and conveyed the decision here to Yu Rumeng and the others, and began to arrange a way out for the demon race. In the main hall, Zhang Wuhen continued, Xianxia, I will have to trouble you with the demon race. Xianxia nodded, Iron Blood Master, rest assured, I will take care of this matter. Zhang Wuhen said, the demon race is a small matter. Now, what we need to deal with is the mess of the star boundary. I believe I don't need to say it, as all of you have felt it during this time. The star boundary will not exist for long. Sooner or later, it will collapse and be destroyed. We need to find a way out for the humans of the star boundary first. Mo Huang said, since Yang Boy can refine the second demon territory, why can't he refine the second star boundary? The situation of the demon territory was a lesson for the current star boundary. Xianxia used the sealed world bead to devour the continents of the demon territory. Now, the third territory of the sealed world bead could be said to be the second demon territory. If he imitated the previous method and used the sealed world bead to devour the entire star boundary, he could naturally create a second star boundary. Xianxia nodded after hearing this, it's possible, but unless there is no other choice, it's better not to do so. Why? Mo Huang was puzzled. Although the second demon territory has been formed, it is trapped in the small sealed world. I haven't thought of a good way to separate it. If we devour the star boundary, I'm afraid it will cause unexpected consequences. Moreover, the feeling that the second demon area gives me is somewhat different from the original demon area. Heaven and earth have just been born, and the Dharma is not perfect. It may take a very long time to restore itself to its original state. That is a very long time. Zhang Wuhen heard this and said, let's leave this method as a last resort. If we really can't find a way out, this is the only way. Master, forgive me for saying too much, but the star boundary should still be salvageable, Zhang Ruoshi suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads to look at her, and their expressions all brightened. Zhang Wuhen asked, young lady, do you have a way to save it? Although Zhang Ruoshi was not one of the great emperors, she had the strength of great emperors. What's more, she had inherited Tianxing's memories and inheritance, so she had knowledge and vision beyond the universe. Since she said so at this moment, it was certainly not without reason. I can't guarantee it, but there is indeed a way in my memories. There's no harm in saying it. The current situation of the star boundary is not bad. If there is really a way to save the star boundary, then young lady will be this world's benefactor. Zhang Ruoshi smiled and said, Master, you are too serious. I was born and raised in this world, so it is my duty to contribute to the star boundary. After a pause, she continued, the current situation of the star boundary is caused by the aftermath of the previous battle, and the loss of spirit auspiciousness. In fact, the main reason is the latter. When a world principle loses its spirit auspiciousness, it will lose its vitality, and the world principles will be broken, so it will lose its ability to repair itself. On the other hand, if the world principle can be restored to its vitality and spirit auspiciousness reappears, it will be able to repair itself. No matter how broken the world principle is, it will be restored to its original state. So the key is how to restore the vitality of this world? The flowery great emperor's eyes lit up. Zhang Ruoshi nodded, exactly. After a short pause, she continued, I don't know if Master has ever thought about this. Mo Xing once devoured the auspicious spirit of the demon territory. At that time, the demon territory was powerless to resist. In other words, he succeeded at that time. The situation in the demon territory should have been more serious than the star boundary today, but why did the demon territory still exist in the end? Xianxia crossed his arms and smiled, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Zhang Ruoshi stuck out her tongue, it's because of living beings. Living beings? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. The auspicious spirit of the demon territory was once devoured, but the living beings in the demon territory did not go extinct. As long as living beings exist, the vitality of the demon territory is still there, and the lost auspicious spirit can slowly be restored. The only thing I don't understand is, since the demon territory still has auspicious spirit, why did emotion come to the star boundary? Xianxia explained, you haven't been to the demon territory, so you don't understand the situation in the demon territory. The demon territory has already fallen apart because of the battle between Mo Xing and the flowing time Great Emperors. The entire universe world has turned into many continents, and some of them have even lost their vitality and were devoured by the void. So that's how it is. Zhang Ruoxi understood, then it's not difficult to explain why he went so far away. Zhang Wuhen forgot about Zhang Ruoxi, according to what you said, as long as there are enough living beings in the star boundary, then this world will have a chance to recover? That should be right, Zhang Ruoxi nodded. Zhang Wuhen turned to Xianxia, Xianxia, I remember that your sealed world bead once contained many people from the star boundary, right? Xianxia said, I'll do it right away. During the War of the Two Realms, he had indeed taken in many homeless people from the star boundary. Now, the first frontier territory of the small sealed world was already overcrowded with people. Not only him, but the one realm bead of the various commanders had also taken in many people. These people weren't very strong and couldn't be of much use in the War of the Two Realms. They couldn't be left alone to be tormented by the demon race, so they had managed to survive until now after being absorbed into the sealed world bead or the one realm bead. He didn't expect that he would have to rely on their strength to rebuild the astral boundary. I'm going to talk to Wukong. If you want people, you can have as many as you want in Wukong, Duan Hongchen said as he stood up and strode out. Wukong had used the ancestral territory as its core to refine and integrate all the territory of the lower plane stars. In those lower plane stars' territory, there were countless creatures. Now that the star boundary was empty, it was a good opportunity for him to get some people to replenish it. Presumably, he wouldn't refuse. Zhang Ruoxi said, but even if this is a solution, it won't be effective in a short time. It may take a long time. Master, please be mentally prepared. Zhang Wuhen said, it doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as there is still hope. Xianxia got up and said, I'm also going to settle the people in the sealed world bead. There's still the demon race to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Go, Zhang Wuhen waved his hand. Xianxia got up, and with a thought, disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a simple palace. This palace was 1,000 miles away from the High Heaven Palace. Beside him was Yu Rumeng. Not far away, Chang Tian and Bai Liamo were also looking over. Husband. Yu Rumeng shouted, what did the great emperor say? Xianxia patted her head and smiled, I'll deal with the demon race. Yu Rumeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She was also a member of the demon race. Although many of her clansmen who were still alive were enemies of the star boundary, they were basically just following orders and couldn't make their own decisions. Now that the star boundary had won and the demon territory had suffered a crushing defeat, it was understandable if the star boundary wanted to kill them all. But if that was really the case, as a demon saint, she couldn't help but feel sad. Since it was handed over to Xianxia to deal with, it meant that the result wouldn't be too pessimistic. Sure enough, under the gaze of Bai Liamo and Chang Tian, Xianxia said, all members of the demon race will be taken into the small sealed world by me. They will not be allowed to take half a step into the star boundary. Chang Tian nodded, that would be for the best. Bai Liamo also breathed a sigh of relief. Accompanied by the three demon saint, Xianxia took the surviving members of the demon race into the small sealed world and settled them in the third territory. An army of 10 million was thrown into the vast the third territory, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Half a day had passed since he finished this. Afterwards, Xianxia continued to rush to various parts of the star boundary, choosing places that were not too affected by the War of the Two Realms and releasing the natives of the star boundary he had taken into the small sealed world in batches, not hesitating to use his own strength to create a suitable environment for these humans to live and reproduce in. After more than 10 days of this, Xianxia's footsteps traveled to all parts of the star boundary's territory. The sparks of fire had already been scattered. It was just unknown when it would become a prairie fire. However, this trip made Xianxia more and more aware of the dilapidated state of the star boundary. When the War of the Two Realms had just begun, the reason why the great emperors and the demon saint had agreed not to take action was because they were afraid that if they fought too fiercely, it would cause irreparable damage to the star boundary. However, as the war of the two realms progressed and the great demon god returned, everything went out of control. More than half of the world spirit was swallowed up, its world principles were broken, the heavens and earth were falling apart, and the end of the world was everywhere. The beautiful mountains and rivers of the past had all changed. The impact of the final battle with the great demon god could not be remedied without at least 10,000 years. Hopefully, Zhang Ruoxi's method would work. Although 10,000 years was a long time, it was still enough for a universe world. More than 10 days later, Xianxia returned to the High Heaven Palace. As soon as he returned, he saw Wukong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, smiling and waving at him. Wukong was still a few thousand meters tall. He had just swallowed the great demon god's soul, so he probably had not fully digested what he had gained, so he could not shrink his body for the time being. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but still flew over and hovered in front of him. What's the matter? This king is leaving. Wukong grinned. Leaving? Xianxia frowned. Where are you going? After asking, he reacted and asked in surprise, outside the universe? Wukong nodded. Do you want to know why this king continued to devour strength even though he was already the strongest master in the star boundary? Without waiting for Xianxia to answer, he continued, because the title of great emperors was undeserved, because this king felt that there was a higher martial Tao, because this king wanted to become stronger. The flowing time great emperor was not the only one who comprehended the mysteries of the universe. Xianxia gently nodded. Before he became a great emperor, he thought that the great emperors were a higher realm, the pinnacle of martial Tao, but now that he was in this position, he knew that Wukong was not lying. The great demon god was right. The so-called great emperors were just a title, not a realm. At the peak of the emperor realm, those who were qualified to touch upon the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm were the false emperors. And among the false emperors, there were very few who were recognized by the heavens and had the qualifications to use the power of the heavens and earth. They were the great emperors. The current him, including Zhang Wuhen and the others, were such a group of existences. And Wukong, perhaps tens of thousands of years ago, had pushed open the door to the heaven-opening realm by himself, walking in front of everyone. Xianxia even suspected that the flowing time great emperor had already reached the heaven-opening realm. Otherwise, how could he have crushed the great demon god? In the past, I was ignorant and didn't know that there was a heavens beyond the universe, but now that I know that there are so many wonderful things outside the universe, how can this king not appreciate them? Although the star boundary is big, it is only a corner of the vast universe. It can't trap dragons like you and me. Xianxia was flattered and repeatedly waved his hand. I don't dare to walk side by side with your highness. Wukong said, it's not that you don't dare, it's that you don't want to. He also knew that his reputation wasn't very good, so he sneered, this king pursues the martial Tao. The so-called secret arts are nothing more than methods. As long as they are useful, I don't care what methods they are. The others are just a bunch of old bastards, so this king doesn't care about them. But you, Junior, are a bit interesting. Your aptitude isn't the best, but you were able to become one of the great emperors at such a young age. I'm afraid your future is limitless. Although this king has now swallowed that emotion and has a higher cultivation level than you, in time, I really don't have the confidence to walk ahead of you. You also have times when you don't have confidence? Xianxia was surprised. There are always monsters in this world. Wukong chuckled and pointed at him with a huge finger, you are one of them. I'll take that as a compliment. Xianxia shrugged, thinking to himself that a proud and arrogant person like Wukong had probably never praised others before. I'll wait for you outside Qianquan. I hope we can meet again one day. As he spoke, Wukong stood up. His several hundred feet tall body blocked the sun above Xianxia's head. Wait a minute. Xianxia quickly raised his hand and looked up at him, saying, what about the territory of the lower plains that you refined? Do you want to take it with you? I don't care about the others, but what about my Hangluo star field? Wukong chuckled, I refined it before because I wanted to find a way out. Now that the way is under my feet, the territory of the lower plains is useless. This king has already handed it over to that old guy Duan Hongchen. You can ask him. That's good. Xianxia was relieved. There was no need to ask Duan Hongchen for confirmation. Since Wukong said so, he probably wouldn't lie to him. Boy, work hard. Wukong bowed his head and smiled again. He immediately took a step forward. His body looked heavy and clumsy, but with each step he took, there seemed to be an invisible staircase in the void that allowed him to climb it. After a while, the huge figure disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai crossed his arms and watched him leave with a smile on his face. He's gone? Suddenly, Duan Hongchen's voice came from beside him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw the great emperors of the Star Boundary, the two elders of the dragon race, Zhang Ruoxi, and even Xiao ran over. But at this moment, Taiyu and Xiao were sitting on Zhang Ruoxi's shoulder. Let's go. Yang Kai responded and stretched out his hand to tease Xiao. Xiao immediately climbed up his arm. It was hard to imagine that such a little guy could actually transform into a giant like Taiyu and wrestle with the great demon god. In the previous battle, Taiyu had been beaten to the point of disintegration twice. Although his life was not in danger now, like many great emperors, he needed to recuperate and rest. He left in such a carefree manner, Duan Hongchen couldn't help laughing. It's good that he left. The great emperors of the flowery shadow breathed a sigh of relief and quietly glanced at Zhang Wuhen as they spoke. Zhang Wuhen stared coldly in the direction of Wukong's departure, a trace of murderous intent faintly visible in his eyes. In the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, 4 great emperors died at the hands of Wukong, and one of them, the Blue Lotus Great Emperor, was Zhang Wuhen's best friend, so Zhang Wuhen hated Wukong to the bone and hated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics even more. Among the Great Emperors, no one hated Wukong more than Zhang Wuhen. If possible, he would not mind fighting to the death with Wukong to avenge his dead friend. However, when the great demon god wreaked havoc, all the forces of the Star Boundary had gathered into a rope, so Zhang Wuhen could only put aside his personal grudges. Now, the Star Boundary could not withstand any more torment. Moreover, Wukong had devoured Mo Xing, so with Zhang Wuhen's current strength, there was nothing he could do to him. It's good that he left, it's good that he left. Duan Hongchen couldn't help but nod his head. All these years of sharing a body with Wukong, he had been stifled. Now that Wukong also had his own body, he could be considered to have completely gotten rid of Wukong. The only thing that annoyed him was that during the previous battle, Wukong had used his body to display the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and devoured the great demon god's essence, qi, and soul. Although this had brought him many benefits, it had also left behind some hidden dangers, so there were pros and cons. I don't know when we'll meet again, Yang Kai said casually as he teased Xiao. Perhaps, they would never have the chance to meet again? The universe was vast and boundless. Even if he were to jump out of the shackles of the universe one day and go to the world outside of the universe, what were the chances of them meeting each other? As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. Everyone else also noticed this at this moment, and when they looked up, they saw a black dot rapidly falling from the sky, carrying with it a fierce aura. The black dot rapidly enlarged in everyone's field of vision and soon became a giant several thousand meters tall. Who else could it be but Wukong, who had just left? Yang Kai put Xiao on his shoulder and asked with a smile, "Why are you back again? Did you forget something?" Wukong's expression was a little strange at this moment, but it was more dignified than anything else as he said, "You'd better come with me. I'm afraid that the Star Boundary is in big trouble." "What do you mean?" Zhang Wuhen's face sank. "Follow me and you'll know." Wukong didn't say much, turned around, and flew out of heaven and earth. Everyone looked at each other and quickly conversed with their divine senses for a while before Yang Kai shouted, "Let's go." Saying so, he was the first to follow. "Be careful, it might be a trap." Zhang Wuhen transmitted his voice, obviously still a little worried about Wukong's character, but he still followed. A dozen or so figures set off majestically towards the outside of heaven and earth. The higher they went, the more they felt an invisible resistance, like a mountain pressing down on everyone's shoulders, as if it wanted to push them back. "It's a lot weaker," Mo Huang couldn't help but sigh. "Is this also the result of the world's principles being broken?" "It should be," Zhang Wuhen nodded. The great emperors had dominated the Star Boundary for so many years, how could they not have tried to go out of heaven and earth and see the outside world? Not only had they tried, but more than once. They couldn't be more familiar with this kind of invisible resistance. Every time they wanted to leave the star boundary, they would encounter it. However, this time was different from before. The resistance was clearly much weaker. This resistance was undoubtedly the shackles of heaven and earth. Those who were not strong enough could not break free from this shackle and jump out of heaven and earth. The great emperors all had this ability, but if they jumped out of heaven and earth, they would lose the support of heaven and earth, and the great emperors would no longer be great emperors. The world outside heaven and earth was incomparably dangerous, and they wouldn't be able to persist for long before they had to return. Therefore, before the arrival of the great demon god, the great emperors knew nothing about the world outside heaven and earth. After a dozen or so breaths of time, everyone felt their bodies relax, and the invisible pressure disappeared. At the same time, the connection with heaven and earth became very weak. But at this moment, a muffled thunderous sound entered everyone's ears, causing their faces to pale. In the next instant, a strong gust of wind blew towards them. The gust of wind was so strong that even the great emperors couldn't keep their balance. They were blown all over the place. After a long time, the gust of wind subsided, and everyone couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what had happened. Wukong lowered his head and led the way, not explaining anything. After a while, Wukong suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Be careful." As soon as his words fell, an extremely strong suction force came from the front, pulling everyone's figures involuntarily in that direction. The great emperor's expression suddenly became brilliant. Although they were now unable to use heaven and earth force without the support of heaven and earth, their respective foundations were still there. What kind of suction force was it that made them unable to escape? Fortunately, this suction force was the same as the gust of wind just now. It came strangely and left quickly, stopping after a while. However, before they could relax, the muffled thunderous sound came again, followed by another gust of wind. Yang Kai's expression was strange, feeling that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. "Heh, we're here." Wukong suddenly chuckled, and then stepped aside to reveal the scene in front of them. What they saw stunned everyone, and even Yang Kai was dumbfounded. In the void in front of them, an incomparably huge figure was lying horizontally, like a rolling mountain range. Wukong, who was now thousands of meters tall, still looked like a child in front of this figure. This was an incomparably terrifying giant. In front of everyone's eyes, the giant breathed in and out. When he exhaled, the astral wind gushing out from his mouth and nose turned into sharp blades that swept through the void, and when he breathed in, everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers was affected. The muffled thunderous sound was actually the giant's snoring. And from the giant's body, an incredible aura, one so powerful that even the great emperors felt despair, one that was countless times stronger than the great demon god at his peak, spread out. In front of this aura, even the two elders of the dragon race felt like two insects. "What is this?" The great emperor's Huaying couldn't help but gulp as her pretty face turned pale. Even when facing the great demon god, she didn't feel so powerless, but this giant lying horizontally in front of her could easily crush her with a single finger. Zhang Wuhen's face was also extremely solemn, and the expressions of the other great emperors weren't much better. No matter what kind of existence this sleeping giant was, the current astral boundary could no longer withstand any more torment. Furthermore, the place where he was sleeping was so close to the astral boundary that everyone even suspected that if he breathed out even more fiercely, the astral boundary would be blown away by him. Only Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never expected to see this guy again so soon. It hadn't been long since he last saw this guy, and Yang Kai remembered that after bidding farewell to him at that time, he ran off into the distance. How could he still be here? A descendant of Tian Xing, you should recognize him, right? Wukong turned his head to look at Zhang Ruoxi and chuckled. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at her. Zhang Wuhen frowned and asked, "Miss Ruoxi, what is this?" Before seeing it with his own eyes, Zhang Wuhen had never thought that such a huge creature would exist in this world. Giant god spirits. Zhang Ruoxi's voice was hoarse as she smiled bitterly. The star boundary is really in trouble this time. What do you mean? Zhang Wuhen frowned and lowered his voice, fearing that he would wake up the giant god spirit. Zhang Ruoxi explained, in the world outside the universe, the giant god spirits are a very strange race. They are innately powerful and almost stand at the top of the entire universe. Except for a few equally powerful existences, no one is their opponent. How does the great demon god compare? Xianxia she smiled bitterly. Even when the great demon god was at his peak, the giant god spirits could kill him with a single palm. Zhang Wuhen's face sank when he heard this. The information Xianxia she knew undoubtedly came from Tianxing's memories. Since the giant god spirits were so powerful, how could the star boundary be their opponent? Just the resurrection of the great demon god almost shattered the star boundary, and the great demon god wasn't even at his peak at that time. The fact that this giant god spirit could kill the great demon god at his peak with a single palm meant that its strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Should we make the first move? Mo Huang was eager to try. The giant in front of them was still sleeping. If everyone attacked with all their strength, they might have a chance. Don't. Xianxia she hurriedly stopped him. Although the giant divine spirit clan is powerful, they are naturally kind and never fight with others under normal circumstances. Moreover, although they are powerful, there seems to be a bit of a problem here. They have always been relatively simple. While speaking, Xianxia she nodded her head. Then why did he come to my star boundary? Zhang Wuhen was puzzled. Xianxia she explained, the giant god spirit race has no fixed abode. They wander outside the universe all their lives in search of food. I'm afraid he came here to look for food. What do they want to eat? The dead universe world. The dead universe world? Zhang Wuhen raised his eyebrows. Yes, they have a very special talent called the divine technique. Even if they are very far away, they can smell the aura of a world that is about to die. Every time this happens, they will rush over and wait quietly. When the world dies, they will eat it. Everyone gasped when they heard this because such an inconceivable matter was simply unheard of and unseen. Exactly what sort of living being is this? It's actually capable of feeding on a world that has already perished. Now that this guy had appeared here, didn't it mean that he had smelled the dying aura of the star boundary? Everyone was horrified, but Yang Kai remembered something. The last time he met this big guy in this vast universe, it was also sleeping. In the end, after he used the sealed world bead to devour the demon territory, he was almost sucked into its stomach as soon as he came out. He still remembered that this guy looked at the void where the demon territory had disappeared with a melancholy look. He still remembered that this guy was eating the one realm bead happily. He didn't quite understand why before, but now that he heard Xianxia explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood. The demon territory was also in a state of dying at that time. He must have smelled the unique aura, so he rushed to the vicinity of the demon territory and fell into a deep sleep to wait. As a result, he was plucked by Yang Kai. After he woke up, he looked at the original location of the demon territory and said, "It's gone. Why is it gone?" The reason why he came back and stayed near the star boundary should be that the previous battle had caused the star boundary to become unstable and show signs of falling apart. He was waiting here, waiting to feed on the dead star boundary. If what you said is true, isn't this guy invincible? Is it possible to drive him away? Zhang Wuhen frowned. He and the others were trying to rebuild the star boundary and restore its vitality and spirit, but there was a giant god spirit here, eyeing them covetously. No one would be too relieved. What if this guy didn't play by the rules and woke up to devour the star boundary? At that time, the star boundary wouldn't even have the power to resist. Xianxia she slowly shook her head, that's impossible. The giant god spirit's thinking is simple. His life's pursuit is the dead universe worlds. No one can do anything about it. Then what should we do? We can't beat him, and we can't drive him away. Are we going to wait for death here? Mo Huang glared. Xianxia she said, the only thing we can do now is to restore the vitality of the star boundary as soon as possible. As long as the star boundary is still alive, the giant god spirit won't do anything. Don't be fooled by his appearance, in fact, this race really doesn't like fighting. Of course, the premise is that they don't provoke him. Xianxia she slowly shook her head, the giant divine spirit clan is extremely rare. Even outside the universe, it is very difficult to encounter one. My ancestor had only seen him once from a distance and had never come into close contact with him. However, with his huge size and powerful strength, it is common for him to sleep for hundreds or thousands of years or even longer. That said, it is not impossible for him to suddenly wake up. Hundreds or thousands of years. Zhang Wuhen nodded slightly, then let's do this first. Everyone, don't disturb him. Before he wakes up, let's do our best to restore the vitality of the star boundary. If he wakes up and finds that the star boundary is still alive, he will probably stop eyeing it. But hundreds or thousands of years. How much could the star boundary recover? Based on the current mess of the star boundary, it would take at least 10,000 years to restore some yuan qi. Everyone nodded. In the face of such a behemoth and terrifying existence, no one dared to take the initiative to provoke him. They hoped that this guy would sleep here until the end of time. Except for one person. As Zhang Wuhen spoke, he flew straight towards the giant god spirit. Everyone turned their heads to look, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. However, as Yang Kai approached, everyone's expressions changed. Zhang Wuhen hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Yang Kai, what are you doing?" Yang Kai waved his hand at him. Taking advantage of the giant god spirit's breathing, he flew into the huge nostrils along with the strong airflow. The next moment, a dragon roar sounded, and a golden dragon head flashed. A 2.5 feet long dragon body appeared. He grabbed a strand of hair from the nose and swung it to the meat wall at the side. He waved his huge fist, and under everyone's horrified gaze, he smashed it down fiercely. That punch hit the giant god spirit's nose, but the hearts of Zhang Wuhen and the others jumped violently. The great emperor's faces all turned pale, and their hearts almost jumped out. Liu Kong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You've got guts." His figure flickered, and he quickly escaped, flying thousands of miles away. Looking from afar, he still didn't feel safe, so he retreated a lot. Under that punch, the giant god spirit's nose twitched violently a few times, and he sneezed. The violent airflow blew Yang Kai away, and his 200 feet long body was out of control. He spun and disappeared without a trace. However, after receiving this blow, the giant god spirit showed no signs of waking up. He just turned over and continued to sleep. A moment later, Yang Kai turned back and looked at the sleeping giant god spirit. He rubbed his head, a little puzzled. Last time, he had woken this guy up like this. Why didn't it work this time? Yang Kai, come back. Zhang Wuhen had a look of fear on his face. Fortunately, Yang Kai's blow just now had no effect, otherwise, how could these people still be alive? And through that blow just now, he also intuitively experienced the terrifying power of this giant god spirit. No one could withstand Yang Kai's punch head-on, but the giant god spirit's soft flesh was attacked as if nothing had happened. It was simply unimaginable. Iron Blood Master, don't be impatient. Leave this matter to me. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the blue dragon spear. Zhang Wuhen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He asked in horror, what is he going to do? There was no need for anyone to answer. Yang Kai had already grasped the spearhead, held it upside down, and smashed the huge blue dragon spear into the giant god spirit's bald head. Asterisk bang, asterisk, the sound shook the surroundings. After receiving this blow, a small bump appeared on the giant god spirit's bald head, and his eyes that had been closed slowly opened, showing signs of waking up. Yang Kai held the spear and stood in front of his big face, constantly poking the other party's face with the blue dragon spear, shouting recklessly, "Wake up, wake up!" Ha 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 ha. Liu Kong, who was watching from a distance, let out an unconscious chuckle. A voice in his heart kept reminding him to escape from this place, the sooner the better, but his curiosity made him stop and watch. The great emperors, the two elders of the dragon race, and even Zhang Ruashi, all had different expressions on their faces. At this moment, no one knew what to say. Yang Kai was determined to wake the giant god spirit up. Obviously, he had something to rely on, so everyone could only wait and see. The giant god spirit finally opened his eyes. His two huge eyes were like two small suns, piercing people's souls to the point of trembling. His gaze was also extremely fierce. He had been awakened from a deep sleep, and there was even more monstrous anger that seemed to be able to burn the void. The huge body slowly sat up straight, staring fiercely at Yang Kai in front of him, then raised his hand to grab him. Yang Kai did not dodge and was caught, but with a grin on his face, he shouted, "Ah da! It's me! Ada's expression was still a little dazed, as if he had not completely woken up. Hearing the voice, his huge ears twitched, then he took Xianxia in front of his eyes and looked at him carefully. After a while, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, then the corners of his mouth split open, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Ada recognizes you. It's me, it's me. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. While speaking, he knocked the back of Ada's hand with the blue dragon spear, reminding him that this spear was given to him by him. Ha ha ha, Ada recognizes you. Ada laughed even more happily. It's good that you recognize me. Xianxia jumped out of his palm and stood on his wrist. Putting the blue dragon spear on his shoulder, he raised his head and asked, "Why are you back? Didn't you leave already?" Ada was stunned for a moment, then with a bitter face, he touched his stomach with his other hand. "I'm hungry." Ada is hungry. Are you looking for food? Xianxia asked. Ada nodded. Ada is looking for food. You want to eat that? Xianxia pointed behind him. It was the direction of the astral world. Even without the divine technique of the giant god clan, Xianxia could feel the lifeless and broken world of that world. Ada nodded again. He was very happy. Eat that. As he spoke, his saliva almost flowed out, and his mouth made a slurping sound. Xianxia put on a straight face. You can't eat that. Ada frowned slightly. He seemed to be a little angry. The giant god clan stood aloof from worldly affairs and wandered in the world outside of the universe all their lives. What they pursued was the dead universe of the universe. Even if they were not very smart, when they suddenly heard Xianxia say that, they were not very happy. They said in a muffled voice, Ada wants to eat. You can't eat. Ada wants to eat. Ada glared. If I say you can't eat, you can't eat. Ada wants to eat. Seeing Xianxia quarreling with this guy like a child, everyone was horrified, but they also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia she had said before that the giant divine spirit clan's thinking was relatively simple, so no one had any direct experience of it. Now that they saw this big guy's performance, they realized that Xianxia she was right. This guy in front of them was more than simple, he was just like a child. Hualing Long didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia knew him before. How did they know each other? It was hard to imagine that Xianxia had the guts to quarrel with such a terrifying existence. What made her more concerned was when Xianxia became acquainted with this giant god clan, and it seemed that he even knew the other party's name. No one could answer this question. Zhang Wuhen suddenly turned his head and glanced at Zhang Ruashi. Are you nervous? Since Xianxia knows this Ada, he shouldn't be in any danger, right? Zhang Ruashi shook her head slowly. It's true that the giant god clan's mind is simple, just like a child. But master, you should also know about children. A child's face, like the weather in March, can change at will. The giant god spirit Ada's face didn't change, but the faces of the great emperors changed first. Zhang Ruashi was right, the giant god spirit's mind was as simple as a child, but in other words, he was temperamental. Xianxia was recklessly arguing with him, and if he was provoked, how could he end up well? Zhang Ruashi was nervous, but at this time, no one dared to intervene. Xianxia knew the giant god spirit Ada, so it was best to leave this matter to him. No matter what the final result was, the star boundary could only passively accept it. If others rashly intervened, it was very likely to cause problems. I can't get through to you. On the other side, Xianxia and Ada quarreled for a long time. Ada stretched out his hand to scratch his face and turned his head to the side, pretending to look at them as if nothing had happened, but when he found that Xianxia was staring at him, he quickly looked away, seemingly a little guilty. Xianxia said helplessly, Ada, that's my home. If you eat it, I won't have a home anymore, do you understand? Ada touched his stomach. I'm hungry. Xianxia couldn't wait to stab this guy to death. After a while of anger, he paced on Ada's arm, stopped, and tilted his head. You won't be hungry if there's food, right? Food? Ada's eyes lit up, and he lowered his head at once, looking at Xianxia eagerly. Just you wait. After leaving this sentence, Xianxia turned around and flew back the way he came. After a while, he returned to everyone and said with a speechless face, it's a little troublesome. Zhang Wuhen said, if he wants to eat, where are you going to find it for him? They all saw the exchange between Xianxia and Ada just now, and they all knew what Xianxia was planning, but where could they find something like a dead world? It's not difficult to find something for him to eat, but it can only appease him for a while. If we don't find a way to solve the problem of the star boundary, I'm afraid we won't be able to send this guy away. It's fine if we can pacify him for the time being. At worst, we can slowly think of a way in the future. Xianxia nodded, that's the only way. This guy has a one-track mind. As he spoke, he looked at Duan Hongchen and said, if we want to appease him, we can only rely on Master Hongchen. Me? Duan Hongchen was stunned. Death Star. Xianxia explained, the last time I met him, I gave him some one-realm bead, and he liked it very much. I refined the one-realm bead using meteorites and dead stars from the lower realm. Since he ate the one-realm bead, he definitely wouldn't dislike those dead stars. Or rather, those dead stars were exactly what he wanted. Hearing Xianxia's explanation, Duan Hongchen suddenly understood, wait a moment. Now that all the territory of the lower realms had been refined by Wukong, he had originally planned to use this method to take a peek at the door to a higher level of martial arts. Now that he had obtained the great demonic god's body, he didn't need to waste time on this. Moreover, he had refined Duan Hongchen's body with the help of Duan Hongchen's body, and now he had left the refined universe world to Duan Hongchen. There were countless dead stars in the lower realms territory, and Duan Hongchen could easily find a few of them. Moreover, even if they didn't have these dead stars, it wouldn't affect the territory of the other major realms. Not long after, more than a dozen chess pieces appeared in Duan Hongchen's hands. They were all refined from dead stars. Wukong could use the star field as a board and the stars as chess pieces. Duan Hongchen had experienced all this with him, so he could naturally do the same. Give me more. Xianxia took them. Duan Hongchen lowered his head and busied himself again. After a while, Xianxia turned around and flew toward Ada. Ada looked at Xianxia expectantly, and his face was full of excitement. Open your mouth. Xianxia flew in front of him and ordered. Ada immediately opened his mouth, which looked like a huge black hole. Zhang Wuhen and the others were frightened. Raising his hand, Ada placed a chess piece into his mouth. Ada's eyes suddenly brightened, and he chewed with a crunch sound. His face was full of exultation, and even his bald head seemed to become brighter. Not long after, a dead star entered his stomach, but Ada still looked unsatisfied. Xianxia didn't know what he was thinking, and immediately placed another chess piece. In the void, the gigantic giant god spirit was munching on one dead star after another. The sound made the great emperor's hair stand on end. Time passed, and the chess pieces in Xianxia's hands decreased one by one. Sensing that the time was right, Xianxia said, Ada, we're friends, right? Friends? Ada was stunned. He blinked his eyes and looked at Xianxia. He obviously didn't understand this word. Since you've eaten my things, then you're my friend. Xianxia tempted him, and raised the black dragon spear again. You gave me the spear, so I'm your friend too. Ada thought seriously for a while, and grinned. Friend. Xianxia threw a chess piece into his mouth and nodded. Since we're friends, then it's easy. Look over there. He pointed at the direction of the astral world. That's my home, and you're my friend, so that's your home. A home is a place to rest when you're tired outside. Without a home, you won't have a place to return to, so you can't eat in that place. Do you understand? Ada shook his head like a rattledrum. Xianxia gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, remember that it's not your food. It's very important to me and you, so you have to protect it well. Seeing that Ada still wanted to shake his head, Xianxia was furious. Do you still want to eat? Ada's huge body suddenly froze, and he blurted out, yes. That's right. If you want to eat in the future, I'll send it to you, but you can't eat in that place. Xianxia held a chess piece in his hand and waved it in front of Ada, and said, do you remember now? Ada's eyes followed the chess piece, and he nodded heavily. Yes. Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. Good boy. Xianxia threw out the last chess piece in his hand, and clapped his hands. That's all. Ada suddenly looked disappointed, and he touched his belly. Obviously, he wasn't full. Go and rest first. I'll bring you delicious food another day. Oh. Ada smacked his lips, and he was very obedient. He lay down at once, and almost the moment he lay down, he started snoring. Yang Kai flew back with cold sweat on his forehead, and soon met up with the others. Without stopping, they went straight to the astral world. After a while, they returned to the flowing time temple. Standing in front of the temple and looking up, they still felt that it was unreal. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there was a huge giant lying in the void outside of the universe, waiting for the astral world to die out so that he could eat it. Yang Kai sighed. For the time being, we've calmed him down, but what should we do in the future? Master, please come up with an idea as soon as possible. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill frowned. I've observed Ada's nature. Although we've calmed him down and made a promise, we don't know if he'll go back on his word in the future. Yang Kai said, I'm worried about this. If he goes back on his word, we can't do anything to him. But since it's a child's nature, as long as we guide him and let him know that he can't eat the astral world, it's possible to avoid future troubles. How do we guide him? The great emperors of Serene Soul asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, if he likes to eat, then feed him. When he eats, guide him. Just like what I did just now, if we do it a few more times, he should be able to remember it. Zhang Wuhen said in a deep voice, but this method is pinning our hopes on others. Although it's a plan, it's not a long-term one. It's best to let the astral world recover its vitality as soon as possible. Miss Ruashi also said that the giant divine spirit clan is only interested in those dead worlds. The reason why Ada came here should be because he smelled the scent of the astral world's destruction. As long as we can bring the astral world back to life, he will naturally leave. Mo Huang laughed and said, restoring the vitality of the astral world is not something that can be done in a short time. Although the creatures in the astral world have been greatly replenished, it will take time for the world principles to be perfected and self-repair. Moreover, whether this matter can be done or not, it will take time to verify. While everyone was discussing, a voice came from the sky, the giant divine spirit clan feeds on dead worlds. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, no one knows the life and death of worlds better than them. If you want to quickly restore the astral world, you might as well ask that blockhead. He might know something. Yang Kai looked up at the sky. Wukong, you haven't left yet? Wukong chuckled, I'm leaving now. I hope we can meet again in the 3,000 worlds in the future. As he spoke, the powerful aura quickly disappeared. This time, he really left. The biggest scourge in the history of the astral world had left, but now an even bigger uninvited guest had arrived. However, Wukong's words before he left reminded everyone. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhang Ruashi. Ruashi, do you know how to quickly restore the vitality of the astral world? Zhang Ruashi smiled bitterly and shook her head. If I knew, I would definitely tell sir. However, what Wukong said just now is worth a try. I'll go ask. Yang Kai said and was about to leave. Zhang Wuhen raised his hand and stopped him. Don't be in such a hurry. The giant divine spirit has just fallen asleep. If you disturb him again, it will be bad if he gets angry. Let's wait a little longer. There are still many things to deal with in the astral world. He turned his head to Duan Hongchen. Old Duan, transfer some creatures from the lower star territory first. We will work together to fill up all the places in the astral world that are still suitable for living. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, I'll leave the space arrays and the like to you. The astral world Yuanqi has been greatly damaged. If we want to quickly restore its vitality, we have to rely on the surviving human race. Communication between them is very necessary. If there are enough space arrays to support it, I believe the astral world will recover faster. Yang Kai nodded and said, that's not a problem. He was now one of the great emperors of the void. Even if the astral world was broken and unstable, he could go anywhere he wanted. If he arranged a space array, he could connect the entire astral world in a very short time by himself. At that time, the people living in various parts of the astral world would be able to quickly travel back and forth. After nearly 2 months of hard work, almost all the forces of the entire star boundary were mobilized. Even the masters of the great emperors were not idle and finally finished some miscellaneous tasks. Duan Hongchen had moved countless creatures from the lower star boundaries territory. Now, in the 4 territories of the star boundary, all the places suitable for living were filled with vitality. Xianxia had also set up space arrays in these places where living creatures gathered. The 55 star boundary armies had been scattered, and they were free to choose where to settle down according to their respective sects and families. Xianxia cast a spell to rebuild the High Heaven Palace. Although 70 to 80% of the original appearance of the High Heaven Palace was restored, it was still far inferior to the original. This was not something that could be seen in a short time. Just like the restoration of the star boundary, it would take a long time to accumulate and settle down. Lan Sun returned to the Southern Territory with the surviving members of the Star Soul Palace and began to rebuild the Star Soul Palace. Before leaving, she specially came to visit and expressed her gratitude. Xiaochen followed beside her with a face full of shame. Previously, he was bewitched by the great demon god, and the demonic thoughts in his heart were churning. At the critical moment of the final battle, he and Li Shiqing launched a sneak attack on Xianxia and almost made a big mistake. In the end, he was injured by Xianxia. Although the sneak attack was not his original intention, if he had a clear mind, how could he have been corrupted by the demonic thoughts? After that experience, Xiaochen seemed to have matured a lot. He was no longer as arrogant as he used to be. Some of his edges seemed to have been ground away. It was unknown whether this was a blessing or a curse. The injuries he suffered had not healed yet, but there were no hidden dangers left. As long as he recuperated well in the future, there would be a day when he would recover. Armies and groups of people evacuated from the High Heaven Palace and scattered to various parts of the star boundary. 2 months later, only the original disciples remained in the High Heaven Palace. After such a disaster, the High Heaven Palace's 100,000 disciples were now left with less than 60,000, and this was because the High Heaven Palace's disciples had not cultivated for a long time. And were not strong enough. Many of them were taken into the sealed world bead by Xianxia in advance to avoid the disaster. If the High Heaven Palace was like this, one could imagine the situation of the other sects. 9 out of 10 rooms in the entire astral boundary were empty. This was a real situation. The peace after the great battle made the people who had survived the purgatory of blood and fire feel unreal, but they also cherished the current peace. In the void, the gigantic giant divine spirit was munching on food. Xianxia had transformed into his 2,000 feet long dragon form. He sat cross-legged in front of the giant divine spirit, holding a giant water sack and drinking from it. The fragrance of wine permeated the air. After drinking for a while, Xianxia turned his head and looked at the giant god spirit. His breath reeked of alcohol, which made Ada frown. The giant god spirit seemed to not eat anything other than those dead worlds. Xianxia had tried to get him to drink some wine before, but Ada had mercilessly rejected him. He was also very repulsed by the fragrance of the wine. Ada, have you thought of any good solutions for my family situation? This was the 3rd time that Xianxia had come to ask. The first time, Ada didn't respond at all. The second time, he seemed to understand what Xianxia was asking. He didn't give an answer, only saying that he needed to think about it. This was the 3rd time. Hearing Xianxia's question, Ada chuckled and chewed nonstop. Don't just eat, at least think of something for me. Xianxia looked at him speechlessly. Haha. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. It's rare to see someone as carefree as you all day long. Tell me, do you have any other brothers or sisters? Rua, she said that you giant gods are a race. Since it's a race, you can't be the only one, right? Ada blinked, then raised his mountain-like fingers, frowned, and began to count with a serious face. After counting for a long time, he didn't come up with anything. Xianxia also didn't see anything. Xianxia reached out and held his forehead. Forget it, you count slowly, think slowly, and tell me when I come next time. With that said, he stood up and looked in the direction of the astral plane and grinned. There's still a happy event waiting for me over there. It's not good to be late, so I'll go first. With that said, he strode towards the astral plane. World Tree. Suddenly, a muffled voice came from behind. Xianxia's body suddenly paused, and he turned his head to look back. What did you say? However, as far as the eye could see, Ada was still frowning. He was counting his fingers one by one enthusiastically and did not look like he had spoken at all. Xianxia almost thought that he was hallucinating. But the voice just now was clearly Ada's, there was no mistake about it. After looking at him seriously for a while, Xianxia gave up the intention to get to the bottom of it. He silently memorized the words World Tree, turned around, waved, and continued to move forward. Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple. Like the High Heaven Palace, the Azure Sun Temple was in ruins. It used to be a battlefield. The demon race army invaded, the spirit peaks collapsed, and the demonic will eroded. However, the situation here was much better than the High Heaven Palace. After all, near the High Heaven Palace was the site of the final battle. The terrifying power swept through, causing the void within 1,000,000 miles to become unstable, and there were countless cracks. This place was a little dilapidated, but the overall structure was preserved. After being repaired by the great emperors of the secular world personally, the Azure Sun Temple could be said to have almost recovered, but the heaven and earth spirit chi was not as rich as before. This was something that couldn't be helped. The heaven and earth spirit chi was greatly affected, and this effect could never be recovered before the heaven and earth spirit chi was replenished. At this moment, the entire Azure Sun Temple was decorated with lanterns and streamers everywhere, and the sound of gongs and drums was continuous. It was very lively, and the spirit peaks were decorated with red colors into a festive color. Today was the wedding day of the Azure Sun Temple's temple master, Xianxia. Before the war. Of the two realms, Xianxia was the temple master of the Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. His status was respected, his strength was good, and he had friends all over the world. After the War of the Two Realms, he became a legion commander and made more friends. In addition, this was the first joyous event after the war, so the Azure Sun Temple was full of guests today. Almost all the famous people in the Star Boundary were present, and no one was left out. Even the great emperors were present. The Star Boundary needed such a joyous event to inspire people. The world that had been ravaged by war needed this grand event to wash away the haze of the past. So today, Xianxia's wedding was wantonly organized by the entire Star Boundary. It could almost be said to be the biggest event in the history of the Star Boundary. When Xianxia arrived at the Azure Sun Temple, the temple's disciples were busy outside the mountain gate, constantly welcoming and sending off guests, leading them into the temple one by one, and arranging them in a suitable position to wait for the banquet to begin. Xianxia instantly felt the aura of several great emperors hidden on a mountain peak. Across the void, Xianxia glanced over and clearly noticed that those people were also looking at him. Zhang Wuhen immediately asked in his ear, "How was it? Did you get anything out of them?" "The World Tree, I don't know anything else," Xianxia replied. "The World Tree?" In the mountain hall, Zhang Wuhen frowned and looked around. Duan Hongchen and Mo Huang both slowly shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. "I'll ask Ruashi later, maybe she knows something," Xianxia said. Zhang Wuhen nodded, "That's all we can do." However, this time was better than the previous 2 times. The first 2 times Xianxia went to inquire, he got nothing. This time, at least he knew about the World Tree. This thing is very likely to be the key to restoring the astral boundary. But judging from the name, it seems to be a tree. Where should I start looking for it? After a brief exchange with Zhang Wuhen, Xianxia didn't go through the mountain gate. Now that his identity was here, going through the mountain gate would definitely cause some unnecessary disturbances. Anyway, the Azure Sun Temple was half his home, so he didn't need to inform anyone if he wanted to go home. Turning his head to look to the side, he saw a spirit peak filled with purple chi. Purple bamboos covered the mountain, and the bamboo was covered with red silk. In front of the porch, under the eaves, there was a continuous stretch of red lanterns. The ground was covered with red carpet. On the spirit peak, a group of people were busy going in and out. Purple Bamboo Peak, Gao Shueting Spirit Peak. Xianxia's figure flickered and flashed directly into the mountain peak. Arriving in front of a loft, he smiled and cupped his hands. "Senior Sister Gao, junior brother has come to congratulate you." The clamor inside suddenly subsided, and it became quiet. Even the busy womenfolk outside stopped and raised their heads in unison. In the next moment, a group of women rushed out of the loft. Xianxia knew some, and some he had never seen before. They all bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Void Master." Xianxia nodded and raised his hand. A gentle force rolled out and helped everyone up. Then, he strode inside. What are you doing? A beautiful figure blocked in front of him. Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she looked up and down at Yang Kai with a vigilant expression. Giving a gift? Yang Kai blinked. Rumeng, why are you stopping me? Yu Rumeng snorted, grow a brain. Even if I was born in the demon territory, I know that the bride will not see any male guests before the wedding ceremony. What do you want to do here? Yang Kai smiled and said, I am from the bride's family. Can't I give a gift and the bride? No, no. Yu Rumeng reached out and blocked Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai said, you are a female devil, why are you so particular? Get out of the way, get out of the way. I haven't seen how the bride is dressed yet. This time I am here to broaden my horizons. Yu Rumeng did not let him go, you will see them when they get married later. Now is not the time. While speaking, she called Su Yan and the others. Su Yan, Ah Luo, and the others naturally responded. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by several wives. Su Yan said, Husband, senior sister Gao will not see you at this time. If you have any congratulatory gifts, our brother-in-law can pass them on. You're rebelling. Kai Yang chuckled. Shanqing Luo said, it is easy to see how the bride is dressed. After we go back, we sisters will dress up and let you see one by one. I just don't know if husband has the mood. Xianing Chong and Shuiyu's eyes lit up as they listened, full of expectation. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, let me think about it carefully. I should be on my husband's side, so I should go to Temple Master when. He turned around to leave. Yu Rumeng patted him on the shoulder, you can go, but leave the congratulatory gifts behind. Yang Kai turned his head, whose side are you on? Yu Rumeng sneered, today, we sisters are from the bride's side. Yang Kai was speechless and could only leave behind the congratulatory gifts that he had prepared in advance before he could leave. Since he did not see the bride, he could only see the groom. The groom was on another spirit peak, which was not far away. Yang Kai arrived there in a few steps. Xiaoxing, Xiao Baiyi, and the other disciples of the temple were waiting outside the door. Only Wen Zishan was in the room. Everyone was about to bow again, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop them. He pushed the door open and entered, only to see Wen Zishan sitting there, wearing a festive red robe with a big red ball on his chest. He had a worried look on his face as he sighed. His expression was anxious and nervous. When he looked up and saw Yang Kai, he quickly got up, the Void Master is here. Yang Kai walked in front of him and pressed him to sit down with him. He looked at him with interest, Temple Master Wen, are you not happy? Wen Zishan frowned and said with a strange expression, I'm quite happy. So you don't like it? Yang Kai asked again. Wen Zishan shook his head, we've been together for so many years, how could I not like it? If you like it and like it, then why are you so worried? You're anxious. Sigh. Wen Zishan sighed, his old face a little red, after all, I raised her. I don't know if this is good or bad for her. Yang Kai smiled, I just went to Purple Bamboo Peak. Wen Zishan looked around nervously, how was it over there? Yang Kai touched his nose, I didn't see senior sister Gao. I was stopped by my wives, saying that the bride will not see any male guests before the wedding. Ha ha ha. Wen Zishan laughed. He could almost imagine the scene at that time. Yang Kai continued, although I didn't get to see senior sister Gao, I can feel that she is looking forward to it and is very happy. So Temple Master, you shouldn't look so sad. If she sees you, she will be sad. Wen Zishan said, but I'm worried. Our daily life is not like that of a married couple. If she finds out in the future that I'm not good enough, will she dislike me? A look of understanding suddenly flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. It turns out that Temple Master is worried about ruining her life, not her freedom. She chuckled and said, after being together for so many years, she knows better than anyone what is good and what is bad about the Temple Master. If she disliked you, she would have done so long ago. Why would she be so happy today? That's true. Wen Zishan nodded, but he was still a little worried. Besides, if Emotion's plan had been successful, where would there be Star Boundary now? I'm afraid that you and I will also lose our lives. Crises always come so suddenly. Although the Star Boundary is still stable now, who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe one day, we will be tormented again. When that time comes, there will be many regrets left behind by the unfinished business. When Zishan smiled, you mean to say that we should enjoy life to the fullest? Yang Kai shrugged, why not? When Zishan let out a long breath, as long as she doesn't dislike it. At this moment, Xiaoxing's voice came from outside the door, Temple Master, it's time to go welcome the bride. Got it, when Zishan replied. Yang Kai reached for a pot of wine on the table next to him and poured 2 cups. He took one for himself and handed the other to Wen Zishan, Temple Master, I'm afraid I won't be able to attend the banquet later. I wish the two of you respect each other, love, and harmony in the future. After all, his current status was somewhat different. Although he wanted to join in the fun, if he really did, he was afraid that such a happy occasion would become awkward, so he might as well not show his face. The congratulatory gifts had already been sent to Gao Shueting, and Wen Zishan had also met with him, so it was enough. When Zishan drank the wine in his cup and put it down heavily, I'm going. He turned around and walked forward, even if there were thousands of people. The wedding procession was lively and huge, and they walked all the way to Purple Bamboo Peak. Yang Kai flew into the void where Duan Hongchen, Zhang Wuhen, Mo Huang, and Hua Linglong were hiding and looking down. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, where are the others? They're all recuperating. Duan Hongchen replied. Although they won the battle with the great demon god, almost all of the top forces of the star boundary were seriously injured. After the battle, they were busy stabilizing the star boundary and dealing with some miscellaneous matters. It was not until recently that they had time to return to their residences to recuperate. It was unknown when they would be able to come out of seclusion after this recuperation. Duan Hongchen and the others were also injured. After today's wedding, they should all go into seclusion. It was conceivable that there would be no great emperors in the star boundary for the next hundreds or even thousands of years. However, although the great emperors did not come, they sent congratulatory gifts. Wen Zishan did not have such great influence, but Duan Hongchen did. Gao Shueting was brought up by Wen Zishan, and Wen Zishan was brought up by Duan Hongchen. The relationship between them was like that of father and son. Zhang Wuhen said, Yang Kai, after today, I'm afraid the star boundary will be in your care. Among all the great emperors, Yang Kai was the only one who was completely fine. After refining the immortal tree, although he was seriously injured in the battle with the great demon god, the immortal tree's essence had a strong recovery ability. After a few months, he had already recovered to his original state. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that even though he had refined the immortal tree, he hadn't really obtained an immortal and indestructible body. The legends about the immortal tree were exaggerated. If he let it shatter a few more times, Yang Kai was afraid that he would really die. In other words, the immortal tree's essence was limited. It was impossible for it to protect him endlessly. Everyone, don't worry. Duan Hongchen sighed heavily and looked down at the wedding procession with a depressed expression. Yang Kai was stunned, what's wrong with Master Hongchen? Duan Hongchen said bitterly, if I had known, I would have picked up a girl and raised her. Yang Kai was speechless. Purple Bamboo Peak was very lively. The wedding procession went through many difficulties and finally brought the bride out. After sending her into the bridal sedan chair, they went all the way to the main hall of Azure Sun Temple. Seeing this, Duan Hongchen straightened his clothes and said, this old man is going. Today was Wen Zishan's wedding, so as a senior, he naturally had to appear and accept the kneeling ceremony. For this, he specially dressed up. Compared to his usual sloppy and casual appearance, he looked brand new. As he spoke, he turned into a rainbow and flew down. Zhang Wuhen said, Yang Kai, we will also go back first. I'll leave the matters of the star boundary to you. If there is anything we can help with, don't hesitate to come to us. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said solemnly, see you later. With a sway of their bodies, the great emperors disappeared one by one. Down below, Yang Kai saw a group of figures rushing over. Looking down, Yang Kai suddenly smiled. These people were none other than his wives, led by Yu Rumeng, Zhu Qing, Su Yan, and the others. They looked at each other silently and turned their heads to look down. At this moment, the wedding procession had brought the bride to the main hall. Li Wuyi's voice sounded. The master of ceremonies for today's wedding ceremony was the #1 person under the great emperors. He was also dressed in fiery red and was extremely festive. The first bow was to heaven and earth, the second bow was to the seniors, and then the couple bowed to each other. The ceremony was completed and they were sent to the bridal chamber. The entire Azure Sun Temple was in an uproar as the wedding banquet began. Many guests toasted each other and toasted each other. Hearing the sound of sobbing, Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Shanqing Luo was actually sobbing softly. While crying, she was also looking towards him. The beguiling demon queen's beautiful eyes also seemed to contain a trace of emotion. Yang Kai was shocked and was about to ask when he saw the women around him looking at him like Shanqing Luo. Xianing Cheng also pursed her red lips, her face full of expectation. Kai Yang immediately understood what was going on. Stretching out his arms, he hugged all of them in his arms. How about we also get married? As soon as this remark came out, the women's eyes showed obvious signs of interest. They had been getting along like this before, so they didn't feel anything, but seeing others perform the 3 bows with their own eyes, they couldn't help but yearn. Although she was tempted, Yu Rumeng snorted and said, "Don't give me that." Yang Kai was stunned. "Rumeng, you don't want to marry me?" Yu Rumeng looked at him coldly. "We sisters are naturally willing to marry you, but have you ever thought about what will happen to the others?" "What others? What others?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Su Yan faintly said, "Senior sister Ji Yao." Yang Kai suddenly blushed. Shanqing Luo squinted and continued, "That girl Mo Xiaoqi." Yang Kai coughed softly. "And Miss Ruashi?" Yang Kai scratched his head. Yu Rumeng poked his chest with a slender jade finger. "Yang Kai, you're really amazing." Yang Kai was poked by her and stepped back, laughing dryly. "It's fine if you talk about Ji Yao, but Xiaoqi and Ruashi have nothing." "Good, then we'll just talk about Ji Yao." Yu Rumeng sneered softly. "If you marry us, won't Ji Yao be sad? Do you have the confidence to get her involved?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously, but he really didn't have the confidence. His relationship with Ji Yao was a bit secretive, but Ji Yao had never asked for anything. Su Yan said, "Let's wait for husband to persuade senior sister Ji Yao before we handle this matter. That may take a long time." Su Yan smiled. "It's been so many years anyway, it doesn't matter." Yang Kai sighed, "With you all, I'm satisfied in this life." His heartfelt sincerity seemed to be able to melt the hardest ice in the world, and the faces of all the women were filled with tenderness and sweetness. Yu Rumei was exasperated. "Can't you all be a little more mature and have some sense of your own position? Don't let him." "Ugh. You bastard." High Heaven Palace. On the main peak of High Heaven Peak, in a wing room, bodies were strewn all over the bed. Yang Kai struggled to pull his arms out of the bed, put on a set of clothes, and went to the window. Opening the window, he was greeted by a fresh breath of air. It had rained last night, so after the rain, High Heaven Peak was shrouded in clouds, and the distant pavilions were faintly discernible. The sound of footsteps came from behind, and a warm and tender body immediately pressed against him. Su Yan wrapped her arms around his waist and whispered, "How long will you be in seclusion this time?" "It shouldn't be long, but I'm afraid I'll have to leave on the day I come out." Su Yan's body trembled slightly. "Don't worry, I'll be back." Yang Kai turned around and took her into his arms. We'll wait for you." Su Yan nodded. "I'm really reluctant to part with you." Yang Kai kissed her forehead. Throughout his life, there had been many separations and reunions. He thought he had completely settled down and would no longer run around, but in the end, it was still like this. However, for the sake of the star boundary, he had to do this. After returning to High Heaven Palace from Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai went to ask Zhang Ruashi about the World Tree, but Zhang Ruashi had never heard of it. Although she had inherited a lot of her ancestors' memories, it was only an inheritance and not comprehensive. Perhaps Tian Xing himself knew about the World Tree, but Zhang Ruashi's memories were fragmented, so she didn't know anything about it. Although she didn't know, it still pointed him in a direction. In the world outside Chankuan, there is a huge force that controls a place called Star City. As long as you have enough resources, you can buy anything you want. Going to Star City, you might be able to find information about the World Tree. The star boundary was now in a dilapidated state. Although countless creatures from the lower star fields had been transferred here to restore their vitality and store spiritual energy, no one could say for sure whether it would be effective or not. Even if it was effective, it would take at least 1,000 or 10,000 years. The giant divine spirit Ada was eyeing the star boundary covetously and could eat it at any time. Xianxia couldn't guarantee that he would be absolutely obedient. Therefore, in addition to self-cultivation in the star boundary, he had to find a way to restore the vitality of the star boundary as soon as possible. The world tree was the only clue he had now. In addition, he also wanted to jump out of the universe's shackles and see the outside world. A wounded great demonic god had almost destroyed the entire star boundary. If another powerful character were to appear next time, what could the star boundary use to resist? Only self-improvement was the best way out. How could they hope that those powerful existences would never come to the star boundary? This was obviously unrealistic. Outside of the universe, there was a higher level of martial arts and a stronger power. Regardless of whether it was his own desire or the situation, leaving the star boundary and heading to that more exciting world was imperative. Since he had made his decision, there was no need to hesitate. However, before that, he still had to deal with the matters that needed to be dealt with. The most important thing was to go into seclusion and digest what he had gained from the final battle. Xianxia's current realm could be considered to have reached the limit of the Emperor realm. With the support of the universe's star boundary, he could reach the level of the great emperors. However, as the great demon god had said, the great emperors were not a higher realm. The realm above the Emperor realm was the heaven-opening realm. Jumping out of the shackles of the universe, forming a world of its own within one's body, and splitting the heavens and earth was the so-called heaven-opening realm. In the heaven-opening realm, even without the support of the universe's world, one could display a strength stronger than that of the great emperors. This was a strength that belonged to oneself, not the blessing of the world. Xianxia had experienced the feeling of splitting the heavens and earth. When he swallowed the worldly source liquid, he felt as if the world had just been born. This kind of feeling was extremely rare. Unless one really experienced the birth of a world, they would not be able to experience it. The world outside the universe was indeed vast, but the birth of a new world was also extremely harsh. The worldly origin liquid would only appear when the world was born. As the world grew, the worldly origin liquid would gradually disappear even if it had been born before. It was all thanks to the mysterious sky palace that the celestial boundary's worldly source liquid had been preserved. If it weren't for the fact that the worldly source liquid had been preserved in the mysterious sky palace, the worldly source liquid would have ceased to exist. However, experiencing the feeling of splitting open the heavens and earth didn't have much meaning for the current Xianxia. This kind of experience would only bring him many benefits when he broke through to the heaven-opening realm, and right now, he didn't know how far he was from that breakthrough. According to Zhang Ruoxi, in order to reach the heaven-opening realm, one needed to gather the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. This was because any world was derived from the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Only by gathering all these forces could one hope to split the heavens and earth in one's body and completely break free from the shackles of the universe. The process from the limit of the Emperor realm to the heaven-opening realm was a long process of accumulation, and no one was an exception. Moreover, the more solid one's accumulation during this process, the more powerful one would be after breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. As such, even if they were both at the heaven-opening realm, the difference in strength between them would sometimes be extremely great. In the world outside the cosmos, perhaps a battle between 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators could be decided in a single move or 2. This was not particularly strange. The accumulation of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements was mainly based on one's own Dao seal. The existence of a Dao seal was the biggest symbol to distinguish between ordinary cultivators of the Emperor realm and those who had a chance of breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. In the entire star boundary, only the great emperors had Dao seals. Others, such as Li Wuyi, did not have their own Dao seals. Only with a Dao seal could one have the qualifications to comprehend the Dao and have the right to glimpse the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm. A Dao seal was the condensation of a person's lifetime of cultivation, so if Xianxia did not use his strength now, he would look no different from an ordinary person. Previously, when he urged his strength, his demonic qi was awe-inspiring, but now there was no such sign. All the demonic qi in his body, along with his divine sense, had been condensed by the Tao seal and turned into the purest power. The condensation of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements was based on the Tao seal. Yang Kai originally had no clue about it, but Zhang Ruoxi's words enlightened him. Other powers aside, among the 5 elements, Yang Kai already had the wood element, and the source of this wood element was the immortal tree. In the 3,000 worlds, the immortal tree was a supreme treasure. In the final battle, great demon god saw Yang Kai refining the immortal tree and almost went crazy with jealousy. One could imagine how precious the immortal tree was. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the immortal tree was one of the best choices for condensing the wood element in the 3,000 worlds. There was almost no better choice than the immortal tree. Moreover, Yang Kai had already refined it, saving him the process of refining it. When Yang Kai learned of this, he could not help but be ecstatic. Previously, he had no choice but to refine the immortal tree. At that time, he had been beaten to a pulp by great demon god and had no other choice but to try his best. He had inadvertently succeeded in refining the immortal tree, but who knew it would bring him such benefits? This time, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat to digest the gains from the previous battle and to condense the wood element. Yang Kai had experience refining the 5 elements. When he was living on Shadowed Star in Hangluo Star Field, he had cultivated a secret technique called the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, which also required him to refine the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. At that time, he had a small piece of Sun's true gold the size of a baby's fist, but in order to refine the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, it had basically been consumed. The power of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was indeed extraordinary. As long as one had enough materials to refine it and improve one's control of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, the power of this secret technique was almost limitless. However, after coming to the star boundary and coming into contact with higher realms of the martial Tao, Yang Kai gradually abandoned the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Now, it seemed that he had made the wrong decision. If he had accumulated enough 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art before, it might have been easier for him to break through to the heaven-opening realm. But on second thought, when he condensed his Tao seal, all his strength would be melted into it, so no matter how much he had accumulated before, it would be useless. However, now it seemed that when the opportunity was right, this secret technique might become one of his trump cards, but before that, he needed to accumulate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. It was all thanks to Zhang Ruoxi, otherwise, Yang Kai would have been confused about his future path, but now, at least, he had a clear direction. There was no specific choice when it came to condensing the yin, yang, and 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, but once one of the 5 elements was chosen, the next step would be to follow. 4. Example, Yang Kai had chosen to condense the wood element tempering art first, so the next step would be to condense the fire element tempering art. Because the 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other, and only wood gave birth to fire, it was not impossible to condense the other 5 elements tempering art, but it would yield twice the result with half the effort. If Yang Kai chose to condense the metal tempering art, it might even affect the stability of the Tao seal, because metal restrained wood. However, this was something that needed to be considered in the future. Yang Kai did not have any materials to condense the other 5 elements tempering art. Since he knew the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm, he would do his best to choose the best path of advancement and become the strongest person to open the heavens. With a rumble, the door closed, the dragon-suppressing stone fell, and many barriers were opened. Yang Kai walked into the secret room and isolated himself from the outside world. From today onwards, he would enter secluded cultivation. For the next 10 years, or even decades, or even centuries, this would be his retreat. The matters outside had been arranged properly. Although the great emperors and the 2 great elders of the dragon race were in secluded cultivation, and Taiyu was also recuperating, the star boundary was not without forces to guard it. Zhang Ruoxi was in a semi-secluded state and could be summoned at any time, while Yu Rumeng was in charge of the star boundary. With her around, as long as a master on the level of the great demon god did not come to the star boundary, there should be no problem. Moreover, the task of comforting Ada was also given to her. Before Duan Hongchen entered secluded cultivation, he deliberately left behind a lot of refined dead stars for Yang Kai. Yang Kai passed them all to Yu Rumeng, instructing her to send some food to Ada every once in a while, lest he forget his agreement with him due to starvation. After the world-destroying war, the entire star boundary suddenly fell silent. Many masters pursued their own paths to become stronger, and countless creatures began to reproduce in the star boundary. In a flash, 50 years passed. Inside his secluded retreat, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. Decades of boring seclusion had not changed him much. Whether it was his appearance or temperament, they were the same as they were 50 years ago. However, the power contained in his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The essence of the immortal tree had been completely condensed into his Dao seal. Looking inside, Xianxia could see that his Dao seal was now covered in a layer of green light, brimming with vitality and boundless vitality. The wood attribute power was rich and pure, something rarely seen in the world. Even though Xianxia had not seen other people condense wood attribute power, he knew that his current situation was incomparable to others. Xianxia was right. The immortal tree was indeed one of the best choices for condensing wood attribute power. In the entire 3,000 worlds, it was almost impossible to find a better choice. This time's refinement gave Kaiyang the illusion that he had eaten a huge amount of food and become a fatty. However, there were also some drawbacks to this. Before this, Xianxia had a feeling that the power of the immortal tree was not infinite, and it was impossible for it to truly make him immortal. After refining the immortal tree, at most, he could shatter his body and resurrect himself a few times before the power of the immortal tree would be exhausted. However, these few chances were not to be underestimated. Even in the outside world, precious treasures that could bring someone back from the dead were extremely rare, almost only existing in legends. From this, one could see just how powerful the immortal tree was. But now, this chance to shatter his body and resurrect himself a few times was gone. Because the essence of the immortal tree had been refined into his Dao seal, it was no longer contained in his flesh and bones. In other words, if he were to be smashed to pieces by a master like Great Demon God again like last time, he would be powerless to reverse the situation. There were drawbacks, but there were also benefits. At the very least, he didn't need to worry about being seen through at a glance. Last time, half of his head had been shattered by the Great Demon God, but he had immediately recovered. The Great Demon God had immediately realized that he had refined the immortal tree. As a result, during the battle, he had torn off a large portion of his flesh and swallowed it whole, allowing the Great Demon God's injuries to be somewhat contained. If he was injured again in the future, he wouldn't have to expose this, and he would also avoid the fate of being coveted by others. He was one of the great emperors of the void in the star boundary and was almost invincible, but outside the universe, there were still heaven-opening realm masters. Xianxia naturally understood the principle that an ordinary man was innocent, and if he accidentally exposed that he had once refined the immortal tree, it was possible that he would be taken back as a human flesh heavenly treasure to be refined. And this time, after the Dao seal had condensed the essence of the immortal tree, although he had lost the opportunity to resurrect, his recovery ability had also been greatly enhanced. Coupled with his dragon race physique, ordinary injuries were nothing to him. His current realm was a bit strange. It was above the Emperor realm, but he hadn't yet reached the heaven-opening realm. He was only on the path to breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. Xianxia hadn't mentioned how to define a cultivator at this level, and it was likely that the world outside the universe didn't have such a conclusion. However, Xianxia had said that any 5 of the 7 source forces, yin and yang, or 5 elements, could be called a half-step into the heaven-opening realm. The small worlds in these people's bodies had already taken shape, and only 2 more were left before they could split open the heavens and earth. The power they could display was definitely not something a person like him, who was just learning how to walk, could compare to. But in any case, the name of one's realm was just a title. The strength one could display was the foundation of a cultivator. Looking back now, the flowing time Great Emperor had most likely glimpsed the path to the heaven-opening realm. Perhaps he had already condensed 1, 2, or even more of the yin, yang, and 5 elements in his body. Otherwise, how could he have single-handedly killed his way into the demon territory and perished together with the great emperors? Wu Kuang, on the other hand, had been slightly weaker than the flowing time Great Emperor when he had been at his peak. He had vaguely sensed the shackles of the heaven-opening realm, but he had not been able to enter it. This did not mean that Wukuang was truly inferior to the flowing time Great Emperor. Perhaps it was because of the era or other reasons that he had not been able to do what the flowing time Great Emperor had done back then. However, Yang Kai only reminisced about the past. There was no need to delve too deeply into it. The key was to focus on himself. Waving his hand, Yang Kai opened the dragon-suppressing stone with a rumble. Bright light shone into the chamber that had been dark for several dozen years, and he stepped out. Sweeping the star boundary with his divine sense, Yang Kai imprinted everything in his mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He had thought that after 50 years, there would at least be some changes in the star boundary. After all, after the Great War, so many creatures had been transferred from the lower star territory to this place, and the many masters of the star boundary had worked together to create a suitable environment for these people to live in. But now, it seemed that not only did the star boundary show no signs of improvement, it had even deteriorated a little compared to before he entered seclusion. The huge cracks in the sky were like the maw of a ferocious beast that wanted to devour its prey. From time to time, a terrifying turbulent flow of energy would erupt, causing great damage to the environment of the star boundary. The vitality of the star boundary still existed, but it was not exuberant, and it was still slowly moving towards destruction. Yang Kai sighed slightly, becoming more and more determined to leave the star boundary. If he didn't go out and look for a way out, he could only wait for death here. A figure flashed and Yu Rumeng suddenly appeared in front of him and called out softly, "Husband." Yang Kai smiled and reached out to take her into his arms, gently hugging her and smelling the fragrance of her hair. His depressed mood dissipated, leaving behind a warm peace. Yu Rumeng didn't speak and just quietly leaned against him, enjoying a moment of tenderness. "Where are they?" Yang Kai asked. "They are all in seclusion. Thank you for your hard work." Everyone else could enter seclusion, but Yu Rumeng couldn't because she was the only high-end fighting force left in the star boundary that was still intact. She needed to be constantly vigilant against the invasion of foreign enemies and pay attention to the changes in the star boundary. "Are you leaving?" Yu Rumeng's voice trembled slightly. Yang Kai nodded silently. Before entering seclusion, he had informed his women, so Yu Rumeng wasn't surprised at all. "Hubby, you must pay attention to your safety when you're outside. Perhaps we sisters will also head to the world outside the universe to look for you. If you're thinking of harboring your mistresses, you must hide them well. Otherwise, if you're discovered by us, we'll definitely fry those canaries." Yang Kai reached out and pinched her face. "With you around, how can those vulgar women outside enter my eyes?" "That's hard to say." Yu Rumeng curled her lips and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's waist, hugging him tightly, and said reluctantly, "Aren't you going to say goodbye to them?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I will come back." Every time they parted, there would be a lot of sadness. Yang Kai was afraid that if he really saw them, he would be reluctant to leave. "You are really cruel." Yu Rumeng raised her finger and poked Yang Kai's chest. After a while, her figure floated back and she said with a smile, "Go, don't look back. If you dare to look back, I will cry in front of you." Yang Kai rubbed his nose and quickly said, "Take care of yourself and wait for me to come back." Turning around, he stepped forward, and after a few steps, his figure turned into a small black dot. An invisible divine sense spread out and swept across the entire star boundary. In the next moment, all over the star boundary, in the places where the great emperors were in seclusion, pairs of eyes opened, stared towards the direction of the sky, and cupped their hands together. In the High Heaven Palace, in the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Xiao was lying on the steps in front of the temple, basking in the sun. Suddenly, as if he had seen something, he sat up straight and rubbed his eyes hard. Then, he was overjoyed and was about to fly out. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears, "Freeze." His body suddenly froze in place. Yang Xiao turned his head with difficulty and saw Yang Shui standing not far behind him, forming a seal with one hand and a mysterious force spreading out from her body. "Little auntie, why did you stop me?" Yang Xiao blinked innocently. Yang Shui smiled sweetly, "Where do you want to go?" "I'm bored, so I'm going out for a stroll," Yang Xiao replied without hesitation. "Is that so?" Yang Shui looked up at the sky and her beautiful eyes flashed with understanding. "Why do I feel like you want to go find my big brother?" "Adoptive father?" Yang Xiao looked around and asked blankly, Where is my adoptive father? Isn't he in seclusion? Did he come out? Stop pretending. Xianxia coldly snorted, you've been coming here to stare blankly for the past 10 years, so I knew you must be up to no good. It turns out you were planning something like this. I advise you to give up on it as soon as possible. Xianxia felt even more innocent. Little auntie, why don't I understand what you're saying? Xianxia smiled, you don't understand, do you? Then it seems that I've been too lenient with you. I'd better find someone else to tell you something you can understand. Lu Yan's figure suddenly flashed behind him. The crystal-clear girl had long red hair, and a cluster of flames was quietly burning on her fingertips. From time to time, it turned into a small phoenix. Yang Zhao's expression changed. Looking at Lu Yan, who was walking towards him step by step, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Big auntie, let's talk nicely. Let's not fight if we can. Do you want to find master? Lu Yan walked in front of Yang Xiao and looked at him with her big clear eyes. No. The small phoenix suddenly flew in front of him. Its scorching aura seemed to be able to burn even his divine soul. He quickly changed his words, yes, yes, yes. I'm going to find my adoptive father. I want to go outside the universe and see what's wrong with that. Why are you treating me like this? I want to go too, Lu Yan said. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up as if he had found a confidant. Since Big Auntie wants to go, why don't we go together? Adoptive father just left. He shouldn't have gone far. We can catch up with him. We can't go. Lu Yan shook her head and moved slowly. Why? Yang Xiao stared at her. We'll be a burden to him. Yang Xiao sneered and said, Big Auntie, you think too much. You and I are not weak now. How can we be a burden to adoptive father? I don't ask for anything else. I can at least serve tea and water to adoptive father, right? Alas, adoptive father is suffering. He's going out alone this time. He doesn't even have someone to talk to. It's fine if he doesn't know, but now that he knows, how can I, as his son, turn a blind eye? I want to go. I want to be at adoptive father's beck and call. His face was full of righteousness and filial piety. Xianxia walked out from behind and sighed, Young master, don't waste your time. The world outside the universe is really too dangerous. It won't be too late to make plans when you can cultivate to the same level as old master. Yang Zhao's face turned ashen. How long will that take? The more he cultivated, the more he realized how difficult it was to improve his strength. If he wanted to reach the level of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, it would be impossible without 1,000 years of accumulation. Yang Kai was born with a monkey's temperament and liked to move rather than be quiet, so how could he wait? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Yang Shui coldly snorted, stretched out her jade white hand, and grabbed Yang Zhao's ear. As Yang Xiao begged for mercy in pain, he was dragged into the flowing time temple. The temple door slammed shut and all the barriers were activated. It was unknown when it would open again. Sir. In the void, Zhang Ruashi smiled sweetly, just like when they first met. The passage of the flowing time great emperor had not left any mark on her. How's your family? Yang Kai asked. Thanks to Sir's blessings, they are all fine, Zhang Ruashi replied. She walked out of the blood door and immediately threw herself into the life and death battle with great demon god. After that, she busied herself with Yang Kai until 50 years ago, when Yang Kai went into secluded retreat. Only then did she have time to reunite with her family. The Zhang family outside Maplewood City was not a big family. The strongest master in the family was only a third-order origin king, and they did not even have a Dao Source Realm master. Such strength could not play any role in the Battle of Two Worlds, so Yang Kai had taken them into the sealed world bead long ago, so they could be perfectly preserved. Today, the Zhang family had settled down in High Heaven Palace, and all the juniors of the family who were of suitable age had joined the High Heaven Palace. Over the past 50 years, Zhang Ruashi had spent time with her family while healing. The Blood Gate had been opened and the Tianqing Palace was now under the control of the Luan Feng and the others. All the spiritual beasts in the world who had the ancient divine spirit bloodline could enter the Blood Gate and enter the Tianqing Palace to seek the glory of their ancestors. Zhang Ruashi also finished dealing with all the matters at hand. This time, she and Yang Kai were the only ones who could go out of Qianquan. The others either didn't have the strength or were still recuperating and couldn't move. That's good. Yang Kai nodded and said, go to Ada and wait for me for a while. I still have something to deal with. I will come to you in a few months or 3 to 5 years. Alright, Zhang Ruoxi nodded, turned around, and flew off. In the void, Yang Kai took a moment to determine the direction, then turned into a stream of light and sped away. The void was lonely, and the journey was long. Being alone, it was not boring to comprehend in peace. After a month, Yang Kai arrived at his destination. Even with his current strength, it took him a long time to fly, so one could imagine how far away this place was from the star boundary. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai saw a vast and boundless universe. Yang Kai gently nodded, deciding that this place was fine. He raised his hand and summoned the sealed world bead. With a thought, the small bead transformed into a behemoth that filled the void. On this trip to Qianquan, life or death was uncertain, and the road ahead was unknown. It was very likely that he would encounter some unimaginable dangers. In the third territory of the sealed world bead, there were still tens of millions of demon race. It was not suitable to take it with him. If he was in danger, those tens of millions of demon race would be buried with him. As such, before he left, Yang Kai still had to separate the third territory from the others. If it was before, he might not have had any clue, but now that his strength had increased greatly, and he had the experience of separating the second territory, this matter was not completely impossible. The small sealed world used to have 3 territories. The first territory was owned by the small sealed world itself, the second territory was formed by swallowing several cultivation stars in the lower star territory, and the third territory was formed by swallowing the demon race's territory. It could be considered the second demon race's territory. Before the second Battle of Worlds, Yang Kai went to the lower star territory and separated the second territory from the small sealed world, spending a lot of effort and energy. Now that he was repeating the same trick, Yang Kai thought it would not be too difficult, but when he really got started, he realized that something was wrong. The area of the third territory was too large. After all, it had swallowed the entire demon race's territory, so it was many times larger than the small sealed world's territory, causing the small sealed world to be unable to distinguish between its primary and secondary. Yang Kai had worked hard for several days, but he still did not succeed. He had expected this situation earlier, but he was not sure. Now that he saw that it was true, Yang Kai could only change his plan. With a thought, the embodiment stood in the void of the small sealed world, demonic chi tumbling all over its body as it formed a series of hand seals and spread its consciousness to every corner of the third territory. The sealed world bead was Yang Kai's artifact, and the embodiment was formed when a wisp of Yang Kai's consciousness entered the body of the stone mongoose. Although it now had its own thoughts, it could still be regarded as his doppelganger. If the main body could control the small sealed world, so could the embodiment. Using his consciousness to wrap the entire small sealed world in the third territory, and with Yang Kai's help, the entire world buzzed. Somewhere in the third territory, in a huge city, 2 figures flew up into the sky. They were Bai Liamo and Chang Tian. Previously, Jing Wuhan made the decision to spare the remnants of the demon race, but the condition was that no one from the demon race would ever set foot in the star boundary again. Yuru Meng's relationship with Yang Kai was extraordinary, so she was not included, so she could stay in the High Heaven Palace. However, Bai Liamo and Chang Tian could only stay in the small sealed world. Over the past few decades, although Bai Liamo's injuries had not fully healed, they were much better. Chang Tian, on the other hand, looked much older, with faint signs of aging. At this moment, sensing the great changes in the world, they could not help but fly over to investigate. Seeing the embodiment, Bai Liamo hurriedly asked, "Has it started?" She and Chang Tian also knew about Yang Kai's plan, but they did not expect that it would take so long before Yang Kai started. The embodiment glanced at her with his deep eyes and gently nodded. "Is it going well?" Chang Tian asked, seemingly seeing some clues from the embodiment's state. The embodiment said, "If there is anything I need you to, I will let you know." "Anytime." Chang Tian cupped his fists and no longer said anything, flying to the side with Bai Liamo to watch. The rumbling sound was endless, as if the whole world was being pulled by some kind of force. As a demon saint in the demon territory, Mo was extremely sensitive to the changes in the world. After a while, she turned her head in shock and looked in a certain direction. Over there, she clearly felt that the world was being separated. If the world was a pancake, then at this moment, there was a huge force dividing this pancake into two, one big, one small. The big piece was the territory of the demon territory, while the small piece was the first territory of the small sealed world. The huge movement lasted for an unknown period of time. Although the embodiment's strength was not high, only at the level of a half-saint, as Xianxia's avatar, he could be regarded as the master of this small sealed world. There were many conveniences in this small sealed world, and he cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, so he could replenish the strength he consumed at any time, no matter how long it took. After a full 2 months, the huge humming sound gradually disappeared. The embodiment swayed and fell from the sky as if he was drunk. Although he was not panting, his eyes were full of fatigue. Obviously, the casting of the technique this time had put him under a lot of pressure. In the void, Xianxia stretched out his hand and summoned a simple and unremarkable bead into his palm. He played with it gently as he looked up at the huge rolling monster in the sky, a trace of tiredness flashing in his eyes. The first territory and the third territory had been completely separated. It was not that the third territory was separated from the small sealed world, but that Xianxia had separated the original territory of the small sealed world from it. There was a difference between the two. If the former was successful, it would not have much impact on the small sealed world, and it would still have the ability to swallow and fuse with it. However, Xianxia had tried before and failed, so he could only choose the latter method. As a result, the sealed world bead returned to its original form as the sealed world bead, losing its ability to swallow and fuse with other things. The rolling monster was now in the demon territory, and even the embodiment was restricted in it. The rolling monster was inadvertently created by the embodiment when he used the sealed world bead to activate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. It had no thoughts, only an instinct to swallow. If the embodiment did not stay behind to guard it, who knew where it would run off to? If it were to wander in this vast universe, it would most likely attract the greed of other great masters. At that time, not only would the future of the demon territory be worrying, even the tens of millions of demon race living in it would be out of their control. In desperation, Xianxia could only let the embodiment stay behind to guard the demon territory. However, although this would restrict the embodiment, it also had huge benefits. The embodiment now controlled the new demon territory, and in this demon territory, it was the master. Even Mo and Changtian could not go against its will. This demon territory was new, and it was equivalent to splitting open the heavens and earth again. With the growth of this new world, the embodiment might be able to take the path that Wukong wanted to take before, and use another method to enter the heaven-opening realm. Wukong had previously used the ancestral territory as its core to swallow and fuse with the territory of the lower planes. It wanted to use this method to pry into the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm. After all, the opportunity to accompany the growth of a world was too rare. What's more, the embodiment was proficient in the battle techniques of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and its rolling had an instinctive devouring power. Previously, when it turned into the sealed world bead and was kept by Xianxia, it was not outstanding. Now that it was released, it was constantly devouring the power of the vast star field. It could be imagined that the growth period of this new demon territory would not be too long. It could even be said that in the long run, this new demon territory might grow into a world of a higher level than the original demon territory. It was just that. Xianxia had never seen such a rolling Qianquan world that was like a big-bellied fish. Did he accidentally create something? In the past, he did not know what the star field looked like. Later, when he looked at it from afar, he realized that the star field was not a sphere like he had imagined, but a half-moon-shaped world. Since there was a half-moon-shaped world like the star field in this Qianquan, then it was not so inconceivable that there would be a big-bellied fish like Qianquan, right? I have something to do recently. I have to go out for a few days. In the void, the huge giant god spirit sat cross-legged, like a mountain, his big hand touching his belly, his face full of worry. His two sun-like eyes stared at the small figure in front of him, full of longing. Zhang Ruoxi's scalp tingled under his stare. Although she knew that the giant god spirit clan was naturally kind and did not like to fight, facing such a powerful existence that could kill her at any time, she did not have much sense of security. She came here to wait according to Yang Kai's instructions. She waited for half a year, but until now, Yang Kai still did not appear. The giant god spirit, on the other hand, woke up from a deep sleep with a hungry expression. She also knew that the giant god spirit clan would always look hungry unless they were eating or sleeping. This was their nature, and no one could change it. But such a big guy showed a hungry expression while touching his belly and staring at her. The invisible pressure made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. In the distance, there seemed to be a figure coming. Xianxia, she was shocked and looked over. After a while, she said with joy, "Sir is here." These words were said to the giant god spirit Ada. Ada did not react. He did not know what this so-called sir was, but he still stared at her. But after a while, Ada suddenly showed a happy expression and turned his head in the direction Xianxia she was looking. He obviously felt something too. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared out of thin air not far from the giant god spirit. He glanced at Xianxia and nodded slightly, then turned to look at Ada and smiled. "Hungry?" Ada nodded repeatedly, "Hungry." Yang Kai said, "Open your mouth." Ada obeyed obediently, "Ah." He opened his mouth wide and a few refined chess pieces flew into his mouth. Only then did Ada close his mouth in satisfaction and start chewing. Yang Kai shouted, "Ada, I'm going on a long trip. I don't know when I'll be back." Ada squinted his eyes and ate, enjoying the food, and responded vaguely. "We're friends, right?" Yang Kai asked again. Ada didn't respond. When he swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Yang Kai again, he said, "We're friends." Friend. Ada nodded. "Since we're friends, you have to help me take care of my home when I go out. You can't eat my home. If you eat it, I'll be homeless." Hearing that, Ada couldn't help but frown, as if he was in a dilemma. Yang Kai smiled and said, "If you really want to eat it, that's fine. But you have to wait for me to come back. When I'm not around, you can't eat it." Ada nodded happily. "I'll be waiting for you." Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He casually threw a few more pieces over, and the sound of chess pieces clanging rang out again. Looking back at the half-moon-shaped world again, Yang Kai took a deep breath and called out to Xianxia, "Let's go." Although he was very reluctant and wanted to go back and take a look, he still suppressed the desire in his heart. If everything went well, he could return home as soon as possible and save the star boundary. If things didn't go well, it wouldn't be too late to think of a way. There would always be a chance to meet again in the future. Although the giant god spirit Ada was eyeing the star boundary covetously, he wouldn't be in a hurry to make a move before the entire star boundary was destroyed. And this period would take at least 1,000 years. Yang Kai didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find the world tree in such a long time. Moreover, there was another advantage for Ada to guard this place. At the very least, the strength of the giant god spirit clan could deter some small fries. Even if some great masters accidentally passed by here, with Ada guarding, they wouldn't easily come forward. In other words, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about the safety of the star boundary. The two continued forward as a pair. Rua, she was in a very good mood. Although she didn't say much along the way, she was always smiling. Thinking back to when she followed Sir out of the Zhang family in Maplewood City, she was almost powerless in the face of all kinds of dangers. It was always Sir who protected her. She never thought that one day she would be able to keep abreast of Sir and solve his problems. At that time, her greatest wish was to be able to help Sir somehow. She had entered the Blood Door retreat for decades, but now, she finally had the qualifications to do so. "Tell me about the things outside the universe," Yang Kai suddenly said. Outside the universe, his future was uncertain, so naturally, the more information he could gather, the better. Xianxia looked serious and replied, "My ancestors' memories are incomplete, so I don't know everything. It's better than me being completely clueless. Just tell me what you know." Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Xianxia immediately began speaking casually, telling him everything she knew without reservation. The star boundary was a world of its own. There were countless existences like the star boundary in the entire universe. These worlds were the so-called inside the universe, and outside these worlds was the so-called outside of the universe. Outside of the universe was the vast universe, boundless and limitless. In this vast universe, various forces, big and small, were mixed together. Each of them occupied a large or small territory and were in conflict with each other. Overall, it was a mess. Generally speaking, it was not much different from the original situation in the star boundary. It was just that the existences outside the universe had grasped more power. Those who could mingle outside the universe were all experts who had condensed their own Tao seals. In other words, they were basically at the level of great emperors. Xianxia secretly sneered when he heard this. Wouldn't he be the weakest existence outside of the universe? If he really encountered a heaven-opening realm master outside of the universe, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Although the great demon god was also at the heaven-opening realm at that time, he had just been reborn, and the battlefield was in the star boundary. With the support of the entire universe, Xianxia and the other great emperors could display strength far beyond their own. Now that he no longer had the support of the star boundary and could only rely on his own strength, Xianxia knew that it was impossible for him to withstand a few punches and kicks from a heaven-opening realm master. In the vast universe, many treasured lands had been occupied by some powerful forces in the territory that had been developed. These treasured lands were divided into 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves according to the resources and environment they produced. The forces that occupied these treasured lands were all extremely powerful existences, and the leaders of these forces were all heaven-opening realm masters or even stronger. 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves? Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard this, feeling like a new door was slowly opening in front of him. Xianxia nodded and said, "These treasured lands are all famous, so strength is important outside of the universe, but it would be even better if you could have a territory of your own. My ancestors seem to have come from a place called Xianxia Blessed Land." Oh? Xianxia raised his brow. "So, if possible, you want to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the sect?" Xianxia smiled and said, "My ancestor is my ancestor, and I am me. What's more, it was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago, so whether others recognize it or not is another matter. Besides, no one knows where Xianxia Blessed Land is now. Most of the heavenly caves and blessed lands outside of the universe are not fixed, and there are no specific directions. Unless one's luck is particularly good, it will be very difficult to find one." Speaking of which, she blushed and glanced at Xianxia. "I still want to be with Sir." Xianxia reached out and patted her little head and smiled, "If there is a chance, and the other party is willing to accept you, and if they are not bad, you should acknowledge your ancestors and return to the sect. You said it yourself, it is better to have a force of your own outside of the universe." Xianxia pouted and changed the topic, "But if Sir wants to condense the power of the 5 elements in the future, perhaps you can go to a place called Golden Spirit Blessed Land." "What do you mean?" Xianxia was puzzled. Xianxia explained, "Sir should now know that if you want to break through to the heaven-opening realm, you need to condense the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang. Sir first chose to condense the power of the wood element, from which wood produces fire. Next is the power of the fire element. Fire produces earth, earth produces metal, and after the earth element is the metal element. Sir has just entered the universe, so it will not be easy for you to find a suitable metal element treasure. However, Golden Spirit Blessed Land has ready-made sharp metal Xianxia. As long as you can afford it, you can enter and condense the power of the metal element." Xianxia was stunned when he heard this. Is this Golden Spirit Blessed Land a place for business? Why does it feel like it's making things easier? Xianxia smiled, 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves. Most of them only allow their own people to enter and leave, but this Golden Spirit Blessed Land is an exception. You can say that it's a place for business. Moreover, the quality of the sharp metal Xianxia in Golden Spirit Blessed Land is not low. If you use it to condense the power of the 5 elements to break through to the heaven-opening realm, as long as your other powers can keep up, your achievement won't be lower than the 5th grade. Xianxia nodded. 5th grade is indeed not low. The heaven-opening realm was not divided into 1st order, 2nd order, and 3rd order like in the Emperor realm. There was no division into levels, but there were different grades. There was a total of 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the lower grade and the 9th grade being the higher grade. The power of the 5 elements derived from it was also divided into 9 grades. For example, Xianxia's immortal tree was a 9th grade material that condensed the power of the wood element. Its value was so high that even outside the universe, it was enough to make the great masters covet it. According to Xianxia, the sharp metal Xianxia in Golden Spirit Blessed Land was at least a 5th grade material. The choice of materials for condensing the power of the 5 elements was crucial to the heaven-opening realm. Once a cultivator broke through to the heaven-opening realm, the grade would be determined according to the materials chosen during the condensing of the 5 elements. However, although the grade was basically fixed, it was not impossible for it to be improved. It was just that it was extremely difficult to improve one's heaven-opening realm grade. Although the Golden Antelope Blessed Land had opened its doors wide, it was not without a price to pay to enter. Only those who could afford it would be allowed in. Furthermore, there was a time limit. Once the time was up, it did not matter if you had successfully condensed your qi or not, you would be thrown out. Relying on this sharp metal Xianxia, Golden Spirit Blessed Land made a lot of money. The sharp metal essence in Golden Antelope Blessed Land is basically a 5th grade material, but if you're lucky enough to find an evil spirit essence in it, it'll be a pleasant surprise. Evil spirit essence? What grade is it? Xianxia didn't ask what the evil spirit essence was. He didn't need to ask, as he could guess that the so-called evil spirit essence was the essence of the sharp metal essence, and it was definitely much higher than a 5th grade material. 7th grade. Xianxia couldn't help but whistle. Currently, he didn't have a systematic understanding of the quality of the materials used to condense yin and yang and 5 elements. He didn't know what grade of material was considered good in the eyes of the masters outside the universe, but it was undeniable that a 7th grade material wasn't low. It was definitely a good thing that people would fight over. Has anyone found it in there? Xianxia asked. Xianxia shook her head, I don't know. Perhaps the ancestor knows, but I didn't obtain any of these memories. Xianxia gently nodded and thought of another question. What are the things that circulate outside the universe? Different planes, different worlds. The things that circulate are different. In the demon territory, there are demonic crystals, while in the star boundary, there are source crystals. Both of them are naturally formed and contain energy that can be absorbed by a cultivator to enhance their strength. If he guessed correctly, the things that circulate outside the universe should also be things that can enhance a cultivator's strength. Heaven-opening pill. Xianxia frowned. Heaven-opening pill? Why does it sound like a kind of spirit pill? Xianxia smiled slightly. It is indeed a spirit pill, and one that is extremely useful for heaven-opening realm cultivators. I've told Sir before that once a cultivator breaks through to the heaven-opening realm, their grade is basically fixed. However, it's not impossible to improve it, and the heaven-opening pill is one of them. If one can take a heaven-opening pill for a long time, it can generally raise one's grade by 1 or 2 grades. If one's grade increases, their strength will also increase. Xianxia was puzzled. If the heaven-opening pill is useful for heaven-opening realm cultivators, then wouldn't it be useless for people like me? Of course it's useful. Xianxia explained. Sir has now condensed the wood force of the 5 elements, so the heaven-splitting pill can also help Sir improve the grade of his wood force. But generally speaking, at your level, most transactions are barter. Xianxia was enlightened. Materials for condensing the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements? Yes. Xianxia nodded. These materials are exactly what a cultivator of this level needs, so if there's a chance, everyone will exchange what they need. Looks like if I have the chance in the future, I'll have to find a heaven-opening pill formula. Xianxia fell into deep thought. He was also familiar with alchemy. If he had a heaven-opening pill recipe, he might be able to refine it himself. However, the required materials would definitely not be easy to find. Xianxia smiled and said, Sir, you may not know this, but there are 2 types of heaven-opening pills. One is naturally formed, while the other is refined by an alchemist. Xianxia was extremely surprised. Since it's a spirit pill, how can it be naturally formed? Xianxia slowly shook her head and said, the heavens and earth have their own fortune. In this vast universe, a furnace called the clear sky furnace will occasionally appear. This furnace is not a physical object, just a projection, but it can absorb the power of the stars and refine it into the furnace. Over the years, the furnace will produce a heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder, so there's such a miracle. Suddenly, he remembered that he had also been taught alchemy by the heavenly way. Since the heavenly way could teach him alchemy, why couldn't it produce spirit pills? Strictly speaking, it is precisely because of the heaven-opening pill that the experts outside of the universe gradually figured out the pill formulas for man-made spirit pills through these heaven-opening pills. There should be some differences between the two, right? Sir is right. Although both are heaven-opening pills, they are indeed very different. The biggest difference is their effectiveness. Although artificially refined heaven-opening pills can raise a person's cultivation by 1 or 2 grades over a long period of time, that's almost the limit. There's no point in taking more. However, the heaven-opening pills produced by the heavens and earth are different. They contain the purest power of the stars and universe. Rumor has it that this kind of heaven-opening pill can raise a heaven-opening realm master's cultivation to the highest level, the 9th grade. Yang Kai felt a burst of excitement when he heard this and immediately looked around. Zhang Ruoxi curiously asked, "What are you looking for, sir?" Yang Kai replied, "I'm looking for the clear sky furnace you mentioned. If we find it, wouldn't we be rich?" Although he had directly used the immortal tree to condense the power of the wood attribute, it would be difficult to find a material of the same grade as the immortal tree. Even if there was such a good thing, he wouldn't be able to compete for it if he wasn't strong enough. Therefore, Yang Kai was mentally prepared that when he broke through to the heaven-opening realm in the future, he wouldn't be able to open the heaven-opening realm at the 9th grade. It would be difficult for him to even reach the 8th grade. At most, he would reach the 7th grade, or even the 6th grade or 5th grade. And if he wanted to improve his cultivation and strength, this kind of heaven-opening pill produced by the heavens and earth was indispensable. Zhang Ruoxi laughed. How could it be so easy to find such a thing? And even if the clear sky furnace really appears, it won't be our turn. I'm afraid that the people from the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands will immediately swarm over. At that time, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Yang Kai remained unmoved and frowned. "I think I saw something." Zhang Ruoxi pouted. "Sir likes to joke." Yang Kai pulled her arm and pointed in a certain direction. "There really is something. I shouldn't be seeing things." As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed, so fast. Just now, when he was looking left and right, he vaguely saw something approaching him. But in the blink of an eye, the other party had closed half the distance. The whole process was extremely sudden, and there was no trace of movement at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ruoxi also saw the situation and her pretty face immediately changed. "A thousand joints worm." Yang Kai didn't even have time to ask what the hell a thousand joints worm was. Just by looking at Zhang Ruoxi's expression, he knew that this guy wasn't to be trifled with. Looking at it, he saw a huge snow-white insect covered in holes. This insect stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers and looked extremely bloated, but its speed was strangely fast. As soon as Zhang Ruoxi's voice fell, the thousand joints worm had already broken through the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers and arrived in front of them in an instant. A black hole-like mouth covered their heads and swallowed a large area of space. "Let's go." Yang Kai grabbed Zhang Ruoxi's arm and used his space principles to leave this place in an instant. But then he was shocked to find that the space around him had been completely sealed and was shrouded in darkness. He suddenly lost the light in front of him. The next moment, the world spun. Even though Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors, he still felt a little dizzy. It was as if his whole body was falling endlessly. He was speechless. He had just come out of the star boundary with Zhang Ruoxi, so how did he run into such a monster? Only now did he have a deep understanding of the dangers of the outside world. Thinking of Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai was shocked again because his hand was empty. He was clearly holding Zhang Ruoxi's arm just now, but now there was nothing in his hand. "Where is Ruoxi?" Yang Kai hurriedly endured the discomfort in his soul and released his divine sense to search the surroundings, but where was Zhang Ruoxi? Forcing himself to calm down and recall what had just happened, Yang Kai instinctively felt that he should have been swallowed by the thousand-jointed worm, so he and Ruoxi should be in its stomach at this moment. Yang Kai flew into a rage. His ambition was to leave the star boundary, but he was swallowed by a worm before he had time to show it. How could he bear it? With a low roar, Yang Kai used his dragon transformation secret technique and transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon with the black dragon spear in his hand. A monstrous aura swept out, and the seal on his dragon bones glowed brightly as he gathered all his strength into the black dragon spear. The next moment, the feeling of the world being turned upside down suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he suddenly appeared in the void, still maintaining his spear posture. Yang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable after using all his strength to hit empty air. He waited until his strength was exhausted before he finally stopped and looked around in confusion. Where am I? Although he had just entered the outside world and didn't know much about the vast universe, Yang Kai was sure that this was definitely not where he was just now. Everything around him looked completely different from before. There was no Zhang Ruashi, no thousand-jointed worm, everything just now seemed to be an illusion. Yang Kai grabbed his spear and looked around vigilantly, but it was quiet all around. There was no one else besides him. What the hell happened? There had never been a moment when he was as lost as he was now. After confirming that there was no danger around, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his dragon transformation and took out the space spirit bead. He tried to contact Zhang Ruashi, but there was no response from the space spirit bead. Yang Kai was anxious. Encountering such a strange thing inexplicably is one thing, but at least I'm unscathed. Where did that girl Ruashi go? Thinking back carefully, the moment he escaped, he seemed to have felt the power of space principles fluctuating. Combined with the unfamiliar environment in front of him, Yang Kai vaguely felt that he should have undergone a long-distance teleportation. He didn't know how far away he was from the star boundary, and he didn't even know where the star boundary was now. The last time he escaped from the demon territory, with the blessing of the world will, he was able to determine the location of the star boundary in the vast universe and return home smoothly. But at that time, the demon territory wasn't too far from the star boundary, and the two worlds were close together. Otherwise, Great Demon God wouldn't have set his sights on the star boundary. But now that he was far away, the world will was no longer effective, making it impossible for him to return to the star boundary. The thousand-jointed worm swallowed him and he rushed out, only to suddenly arrive in this place. What the hell is that worm? And where is Zhang Ruashi now? With no clue at all, Yang Kai could only choose a direction at random and try to find Ruashi, praying in his heart that Ruashi had escaped from the thousand-jointed worm's stomach. Otherwise, that kind of monster, even a heaven-opening realm master wouldn't be able to escape. In the void, Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly. It was not easy to tell the passage of time outside the universe, but it should have been half a year since the day he encountered the 10,000-joint worm. In the past 6 months, he had been searching for Zhang Ruashi nearby. From time to time, he would cast the space spirit bead, but unfortunately, he found nothing. There was no news of Ruashi at all. After wandering around for half a year, Yang Kai had really seen all kinds of dangers outside the universe. He didn't know how many terrifying existences like the 10,000-joint worms were in this vast universe. He had encountered quite a few in this half a year, but not all of them were 10,000-joint worms, there were other monsters. Basically, they were extremely large in size, no less inferior to the 10,000-joint worm and the giant god spirit. However, although these existences had terrifying auras, they seemed to be somewhat lacking in intelligence, whether it was the giant god spirit or the 10,000-joint worm. Yang Kai saw them from afar, and as long as he avoided them in time, he would be safe. In the past 6 months of wandering, he even found a world outside the universe. It was a world similar to the star boundary, but before he could get close, he felt several hostile intents from that world locking onto him. That world also had masters at the level of great emperors. Although Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors, it was extremely unwise to rashly break into someone else's world. So after noticing the hostility, Yang Kai took a detour and left. Come to think of it, Ruashi should know more about the world outside of this universe than he does. Moreover, her strength wasn't low either. As long as she can escape from the stomach of that thousand-jointed worm, there shouldn't be any problem. But after this separation, who knew when they would meet again? The universe was so big, and the chances of two people meeting again were too small. After another month, Yang Kai had to accept the reality at hand. He gave up the intention to continue searching for Zhang Ruashi and set a direction and moved forward. Now that he had jumped out of the shackles of the universe and came to the world outside the universe, It was time to complete his unfinished business and search for clues about the world tree. Perhaps by the time he found the world tree and returned to the star boundary, Xianxia would already be waiting for him there. With such hope in his heart, Yang Kai continued forward. Exploring alone and roaming alone gave him a sense of familiarity that he hadn't felt in a long time. When he first entered the star territory from Tongxian realm, and when he entered the star boundary from Tongxian realm's territory, which time had he not been alone? Although the world outside the universe was dangerous, as long as one bravely moved forward, they would be able to open up a path. His state of mind suddenly became clear, and he couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for the road ahead. One day, while flying through the void, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but at that moment, he seemed to have heard a faint call from that direction. At this moment, he calmed down and listened carefully, but there was no sign of it. Yang Kai naturally maintained his vigilance at all times due to the dangers of the void. The soul-warming lotus also closely guarded his mind, preventing it from being invaded by external forces. Frowning slightly, Yang Kai felt a little strange, but since there was no abnormality, he relaxed and continued moving forward. After walking for a short distance, that faintly discernible call once again entered his ears. Yang Kai immediately stopped and his face became solemn. The first time, he could say that it was an illusion, but the second time, it couldn't be justified. This meant that it wasn't an illusion, and there really was something there. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and rushed towards the source of the voice. The soul-warming lotus didn't show any abnormalities, and Yang Kai didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, so that voice should be harmless. His current understanding of the outside universe was limited to what he had learned from Xianxia at the beginning. If there really was someone on the other side, perhaps he could find them and ask around. However, before that, he had to make sure that there was no danger there. In any case, it was better than running around in the void like a headless fly. Moving through the void without any resistance, Yang Kai could increase his speed to infinity as long as he wanted to, but in order to guard against some possible dangers, he still maintained a controlled speed. And in the past 6 months, Yang Kai had also discovered that the world outside the void was very clean, unlike the star field in the lower star territory where there were many asteroids. Thinking about it carefully, it should have something to do with the giant God Spirit clan. The giant God Spirit clan had an innate divine technique that allowed them to smell the aura of dying worlds in advance, and then go there to wait for food. Once the world died, they would be swallowed whole. The dead worlds had all been eaten by the giant God spirits, so how could there still be a sea of asteroids in this universe? They must have been eaten by the giant God spirits long ago. Thinking about it this way, the giant God spirits seemed to be cleaning up the universe's trash. He didn't know how long he had been flying forward, but the further he went, the more obvious the call became. Yang Kai could feel that he was still some distance away from his destination, but it shouldn't be too far. Finally, one day, a shining point of light suddenly appeared in a large nebula in front of him. Yang Kai's mind shook, and he secretly thought that he had finally arrived. When he fixed his eyes on it, he couldn't help but be startled. It was too far away, so he couldn't see it clearly, but Yang Kai vaguely felt that this thing seemed to have seen it somewhere before. He sped up and hurried over. A few days later, Yang Kai's expression became strange. In front of him, a huge oval-shaped light curtain stood quietly in the void. Above the light curtain, a strange light constantly flashed, and from the oval-shaped light curtain, extremely clear fluctuations of the law of space were transmitted. A realm gate? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Before, when he was far away, he felt that this thing was a little familiar, but now that he looked closer, it was indeed very familiar. In the demon territory, the continents were divided, and each continent was connected to each other by a realm gate. The oval-shaped light curtain in front of him was exactly the same as a realm gate. The only difference was the scale. Compared to the realm gate in the demon territory, the difference was simply like the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. There was no comparison at all. Big, incomparably huge. Yang Kai estimated that even the giant God Spirit and the 10,000 jointed insect could easily pass through this realm gate, so one could imagine how huge this realm gate was. For such a realm gate to suddenly appear in the void, Yang Kai couldn't ignore it even if he didn't want to, especially when the faint call came from this realm gate. although he didn't know what this realm gate was called. In the world outside of the universe, it was just a different name, and its function was nothing more than to shuttle between two places. After a few more days, Xianxia finally arrived at this realm gate. Standing at a place thousands of miles away from the realm gate, he felt the vastness of this thing, and realized how small he was. Xianxia sighed. The world outside of the universe was really strange. He could feel that this realm gate was not artificially refined, but naturally formed. From it, there was a very clear fluctuation of the law of space, and there was not much danger. As long as one was strong enough, anyone could easily pass through this realm gate. Then the question was, where was the other end of this realm gate? What was on the other side calling out to him? Around this huge realm gate, Xianxia flew for more than 10 hours before he barely circled around it. Standing in the same place, he scratched his head. To enter or not, Xianxia was really a little difficult to decide. If he didn't enter, he would have already arrived here, and he had been wandering in the void for more than half a year. Other than encountering a few huge and terrifying monsters, he only found a world of the universe, and he had not come into contact with anything outside of the universe. If he went in, he didn't know if there was any danger on the other side, and if there was an ambush on the other side, he might encounter some unexpected disaster as soon as he went out. But he didn't hesitate for long, and Xianxia made up his mind, enter. Along the way, there were many dangers, and he had escaped death several times. If he was afraid because he suspected that the road ahead was difficult, how could he travel outside of the universe? It was better to go back to the star boundary early to retire, and his strength was not low now. Even if he really encountered some danger, he might have the power to resist. Since he had made up his mind, he would no longer hesitate. His figure swayed, and he plunged into the realm gate in front of him. Like a stone thrown into the sea, the realm gate remained calm, and only a small ripple appeared at the place where Xianxia entered, and then it returned to normal. Xianxia, who had entered the realm gate, felt the world spinning, and a great pressure fell from all directions, as if there was an infinite force attacking at the same time. Xianxia hurriedly used his qi to resist, and he was shocked. The pressure was something that only the great emperors could resist. In other words, this realm gate alone was something that only those who had condensed a Dao seal were qualified to pass through. As if thousands of years had passed, and as if in an instant, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. When Xianxia came back to his senses, he was still in a void, and when he turned his head to look around, he was even more confused. What the hell? After being swallowed by the 1,000-segment worm, he inexplicably ran out like this, and after passing through a realm gate, it was still the same. If it weren't for the fact that there was no sign of the realm gate around him, Xianxia would have thought that he was still in place. But after coming here, the call from the unseen world became clearer. Without hesitation, Xianxia's figure swayed, and he rushed in that direction. Half a day later, Xianxia suddenly stopped and stared in front of him with a look of surprise. In the void, there was a realm gate, standing there out of thin air, and the call that had been reaching his ears all this time was coming from that realm gate. Xianxia almost thought that he was seeing things, and he rubbed his eyes hard, and looked carefully again. Indeed, there was a realm gate there, and it was a lonely realm gate, which was extremely abrupt. The realm gate didn't look that strange. Ordinary people's realm gates had door noses, door knockers, and 2 stone lions squatting on the left and right of the realm gate, baring their teeth and looking extremely fierce. Xianxia wouldn't feel anything if he saw such a realm gate anywhere in the star boundary, but in this vast universe, in the void, a realm gate was strange no matter how he looked at it. Arriving in front of the door, Xianxia glanced at the 2 stone lions squatting on the left and right. He faintly felt that these seemingly ordinary stone lions weren't as simple as they seemed. If they were really ordinary creatures, how could they appear in this void? Just as he was feeling curious, a voice suddenly came from behind the door. "Which little friend has come? This old master has failed to welcome you from afar, please come in for a chat." The voice was gentle, like a spring breeze, causing Xianxia to feel a warm feeling all over his body. Even though this voice had come abruptly, it did not disturb him in the slightest and instead made him feel that it was natural. However, Xianxia was a bit surprised. After all, there was only a single door in front of him, and although there were 2 stone lions squatting at the door, there was no room, so where was the person who had spoken? Peeking behind the door, there was nothing behind it. Hearing the old voice, Yang Kai knew that the person who had spoken was not young. Pondering for a moment, he felt that it was best to take things as they came, so he cupped his fists and asked, "Where is Senior? How can Junior enter?" The old voice laughed, "Just push the door open." Yang Kai nodded and pushed the door open. Reaching out, Yang Kai placed his hand on the door and gently pushed. The door opened, but the scene of the void on the other side of the door did not appear. The moment the door opened, a colorful light flashed before his eyes, followed by a huge suction force. Yang Kai had no time to react before he was sucked inside. When he came back to his senses, he was standing on a giant reef, the sound of waves ringing in his ears. Looking up, he saw a blue sky and white clouds, and looking down, he saw waves crashing against the shore. Yang Kai blinked and couldn't help calling out, "Little universe." Heaven-opening realm cultivators could create a world within their bodies that existed between reality and illusion. This world was the so-called Little Universe, and those who could create little universes were all heaven-opening realm masters. From the side came a laugh, "Little friend's eyesight is quite good, this old master's little universe." Yang Kai turned his head towards the source of the voice and saw an old man with white hair and a beard standing not far from him. He had a kind smile on his face. The old man was slightly plump, and the wrinkles on his face were all traces of the flowing time Great Emperor. The old man was wearing a long black robe. There was not a speck of dust on his body. He gave off the feeling of an enlightened master. He held a round bowl in one hand and bent the fingers of his other hand. He tapped rhythmically on the bowl. What was strange was that every time he knocked, no sound came out, but Yang Kai was able to feel something with each of his knocks. Recalling the call that had guided him all the way here, Yang Kai suddenly understood, "Is it old Sir calling for me?" The old man smiled. "That's right. Where are you from, little friend?" Yang Kai said, "My hometown is a barren place. I don't know what to call it." Although the old man in front of him seemed harmless, he was still a genuine heaven-opening cultivator. If he really wanted to fight with him, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have any strength to resist, especially since this was his little universe. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the first person he saw outside of this little universe would be a heaven-opening cultivator. One had to be on guard against others, and it was best not to expose the name of the star boundary. The old man didn't mind, smiling slightly. "So it's like that." Unexpectedly, he didn't ask any more questions. "Why did old Sir call for me?" Yang Kai was puzzled. If it weren't for that mysterious pull, he wouldn't have found this place. The old man smiled. "This old master didn't call for you alone. I was just receiving newcomers who had jumped out of their little universes." As he spoke, he pointed to the side. Yang Kai looked over and discovered that it wasn't just him and the old man in this little universe. There were other people on the surrounding reefs. His heart trembled. When he had entered just now, he hadn't sensed anything, and he had clearly looked around, but he hadn't seen anyone else at all. It seemed that if this old man hadn't been willing, he probably wouldn't have been able to see anyone else. There were 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman. One was a tall and sturdy man, one was a dignified woman, one was a young child, and one seemed to be a demonic beast with 2 horns on his forehead. It was unknown what bloodline he had. They each sat on a nearby reef, looking at Yang Kai together. Yang Kai's gaze swept over them. Apart from the young child who smiled at Yang Kai, the others were expressionless. Yang Kai didn't know what cultivation realms these 4 were at, but since they had appeared here, it meant that each of them was a powerhouse on the level of great emperors in their own little universes. They had all condensed their own Dao seals, or they wouldn't have the qualifications to wander about outside of this little universe. Seeing this scene, combined with what the old man had just said, Yang Kai was stunned and asked, "Were these people also summoned by old Sir?" The old man smiled and nodded, "There are many dangers in this little universe. For newcomers like you, it is not a good place. If you rashly wander about, it is very likely that you will encounter some unpredictable dangers. This old man is here to disperse the spiritual aura, and those who perceive it will come here to meet this old man, just like little friend and the others." "Why is old Sir doing this?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "If this old man said that it was to protect you newcomers, would you believe it?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. After cultivating for so many years, Xianxia didn't dare to say that he had seen through human nature, but no one would do such a laborious thing without any benefits. The old man laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, but this is indeed one of the reasons. That is to say, there are other reasons? Xianxia asked. The other reason is that the force behind this old man needs to absorb new blood. Outside of this little universe, there are countless forces, big and small, and many forces will do this. They will receive some newcomers who jump out of the little universe and bring them back to replenish their strength. This method is not rare, and it is not only my force that does this. Little friend, you are just fated to hear this old man's call and come here. Xianxia frowned slightly and asked, "May I ask what the force behind old Sir is?" The old man said, "You will know in the future. It is useless to say more now." "What if I don't want to join old Sir's force?" Xianxia asked. As soon as this was said, Xianxia clearly felt the four people on the reef looking over. The old man said, "That is up to you. This old man is only responsible for receiving newcomers. When you return, someone will explain everything to you. At that time, it is up to you whether you want to join or not. If you want to join, you can stay. If you don't want to, no one will force you." Xianxia nodded. He had encountered this situation once before when he entered the ancestral territory. In the ancestral territory, many forces were also stationed in the same place, absorbing newcomers to replenish their strength. However, in comparison, the old man's method was undoubtedly better. As long as one was curious, they should be attracted by the spirit-dispersing machine. Xianxia had no ties outside of this little universe, and now that he had separated from Zhang Ruoxi, he didn't even know where to go. It just so happened that he wanted to find a place with many people to inquire about some information. Since the old man in front of him had already said so, Xianxia naturally wouldn't ask for a rebuff. Xianxia didn't fully believe the old man's words, but at least for now, his own safety was not a concern. "Old Sir, Junior has another question." Xianxia cupped his fists. "Go ahead." Junior jumped out of the universe with another friend and entered this vast universe. However, halfway through, we suddenly encountered a monster called the Thousand Knots Worm. After being swallowed by it, we inexplicably arrived at another place. At this point, the old man smiled and said, "Rest assured, your friend should be safe. Please enlighten me, old sir." The thousand joints insect is a very strange existence outside of this little universe. Its birth is unpredictable, but it is harmless. When you look at it from a distance, do you see many holes in its body? Yes. Those holes are connected to random corners of this vast universe. You were swallowed by the thousand-jointed worm and came out of one of those holes. Then, you went to a completely different place from before. Your friend suffered the same fate as you, but we don't know where she is now. Is that so? Xianxia was stunned. However, he instinctively felt that the old man in front of him should not be wrong. Now that he thought about it, from the moment he was swallowed by the thousand joints insect to the moment he escaped, there was an extremely obvious fluctuation of space principles when he escaped, as if he had undergone a long-distance teleportation, which was faintly consistent with the old man's explanation. But this way, it was certain that Zhang Ruoxi was not in danger, so Xianxia was relieved. It was just that he didn't know where she had been teleported to. Many thanks, old sir. Junior still wants to ask. Little friend, you must be tired after coming from afar. You should rest first. The old man looked at Xianxia with a smile, and as he spoke, he gently tapped the round bowl a few times with his finger. The doubts in Xianxia's heart suddenly subsided, as if it was a question he shouldn't have asked. He immediately showed a look of shame and said, "Senior is right. Then I won't disturb Senior's casting." Then, he respectfully retreated. The old man nodded, closed his eyes, and continued to cast the spirit-dispersing art. Looking around, Kai Yang jumped onto an unoccupied reef, sat down cross-legged, and began to circulate his secret art. In the next moment, an incomparably pure spirit chi flowed into his body through his pores, shaking his spirit. Although this was the old man's mini-universe world, which existed between reality and illusion, it was still a world of its own. The spirit energy here was also real spirit energy, which could be absorbed to enhance one's strength. Moreover, the spirit energy in this mini-universe world was so rich and pure that it was unmatched anywhere in the star boundary. Quietly opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw that the other four were eagerly devouring the spirit energy, so he simply let go of his scruples and greedily absorbed it. However, he still divided a part of his mind to check his body. When the old man said those last words, he clearly felt that he was powerless to resist his words. In other words, at that time, he was absolutely obedient to the old man, so he felt ashamed. But then the soul-warming lotus took effect and helped him recover. The fact that the soul-warming lotus was acting like this meant that the old man had definitely cast a spell on him just now. It was just that the old man's cultivation was too high, his technique was too brilliant, or perhaps it was the effect of the round bowl that prevented Yang Kai from seeing through it. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus's protection, Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened to him. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The old man kept saying that no one would force him to join the force behind him in the future if he didn't want to, but judging from his current actions, if he really didn't want to join, it wouldn't end well for him. But since he was already here, it was impossible for him to back out. Besides, Yang Kai was also willing to go to a crowded place to inquire about information. Now that he had just entered this world, his understanding of this place was limited to what he had talked about with Zhang Ruoxi. Everything else was still a mystery to him. If he could follow the old man into a force, he could carefully inquire about it and slowly plan his next move. On the other hand, Yang Kai was looking forward to Zhang Ruoxi being lured here. After all, Ruoxi was swallowed by the 10,000 jointed insect with him. If she was lucky, she might appear somewhere not far away and be drawn here by the old man's spiritual opportunity. If that was the case, they could reunite. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was no longer worried and simply relaxed his mind to absorb the surrounding world energy. The nearby 3 people and 1 monster beast were also doing the same. Although Yang Kai didn't know which small world they came from, it was obvious that everyone came from different places. This could be seen from the way they dressed. Many details were slightly different, but no matter which small world they came from, it was obvious that they had never stayed in a place with such a good cultivation environment. All of them were cultivating eagerly. After what happened before, Yang Kai even suspected that the old man had used some kind of secret technique on these 4 people to make them obey him. The old man maintained the same posture. He held the alms bowl in one hand and gently clasped it with the other. The invisible spiritual vigor continued to spread from this small universe into the universe, attracting newcomers to come over. This method was a bit like fishing. If the person who felt the spiritual opportunity wasn't so curious or had a strong sense of danger, they wouldn't come here. Time passed quickly. Although the small world was also a small world, it was still between reality and illusion. It wasn't as magical as a real small world. There was no sun, moon, stars, and the scenery around it was unchanged. This was probably related to the old man's state of mind. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Kai Yang estimated it to be at least a year. The old man smiled and said, "I don't know which little friend has graced us with his presence, but this old man didn't go out to greet you, please come in." Her words were exactly the same as when Yang Kai had first arrived. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that a newcomer had arrived. He couldn't help but look shocked as he secretly looked forward to it, wondering if it was Zhang Ruoxi. The voice was that of a woman, and it didn't sound very old. The old man smiled. "It's not that this old man is sneaking around, this old man is here. It's just that this young lady hasn't seen him yet. Please come in." The woman outside the door smiled. "Do you think I'll come in just because you say so? This young lady won't go in." After a pause, she asked, "Are you behind this door?" The tone of her question made one imagine her looking at the door. "Yes." The old man nodded. "Then come out and talk, this young lady will wait for you outside the door." The old man laughed. "Young lady is quite vigilant." "Humph, one must always be on guard against others. I don't even know who you are, so how can I enter so easily?" "That's not unreasonable," the old man smiled faintly. As he spoke, he suddenly formed a hand seal. "However, this old man still wants to invite this young lady inside for a chat." As soon as these words fell, a cry of alarm immediately came from outside the door, accompanied by the woman's cursing, "Thief, you dare. Aya." After that, a layer of ripples appeared around the old man, and a graceful figure appeared out of thin air. It was the woman who refused to enter the door before. Who knew what method the old man used to capture her? Xianxia understood. Looking at the situation, as long as one was drawn in by the old man's spirit essence, whether they were willing or not, they would have to enter the door and enter this small world. Those who were willing would be safe, while those who were unwilling would be directly captured. This old man had a harmless smile on his face, but he was actually quite overbearing. This kind of guy was the most ruthless. Xianxia couldn't help becoming vigilant. The woman's temper seemed to be extremely fiery. After being captured, a water curtain immediately appeared around her body, and with a raise of her hand, the endless water curtain turned into a white silk that flew towards the old man. A strong wind blew, mixed with the sound of waves. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but praise in his heart. That white silk was not a real white silk, but was clearly refined from a big river. The power of this pole was the power of a river, and boundless water vapor wantonly spread out. Presumptuous! Several angry shouts sounded in unison, and the 4 people who had been sitting on the reef and meditating since Xianxia came in rushed out together. The burly man waved his fist, the dignified woman drew her sword, the young child took out a slingbow-like treasure and buckled it with a stone, and the 2-horned monster roared and turned into a tiger-like body. Kaiyang stared blankly. However, he quickly reacted and jumped down from the reef as well. Then, he sent a palm strike towards the woman. The woman's expression changed. She obviously didn't expect to be besieged by so many people as soon as she came in. Although she was also a powerhouse at the level of the great emperors and had condensed her own. Tao Seal, which one of the people present didn't? They could only fight to a draw in a one-on-one battle, let alone 1 against 5. The white silk she pulled out immediately turned into a water curtain that wrapped around her body. With a series of explosions, the water curtain collapsed, and the woman was sent flying, her face pale and bloodless. She was a powerhouse at the level of the great emperors, but at this moment, she sat on the ground with tears in her eyes and covered her but with her hands, looking extremely wronged. You bully me. She looked like a child who had lost a fight. Xianxia wanted to laugh, but he was too embarrassed to do so. You have the advantage in numbers. The woman sat on the ground and didn't get up. She glared hatefully at Xianxia and the others, and finally fixed her eyes on the old man. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. The old man smiled wholeheartedly. Miss wants to fight me one-on-one? Yes, just you and me, don't let them interfere. The woman stretched out her finger and pointed at Xianxia and the others one by one. The old man slowly shook his head. You are no match for this old man. How do you know if we haven't fought? The woman looked unconvinced. Then do you want to try? The old man played with her with great interest. Of course I want to try. The woman gritted her teeth and shouted. When she said the first word, there was nothing unusual, but when she said the last word, she had already rushed in front of the old man. She was as agile as a raccoon, her slender jade-like palm turned into a crystal clear, fluctuating with a mysterious force as it slammed down on the old man. The old man's smile didn't fade as he quietly looked at her. He didn't move, only spitting out a single word, condense. The woman suddenly stiffened in front of the old man, unable to move. It seemed that only at this moment did she realize the huge gap between her and this old man, and she couldn't help but pale, her long eyelashes trembling. Do you want to try again? The old man asked. The woman blinked and obediently said, I don't dare. If you don't dare, then stop. The old man waved his hand. As soon as these words came out, the woman immediately regained her freedom. Her body, which had been on the offensive, suddenly rushed forward and half knelt on the ground, cupped her fists, and said, This little girl is new and inexperienced and thought there was no opponent in this world, but today I have seen Senior and learned that there is always someone better than me. I ask Senior to accept this little girl as a disciple, and this disciple will be respectful and filial to Master in the future. Her movements were clean and neat, without the slightest hesitation, and her words were also extremely smooth, as if she had said them countless times, but her expression was incomparably sincere. All of the people present, including the old man, were caught unprepared by the woman. Xianxia was also stunned, wondering who this woman was. She was shouting and shouting so loudly just now, so how did she become a disciple in the blink of an eye? This change in attitude was a bit too fast. On the contrary, the burly man and the monster race man both showed looks of regret after realizing this. The dignified woman was also a little moved, but the childish child didn't seem to care. As if someone had cast a spell on them, everyone present was silent, and only the sound of waves hitting the table could be heard. Suddenly, the old man laughed and stretched out his hand to support the woman's arm. "It's rare for you to be so considerate." This old man is very pleased, but the matter of apprenticeship is not urgent for the time being. This is the first time this old man has seen you, so I don't know much about your character. After a little observation in the future, if you are to my liking, this old man may accept you as a disciple. The woman was overjoyed. "This disciple thanks master. What is your name?" The woman replied with a smile, "This disciple's name is Asunde. Where are you from?" Asun shook her head. "This disciple doesn't know. The world this disciple came from is already broken, and this disciple is the only living person in that place." As she spoke, her face was full of sadness. People have life and death, and so is the world. You don't have to care too much about it. Now that you have jumped out of the shackles of this world and can see the vast universe, isn't it better than being confined to one place? Master is right. Asun nodded heavily, a happy expression on her face. This Asun's home is gone, so this Asun's home will be Asun's home in the future. The old man didn't comment, turning his head to look at the others and saying, "Okay, everyone is here, so we should go back." Hearing him say this, Kai Yang and the others all revealed looks of joy. Although the cultivation environment here was good, since everyone had jumped out of this world, they naturally wanted to see a more exciting world. Now that they were going to leave this place and follow the old man to the world behind him, they were naturally very interested. The old man didn't waste any time and called out to everyone. He stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. A door immediately appeared in front of him. Yang Kai took a closer look and saw that it was none other than the one he had seen in the void before. With a creak, the old man pushed the door open, and everyone walked out in a single file. The place they stopped at was the place they entered from before. At this moment, the door warped and transformed into the shape of a large ship. Two ropes that flowed with light extended from the bow of the ship, and the ropes were wrapped around two stone lions. Surprisingly, the stone lions were the two that were squatting on the left and right of the door. When Yang Kai saw this, he immediately knew that his guess was right. The two stone lions were indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, how could there be such a transformation? At this moment, the figures of the two stone lions expanded explosively, and an extremely ferocious aura emanated from their bodies. They shook their heads and wagged their tails in an awe-inspiring manner. The newcomers on the ship were dumbstruck. It wasn't that the transformation of the stone lions was miraculous, but the aura emanating from the two stone lions wasn't inferior to theirs, and it even faintly surpassed theirs. In other words, the strength of these two stone lions was extremely likely to be higher than theirs. They were all overlords of their own worlds, great emperors that had condensed Tao seals, and they were all supreme in their own worlds. Now that they were outside this world and saw that the two strange beasts pulling the ship were more formidable than them, there was no need to mention how bitter the feeling in their hearts was. The old man observed everyone's expressions and took in their shock, and he smiled wholeheartedly. "Wow, master, what are these two things? They seem so powerful." Asun stood at the bow of the ship and looked down, and she didn't conceal her surprise as she exclaimed. The old man didn't deliberately correct the way she addressed him, or it could be said that he didn't care. He said with a smile, "These two little things were originally two stone embryos of my Xianxia land. Later on, they obtained some opportunities and gained intelligence. I thought they weren't bad, so I used them to watch the door and pull the ship." Xianxia land? Yang Kai raised his brows. "Senior, may I ask if the Xianxia land you mentioned earlier is the place we're going to this time?" He hadn't communicated with the old man during the year he was in the small world, so he didn't know where the old man was from. Now that he heard him mention it, he naturally paid attention. "Yes." The old man nodded. "Is the Xianxia land one of the 72 blessed lands?" The burly man suddenly revealed a look of shock. "Oh? You know about the 72 blessed lands?" The old man glanced at the burly man with a smile. The other party replied respectfully, "This junior comes from the Black River realm. There was once a powerful senior who went back there and left behind a few words. Thus, this junior knows that there are 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands outside of this universe." The burly man shook his head. "I don't know. Did he leave any keepsake for you to find?" the old man asked again. The burly man took out something from his chest and respectfully handed it over. "This is the token that the senior left behind." Xianxia's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw that it was a piece of jade. It didn't look like the jade he had seen before, and he didn't know what kind of jade it was. Inside the jade, there was a small fish swimming around as if it was alive. Although he couldn't see what the fish in the jade was, he could faintly feel that it contained a mysterious power. He knew that this should be the token that the Black River Realm's great master left behind for his juniors. His heart trembled, and he felt cold all over. It wasn't because of the token, but because of the burly man's unreserved attitude towards the old man. Previously, he had been plotted against by the old man, and only managed to escape with the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Xianxia wondered if the old man had done something to the others. But guesses were just guesses, and Xianxia couldn't be bothered with the affairs of others. When Ah Sun was captured and was about to harm the old man, the burly man and the others actually acted together to protect her. Xianxia was somewhat certain of his guess. If the old man hadn't done something to them, how could these 4 great emperors from different Qianquan worlds have such a reaction? Even if they wanted to please the old man, they wouldn't have acted together. At this moment, this jade was definitely an extremely precious item on the burly man's body. With this jade as a guide, he could definitely find the whereabouts of the senior in his world and go to him. At that time, he would naturally be taken care of, and there would be no need to compromise under someone else's wing. But such a precious item, the burly man actually took it out after the old man casually asked, and he didn't guard against the old man at all. This was very clear. The few people beside him didn't have any unusual reaction, and instead felt that this was how it should be. After the burly man took out the jade, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He reached out and took it, carefully examining it. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. "Since it's a reward from senior, you should keep it carefully. Maybe it will be useful in the future." The burly man gently nodded and put away the jade piece. He even turned his head and glared at the others. It wasn't that he didn't know the value of his jade piece, but that he had been influenced by the old man's secret technique and trusted him. Xianxia couldn't see how much this trust was for the time being. However, he could finally be sure that everyone who entered the small universe had been cast by the old man. He just didn't know if Ah Sun, who was the last to enter, had been plotted against. "I know you have a lot of questions. Let's go, we'll talk on the way." As the old man spoke, he gently raised his hand, and the 2 stone lions pulling the boat immediately raised their heads and roared before galloping forward. In an instant, the big boat sped forward like a bolt of lightning. Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder. These 2 stone lions looked a little stupid, but he didn't expect them to be so fast. No wonder they were taken in by the old man as coolies. After the boat had sailed for a while, the old man smiled and said, "Just now, someone asked if the Qiqiao land has 72 blessed lands." Turning to the burly man, he shook his head and said, "The Qiqiao land is not one of the 72 blessed lands." "Master, what are the 72 blessed lands?" Ah Sun blinked her big eyes, a look of curiosity on her face. Not only her, but the dignified woman, the young child, and the monster race man all showed puzzled expressions. Obviously, they had never heard of it before. Xianxia followed the crowd and looked at the old man blankly. It seemed that because they were going back, the old man's mood was quite good. He explained, "In this vast universe, there are countless blessed lands, but they can also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The stronger forces occupy better territories, the weaker ones occupy less. You all come from different small worlds, but no matter where you are, this principle is the same. Amongst these territories, the best ones can be divided into 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly abodes. Those who occupy these treasured lands are all great powers whose might shakes the world." "Oh." Ah Sun suddenly understood, this disciple understands. The old man continued, "If the Qiqiao land is one of the 72 blessed lands, then it is not the Xichao land, but the Xichao blessed lands. Do you understand? These words were directed at the burly man. The burly man nodded. Thank you, senior, for your explanation. There is no need for that, it is not a secret. As long as you stay outside of this universe for a few years, you will naturally know. Yang Kai deduced, then according to what senior said, the forces that occupy the blessed lands must have the words blessed lands behind their names? That's basically the case, but not all of them. The old man shook his head. For example, the 10,000 Devil Heavens occupies one of the blessed lands, but it is only called the 10,000 Devil Heavens, not the 10,000 Devil Paradise. Yang Kai blinked his eyes. 10,000 Devil Heavens. Just from the name alone, it was obvious that it was the gathering place of the demon race. Emotion couldn't have come from that place, right? To be able to occupy a blessed land in this vast universe, this 10,000 Devil Heavens must be something. If they knew that Emotion had died in the star boundary, would they avenge him? But then again, Emotion's physical body was destroyed, and he had spent several tens of thousands of years to gather the spiritual energy of the star boundary. If the forces behind him knew about his situation, how could they ignore it? Yang Kai immediately relaxed. Even if Emotion really came from the 10,000 Devil Heavens, the 10,000 Devil Heavens wouldn't know about his situation. The old man continued, however, although my 7 openings land can't compare to those blessed lands, it's still quite good in the 3,000 worlds. The master of my 7 openings land is the 7 openings heavenly lord, who is proficient in alchemy. His spirit pills are so famous that even those blessed lands sometimes ask for 7 openings lands alchemy. So amazing. Ah Sun was shocked. The old man smiled slightly. You will know in the future. Today, this old master only told you a little more because you asked. Yang Kai really wanted to ask about the heaven-splitting pill. According to Zhang Ruoxi, this thing was a hard currency outside the universe, equivalent to source crystals in the star boundary. Since the 7 openings heavenly lord was proficient in alchemy, he should also know how to refine the heaven-splitting pill. When he talked about the heaven-splitting pill with Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai was still thinking about getting his hands on its recipe, but he didn't expect to get his hands on it so quickly. However, based on the situation outside the universe, the heaven-splitting pill's recipe was definitely one of the top secrets of a great force, so it wouldn't be easy to find out. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't too clear on what kind of force this Xichao land was. Just from the way this old man acted, it was clear that this Xichao land wasn't a famous righteous sect. Everything this old man had said before seemed like he was trying to flatter himself. After that, whether it was the dignified woman, the young child, or the monster race, all of them asked about the things they wanted to know. Like Yang Kai, they had just jumped out of their respective small worlds when they were drawn in by the old man's spirit opportunity, so they had no idea what was going on here. Yang Kai had Zhang Ruoxi to answer his questions, so although he didn't know much, he was at least better than the others. Of course, the burly man was an exception. A senior from his Black River realm had once returned and should have left behind some information about the universe. The journey was long, but the old man answered every question, benefiting everyone on board. Along the way, they passed through several territory gates. The so-called territory gates were the world gates Yang Kai had passed through before, but with a different name. Their function was nothing more than to quickly travel between 2 places. The world outside the universe was too big. If there weren't these domain gates that existed all over the universe, it would be extremely difficult for even those peerless experts to go from one place to another. The amount of time it would take was absolutely unbearable for anyone. However, with these territory gates, it was a different story. Although it still took some time to travel, overall, it greatly increased the efficiency of travel. Yang Kai, who had experienced the convenience of space arrays, was deeply moved by this. The reason why these territory gates were called territory gates was because the world outside the world gate was divided into various large and small territory. Within these territories, large and small forces were intertwined, and because of this, the world outside the world gate was quite interesting. The journey was lonely, and apart from the old man explaining some things about the world gate to everyone also had some interactions with each other, so the atmosphere was quite harmonious. This was especially true for Ah Sun, who was the most lively of all. After just a few days, she was already calling the dignified woman big sister and little sister. In less than a month's time, Sun, who was looking around from the bow of the ship, suddenly seemed to notice something and said, "Master, there's something over there." In this vast universe, the scenery was indeed beautiful, but after seeing so much of it, it had become dull, so now that there was something unusual in front of them, it naturally attracted Sun's attention. Xianxia and the others, who were leaning against the side of the ship, heard this and ran to the other side to take a look. At a glance, they saw a large mass of clouds swirling in the void, but what was inside was a blur, as if there was some kind of barrier blocking it. Even with their cultivations, they could not see through it. The old man smiled and said, "We're here." Sun excitedly asked, "Is that the Xianxia land?" The old man nodded, "Yes." When everyone heard this, they all revealed looks of anticipation. Even Xianxia was no exception. Although he felt that this old man and this so-called Xianxia land were not good people, this was the first force he had come into contact with outside of the universe after coming out from Star Boundary, so he was naturally curious about it. More importantly, according to this old man, the master of Xianxia land, Xianxia Heavenly Monarch, was an alchemy grandmaster. Perhaps the heaven-opening pill formula still had to depend on the other party. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the two stone lions pulling the boat suddenly changed direction and galloped towards the cloud. After a few more hours, they finally arrived. The old man stood at the bow of the ship and casually pointed with his finger. A golden light shot out from his fingertip, and in the next moment, the thick cloud suddenly parted, revealing a passage in the middle. The stone lion didn't stop moving. It pulled the big boat and charged into it. The clouds behind it closed up again. After passing through a vast expanse of white, everyone regained their vision. They were now high up in the sky. Looking up, they could see white clouds and blue sky. Looking down, they could see green water and green mountains. It was a wonderful beyond the universe. On top of that, the world energy aura here was extremely rich. Compared to the cultivation environment they had come into contact with in the old man's miniature universe, it was not inferior at all. In fact, it was even slightly superior. After all, that was just the old man's miniature universe, something that existed between reality and illusion. However, this was the real world, so it was normal for there to be some differences. Xianxia silently sensed the world energy here and felt that the world energy here was much more complete and dense than in the Star Boundary. He sighed in his heart. Such a good environment could not be found in the Star Boundary. Cultivating in such an environment, as long as one had a little aptitude, they should have no problem reaching the Emperor realm. "Master, what's over there?" The most curious of them all, Sun pointed in a certain direction and asked. The old man said, "You will know in the future." Sun nodded and did not ask any more questions. After interacting with the old man for more than a month, she knew that if the old man was willing to answer, he would answer, and if he did not want to, no one could force him. However, Xianxia casually glanced in the direction she pointed and found that there was a fiery red color all over the mountains and plains. Moreover, it looked like a large orchard with fruit trees planted there. He could vaguely see many busy figures in the orchard. This orchard was so large that he could not see the end of it at a glance. Xianxia estimated that this orchard occupied a third of this world's territory. Xianxia could not help feeling a little curious. He did not know what kind of spirit fruit these were, but there were actually so many of them. Moreover, these spirit fruits definitely required a lot of nutrients to grow, so where did these nutrients come from? In addition to the vast orchard, there were also some scattered buildings on the ground below. Overall, this place had beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the scenery was extraordinary. The ship descended and soon arrived in front of a huge palace. In front of the palace, a group of people had already been waiting respectfully, led by a young man in blue robes with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had an extraordinary bearing. When the ship landed, the young man immediately shouted, "Welcome back, Venerable." The group of people behind him also shouted in unison, and their momentum was extraordinary. In the flowing brilliance, the ship turned into a door and then disappeared. Everyone landed on the ground, and the two stone lions pulling the ship also rose into the air. Soon, they landed on the left and right sides of the palace and turned into two stone mountains in the shape of stone lions, motionless. Behind the old man, Yang Kai and the others looked around curiously. The young man in the lead came forward, glanced at Yang Kai and the others, and said with a smile, "Venerable, you found quite a few new people this time." The old man also smiled, "Our luck is not bad. You can arrange these people as you see fit." The young man responded respectfully. The old man asked, "Is the heavenly monarch here?" The young man said, "Half a year ago, the heavenly monarch received a message from someone and went out. He hasn't returned yet." The old man nodded. "Then, when the heavenly monarch returns, remember to inform me." "Yes." After giving the order, the old man turned to Yang Kai and the others, and said, "You all follow him, there will be arrangements." Saying so, he walked towards the palace. The young man took the lead, and the group of people respectfully said, "Farewell, Venerable." "Master, what kind of venerable are you?" Ah-sun asked curiously. "Master?" The young man turned to look at Ah-Sunday. Ah-sun pointed in the direction the old man left, and the young man's face immediately sank. "Where did this little girl come from? If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongue." As he shouted, a powerful aura swept out in all directions. Ah-sun's pretty face changed, and she staggered back a few steps. Fortunately, Yang Kai reached out to support her, so she didn't fall to the ground, but her face was very ugly. Yang Kai and the others also had ugly expressions. They weren't angry, but the young man's aura was too strong, and they couldn't bear it. He wasn't at the heaven-opening realm. Yang Kai had fought against Great Demon God, so he could tell at a glance that this young man hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, but he shouldn't be far from it. He was probably the half-step heaven-opening realm Zhangrua she had mentioned before, which meant that he had condensed 5 of the 5 elements in his body. The young man looked at Ah-sun coldly. "Venerable is the earth protector of my fire spirit land. Where did you come from, wild girl? How dare you talk nonsense like this?" Ah-sun's face flushed red, and she was suppressed by the other party's aura, unable to say a word, tears welling up in her eyes. The young man coldly snorted, "Since you're new here and don't know the rules, I'll let you off for now. If you dare to do this again, I won't let you off so easily, understood?" Ah-sun nodded aggrievedly. The young man then swept his gaze over Yang Kai and the others, clasping his hands behind his back. "The same goes for all of you. This king doesn't care where you came from, what your identity is, or what status you have. Since you've come to this fire spirit land, you must abide by the rules here. If you abide by the rules, everything will be fine, but if you don't, there won't be a good end." The monster race man heard this and cupped his fists. "Dare I ask this, master, what are the rules of the fire spirit land?" The young man proudly declared, "This king's words are the rules." The monster race man nodded, understood. Seeing the monster race man so tactful, the young man's expression relaxed slightly. "This king doesn't know if venerable master has told you anything before, but it doesn't matter if he hasn't. Now, I'll tell you, this is the fire spirit land of my 7 openings land. Here, venerable master is the heavens and the earth. You are not allowed to disobey him in the slightest, understood?" Everyone nodded. "It's good that you understand." The young man continued, "However, venerable master is busy with many things, so this king is in charge of disciplining you all. This king is the consul disciple of the fire spirit land. My surname is Du, and my name is Rufeng. In the future, if you have any questions, you can ask this king. If you need to know, this king will tell you. If you don't need to know, it's useless to ask. Today is the first time you've come to the fire spirit land, so this king won't say much to you. Stay here for a while and you'll understand everything here. Alright, bring all of you over first. You have 3 days to rest, and after 3 days, someone will tell you what to do." After that, the young man waved his hand, and a middle-aged woman with a cold expression immediately walked out from behind him. She called out to Yang Kai and the others, "Follow me." After that, she flew into the sky. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and could only follow. From beginning to end, except for the monster race man, no one else dared to ask anything. As for the old man's words at the beginning, those who wanted to stay could stay, and those who wanted to leave could leave, were simply empty words. He brought Yang Kai and the others to this place and entered the palace without showing himself again. Du Rufeng also did not ask Yang Kai and the others if they wanted to stay, and only unilaterally announced some things. However, although Du Ruffing did not say much, Xianxia understood something. This was the fire spirit land of the Seven Openings land. In other words, besides this fire spirit land, there should be other places. The Seven Openings land faintly coincided with the five elements of yin and yang. Xianxia could not help but wonder if the Seven Openings land was made up of 7 spirit lands. If so, then this place would be somewhat interesting. The middle-aged woman's expression was cold and she did not speak much. In addition, she was suppressed by Du Ruffing's power, so everyone was silent as they followed her. No one dared to ask anything. However, when Xianxia secretly observed, he found that they were heading in the direction of the huge orchard that he had seen from high up in the sky just now. This middle-aged woman's cultivation should also be around the Emperor realm, and whether she had condensed a Dao seal or not, he couldn't tell for the time being since they hadn't fought yet. An hour later, a large number of houses appeared in front of them, surrounded by green mountains and green water. At first glance, it looked like a hidden village. A memorial arch was erected at the entrance of the village, and 3 words were written on it, Handyman's House. Xianxia and the others looked at each other. Although they came from different Qianquan worlds, none of them were stupid enough to not know the meaning of the word labor. They couldn't help but think to themselves. Could it be that we were brought to this fire spirit land by that venerable to be laborers? Standing at the entrance of the village, the woman took out a bell and gently shook it. After the tinkling sound was heard, a thin man like a bamboo pole immediately flew out of the village. The man did not look very old, and the clothes he wore did not fit him well. The loose clothes covering his body made him look empty. From afar, he looked quite funny. Flying closer, the bamboo man cupped his hands and said, "Senior Sister Yao." His gaze turned to Xianxia and the others, and he chuckled, "Why do these people look a little unfamiliar? I don't think I've seen them before." The woman surnamed Yao said indifferently, "They were brought back by the Venerable." Hearing this, the bamboo man said, "The Venerable is back?" The woman surnamed Yao gently nodded, stretched out her hand and pointed to Xianxia and the others, and ordered, "I'll leave these people to you. It's rare to have so many newcomers. If you complain that there's not enough people, you can find a way yourself. It's enough, it's enough." The bamboo man beamed, "The Venerable went through so much trouble to find them. If I, Zhou Zheng, can't complete the task, I'll bring my head to the Venerable." The woman surnamed Yao coldly snorted, "You're on your own." After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhou Zheng shouted from behind her, "Senior Sister Yao, are you leaving already? Junior brother got some good tea. Senior sister, do you want to try it?" There was no reply at all. With a smile on his face, Zhou Zheng watched the woman leave. Then, he rubbed his hands and looked at Xianxia and the others with excitement. He smiled and introduced himself, "My name is Zhou Zheng. I'm the steward of this handyman's room. You can call me Steward Chow." Everyone saluted in unison, "Greetings, Steward Chow." Zhou Zheng nodded and said, "You guys are so lucky. TSK, TSK, you are so lucky." The burly man frowned and said, "Where did this blessing come from?" Although they didn't know what kind of fate they would face next, since they were sent to the handyman's room as soon as they arrived, their future days wouldn't be too good. In their respective worlds, they were all top powerhouses, but when they came to the outside world, they were treated like this. Anyone would feel a little disappointed. Zhou Zheng smiled and said, "It's your first time coming to the outside world, right?" Everyone nodded. "Then do you know about the heaven opening realm?" "On the way back, the Venerable told us a little." "Then it's easy to say." Zhou Zheng smiled like a thief who had stolen a fox. With his hands behind his back, he said, "If you want to reach the heaven opening realm, you need to condense a small universe in your body and split the sky and earth. If you want to condense a small universe, you need to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Then do you know why the Qiqiao land is called the Qiqiao land?" Without waiting for anyone to answer, Zhou Zheng explained, "Because the Qiqiao land is made up of 7 spiritual lands. Right now, you are in the fire spiritual land. In addition, there is the yin spiritual land, the yang spiritual land, the metal spiritual land, the wood spiritual land, the water spiritual land, and the earth spiritual land. Looking at the entire world outside of the universe, an existence like the Qiqiao land is unique. No other faction can gather all of these powers in one place. The dignified woman's expression changed when she heard this. Steward Chow, are you saying that the Qichao land can satisfy all of our needs to condense the power of yin and yang and the five elements? Zhou smiled and said, that's right. This way, you won't have to wander around outside and look for resources to condense your power. In other words, as long as you stay in the Qichao land long enough, you will have the opportunity to reach the heaven-opening realm. And this opportunity is convenient for the disciples of other factions. Don't you think this is your good fortune? The Yao man was pleasantly surprised. Really? Zhou smiled and said, why would I lie to you? You can go back and ask others. This isn't a secret. Then it really is our good fortune. The Yao man was overjoyed. Ah Sun blinked and asked, then is Steward Chow also at the heaven-opening realm now? Zhou couldn't help coughing, not yet, but that's because I've been too lazy in my cultivation. If I work hard, reaching the heaven-opening realm won't be a problem. You can't slack off in your cultivation in the future, or you'll end up like me. Alright, let's not talk too much. In any case, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Come with me. He turned and led the way. Yang Kai and the others followed closely behind him. After entering the village, they saw houses on both sides. Each house had traces of restrictions. Some of the doors were closed, while others were open. There were people standing in front of the doors, coldly looking at Yang Kai and the others. The owners of these houses were both from the human race and the Yao race. Their auras were all at the level of the Emperor realm, but they varied in strength. Not long after, a sweet voice came from the side, Steward Chow, are there new people? Zhou turned around and smiled, that's right, the Venerable has returned. He brought a few new people with him. Yang Kai and the others followed the voice and saw a graceful figure leaning against the doorframe of one of the houses. The woman had a lazy expression, and her hair was slightly messy, as if she had just woken up. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and smiled, then we won't have to work so hard in the future. She then turned to Kai Yang and the others and said, elder sister will live here. In the future, if you have anything you don't understand, feel free to come and find me. Elder sister loves to teach new people. While speaking, she giggled. Her voice was pleasant to the ears and seemed to have infinite charm. No one knew how to answer, so they pretended not to hear it. They walked forward until they reached one of the houses with closed doors. Zhou stopped and turned to look at Yang Kai and the others. He pointed at the burly man and said, you'll be staying here in the future. He casually threw a jade token to him and said, this is the restriction token of this house. You can refine it yourself. You have 3 days to rest. After 3 days, I'll tell you what to do. You don't have to think about anything during these 3 days. Just rest well. The burly man nodded in response. He held the jade token in his hand and activated his power to refine it. Zhou continued to lead the others forward. When they reached the third ownerless house, it was Yang Kai's turn. Just like the previous two, Zhou gave him a restriction token and told him to refine it himself. Then, he led the rest of the people away. It was not difficult to refine the restriction token. No one knew if this house had been occupied before. Anyway, there were no traces of the previous owner refining it. Yang Kai only spent an incense stick's worth of time to completely refine it. He gently waved the jade token in front of the house, opening the restriction and pushing the door open. There was no unpleasant smell and the facilities inside the house were very simple. It covered an area of only a few dozen meters and was divided into 2 floors. The lower floor had tables and chairs, which seemed to be a place to entertain guests. Walking up the stairs to the second floor, there was only a bed and a mattress, which should be a place to rest. There was a spirit array arranged inside the house. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the world's aura was being driven by the spirit array and was constantly gathering inside the house, making the small house extremely rich in aura. If such a place were placed in the star boundary, it would be a cultivation treasure land that everyone would fight for, but in the fire spirit land of the 7 openings, it was just a servant's residence. It was hard to imagine what kind of place the stewards, head disciples, and even the earth protectors lived in. After opening the restriction and isolating the house, Yang Kai comprehended the various functions of the restriction token while thinking about his current situation. It was his first time entering the world outside the universe, and being led into the 7 openings was a good thing, but to become a servant right after entering made him somewhat speechless. He still remembered that when he first entered the martial Dao and joined High Heaven Pavilion, because his cultivation progress was not satisfactory, he was reduced to sweeping the floor. The current situation was very similar to back then. The only difference was that the strength he possessed now was not something he could compare to at that time. The current him already had the capital to resist. However, this was their territory after all, and there was a heaven opening realm master overseeing it. When there was no threat to his life, Yang Kai did not want to cause trouble, so he decided to take one step at a time. Moreover, the fortune Zhou Jing mentioned before was nothing more than boasting in Yang Kai's eyes. Others might not know the mysteries of breaking through to the heaven opening realm, but Yang Kai did. In order to break through to the heaven opening realm, one needed to condense the power of the yin and yang 5 elements. This was not wrong, Zhang Ruoxi had also told him so. Moreover, he had already condensed the power of the wood element, and it was the peak of the wood element. However, Zhou Jing did not mention the most important thing, the difference in grade. Perhaps the 7 openings lands gathering of the yin and yang 5 elements was enough to meet the requirements of a cultivator breaking through to the heaven opening realm, but the grade would definitely not be too high. Otherwise, wouldn't there be as many heaven opening realm masters in the 7 openings land? And from the information Yang Kai currently had, there should not be too many heaven opening realm masters in the 7 openings land. Otherwise, they would not have occupied such a small piece of land and would instead be competing for the 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves. Among these heaven opening cultivators, the 7 openings heavenly lord was definitely one of them. The earth protectors like the old man who had led them here should all be heaven opening cultivators as well. As for the others, Yang Kai had no way of knowing. However, to have at least 8 heaven opening cultivators, even if the 7 openings heavenly lands could not compare to the blessed lands, they would not be too bad outside of this world. When he first entered, Yang Kai had a rough understanding of the 7 openings heavenly lands from what he had seen and heard. Now that he was a worker of the 7 openings heavenly lands, he did not know what kind of fate he would face in 3 days. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai walked out of his room and headed towards a house on his left. When he first arrived, there was someone living in that house. Yang Kai remembered that it was a young man. Now that he had nothing to do, he might as well gather some information. He had to figure out what the odd job workers were supposed to do. However, from Zhou Jing's attitude today, even if it was a bit of manual labor, it would not be too difficult. The worker houses here were not densely built. Each house was over 100 feet away from each other. In a few steps, Yang Kai arrived in front of the house. The house's restrictions had already been activated, and the door was tightly shut. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. The young man he had seen before stood at the entrance, looking at Yang Kai indifferently. "What is it?" Yang Kai clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, friend. This little brother is new here and knows nothing about the situation here, so I want to scram." The young man did not wait for Yang Kai to finish before slamming the door shut. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, speechless. However, since the other party was unwilling to speak, there was nothing he could do about it. After thinking for a moment, he headed to the next house. The owner of the second house was rather hospitable. He was a short old man. He welcomed Yang Kai into the house, and the host and guest sat down. Yang Kai said what he had not finished. The old man looked at him with a smile, examining him from head to toe. "Little friend, which world do you come from?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know where I came from, so I don't know how to address you." The old man said, "Then does little friend have any treasures to give this old man?" Yang Kai blinked, almost thinking that he had misheard. He asked in shock, "Sir, what did you say?" The old man smiled. "This old man is willing to answer what you want to ask, but you can't expect me to tell you for nothing. It would be best if you can give me something as a reward." Only then did Kai Yang understand that these people were looking for him for benefits. He had a lot of treasures on him, such as the blue dragon spear, the sealed world bead, and so on. Even in this world, many people would fight over them, but he couldn't just give them away. As for the others, they probably wouldn't be interested in them. What's more, he was just asking a question, yet this old man was asking him for a reward. This was really unacceptable to Xianxia. Smiling gently, he got up, cupped his fists, and walked out of the door. The old man didn't ask him to stay. After failing twice, Xianxia also gave up on inquiring. Anyway, he would see the results in 3 days. Returning to his residence, Xianxia took out the space spirit bead and tried to contact Xianxia again, but to no avail. He could only sit down and meditate. Now that he had condensed the power of the wood attribute, the next thing he needed to do was condense the power of the fire attribute. He didn't know if it was fate or coincidence, but this time, he was lured into the 7 Openings land and into the fire spirit land. He just didn't know if there were any suitable resources in this fire spirit land. Unknowingly, the night passed. The next day, before dawn, the loud crowing of a rooster reached his ears. Xianxia opened his eyes with a look of surprise. One had to know that he hadn't heard this sound for many years. The rooster crowing could only be heard in some ordinary people's homes. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but after listening carefully, it was indeed the sound of a rooster crowing. With a strange look on his face, Xianxia walked down from his second-floor resting place, opened the barrier, and opened the door to look outside. The sky outside was dark, but it was bustling with noise and excitement. The odd-job workers of the fire spirit land walked out of their houses one after another. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were alone. They turned into streams of light and flew into the distance. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they went. In the center of the village, a golden rooster half the height of a person was suspended in midair, like a small sun, exuding a golden light all over its body as it raised its head and crowed. The loud and clear sound came from this golden rooster. Xianxia fixed his eyes on it and clicked his tongue in wonder. He could feel that this golden rooster should be a spirit beast with a different bloodline, and its strength didn't seem to be low. He didn't know who raised it. After 3 crows, more than half of the village was suddenly empty, and at least hundreds of people left. Xianxia looked at it with interest, wondering if the handymen here also needed a rooster to crow before they went out to do things. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the golden rooster over there turn its head and look at him. Although it was a rooster, it had a proud look in its eyes, which made Xianxia not know whether to laugh or cry. In the next moment, the golden pheasant actually flapped its wings and flew straight towards Xianxia, landing in front of him in an instant. Looking at each other, Xianxia was a little surprised, wondering how he had attracted this golden rooster. However, it was the first time that Xianxia had seen this kind of spirit beast, so he was a little curious and reached out to touch it. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand reached out, the golden rooster stretched out its head and pecked at him with its sharp beak. Xianxia's hand was fast, so how could he let it peck at him? He immediately retracted his hand and chuckled, "You have a big temper." Whoa, whoa, whoa. The golden rooster shook its wings and its golden feathers stood up, looking offended and angry. "Stop crying, what are you crying for?" Xianxia glared at it. The golden rooster was even angrier. It kept flapping its wings, rolling up a fierce wind, and its body, which was half the height of a person, kept jumping up and down on the ground. It seemed that it was angry. Xianxia was surprised. Seeing that this guy was making more and more noise, he reached out and grabbed the golden rooster's neck, and said in a low voice, "Stop crying, or I'll kill you and stew you." Golden rooster's cries suddenly stopped, and its eyes widened in disbelief. Xianxia looked at it from head to toe, and said with evil intentions, "I've never seen a chicken like you in my life. I'm sure it'll be very juicy if I stew you. Then you're dead meat." A coquettish voice suddenly sounded out. Xianxia looked up and saw a graceful figure walking towards them. It was the woman who was talking to Zhou yesterday. He didn't take a good look at her yesterday, but looking at her now, she seemed to be in her early 20s. Her expression was still as lazy as yesterday, and her eyes were still drowsy, as if she had overworked herself. She was even yawning as she walked over, and her small red lips made one's imagination run wild. Xianxia smiled at her, "Is this your chicken?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed, "I wouldn't dare say that." She frowned, "Why aren't you letting go?" If others find out that you're holding on to General Xichen, you won't have a good ending. General Xichen? Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at the golden rooster that he was choking. It didn't dare to move, and he was stunned. This fellow actually had such a domineering name? The woman said angrily, General Xichen is the Venerable One's pet. Yang Kai finally understood that this golden rooster's background wasn't small. In this fire spirit land, the Venerable One was the sky and the earth. Even if his pet was just a golden rooster, it wasn't something that anyone could provoke. With a dry laugh, he let go of his hand. General Xichen immediately hid behind the woman, but it's fat but couldn't hide. It stuck its head out and started crying out at Yang Kai. He didn't understand, but he was probably scolding him. I'm just joking, don't be so agitated. Yang Kai shrugged. General Xichen ignored him, and he didn't know if it was because he had someone to rely on, but it started crying out even more fiercely. All right. General, please calm down. I'll treat you to something to eat. The woman smiled, and with a flip of her hand, a fiery red worm that looked like it was carved out of fire jade appeared in her palm. The worm was about 3 to 4 inches long, and it looked like a silkworm. However, its body emitted a scorching hot aura. The worm was a living creature, but the woman had placed some restrictions on it, and it couldn't move at all. As for General Xichen, who was still fuming at Kai Yang, when he saw this long worm, he immediately regained his spirit. Stretching out his head, he pecked at the long worm and swallowed it into his stomach, revealing a look of satisfaction. The woman stroked General Xichen's head and stroked its golden feathers. She smiled, General loves to eat this jade flame silkworm. If there's a chance in the future, remember to bring it back for him. Where can I find it? Yang Kai asked. In the orchard. Although it's hard to find, there are still some. Oh, I forgot, you're new here, and don't know anything about this place. I was just about to ask. It was rare for someone like her to come knocking on his door. Yang Kai naturally wanted to ask her some questions. This woman was different from the 2 people he asked yesterday. She seemed to be very friendly, otherwise, she wouldn't have come over to remind him about General Xichen. If you have nothing else to say, please come in for a chat. Shall we talk inside? The woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yang Kai replied, I'm new here and don't know anything. I would like to ask you to enlighten me. Alright, I'm bored anyway. The woman nodded. She looked down at the golden rooster and said, General, please go ahead. I have something to say to him. General Xichen made a few noises. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, Alright, I'll talk to him. She then turned to Yang Kai and said, General said that since you've offended him today, he should report you to the revered one and punish you as a warning to others. However, seeing that you're new here and don't know about General Xichen's status, General Xichen is kind and magnanimous. He won't lower himself to your level. Although he can exempt you from the rules, he will punish you lightly. She then looked at General Xichen and heard him giggle for a while before saying, catch 5 jade flame silkworms within a month. Yang Kai thought that it was something big, but when he heard that he had to catch 3 jade flame silkworms, he couldn't help but laugh. However, he cupped his fists and said, Thank you General for your kindness. 3 jade flame silkworms, I will definitely catch them for you. After obtaining this assurance and seeing Yang Kai sincerely admit his mistake, Xichen Great General walked away with his head held high. Yang Kai invited the lady into the house and sat down. There was nothing much to entertain, but the lady didn't seem to care. After exchanging names, he found out that she was called Dayu. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai went straight to the point, Lady Dayu, what do the servants do every day? Dayu reclined on the chair, her slender figure outlined by her close-fitting clothes. She chuckled, he's a servant. What else can he do? Naturally, it's the servant's job. To be more specific, they have to take care of the fire spirit fruit tree. Where's the fruit tree? Dayu pointed in a direction, there's an orchard there. Everyone in the servant house works there. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, is the fire spirit fruit used to refine the heaven-opening pill? Dayu glanced at him with some surprise, it seems that you are not completely ignorant. Yang Kai said, when I came back with the Venerable, I heard him mention it. Dai nodded, you're better than me. When I first came here, I didn't know anything. She seemed to have recalled something, and there was a look of reminiscence in her eyes. However, she didn't want to say too much, so she changed the topic. You're right. The fire spirit fruit is one of the ingredients to refine the heaven-opening pill. Other than that, there are 6 other types of spirit fruits planted in the 7 openings land. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That means that the other 6 spirit lands are similar to the fire spirit land? They all have their own orchards and servant houses? Yes. Dai nodded. If not, how could there be so many ingredients for the Heavenly Lord to refine the elixir? The heaven-opening pill refined by the Heavenly Lord is the 7 openings land's biggest reliance. Yang Kai's heart burned with excitement as he listened. He had come into contact with all kinds of information about the heaven-opening pill since arriving in this world, which would definitely be of great benefit to his plan to obtain the heaven-opening pill's pill recipe. Originally, he was a little reluctant to work as a servant, but now that he learned that he would have to take care of the fire spirit fruit tree, he was actually looking forward to it. He wondered what the fire spirit fruit tree looked like. If it's convenient for Miss Dai, can you tell me more about the details of taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree? Dai looked up at him and chuckled, you're quite attentive. You haven't even gone to work yet and you're already inquiring about this. Yang Kai smiled. There's no harm in knowing more. Dai chuckled, then what do I get in return? These words sounded familiar. Yang Kai looked at her. What do you want? He patted his chest and said, when I first came to this world, I didn't have anything. Other than this body, I don't have anything else. If you like it, how about I accompany you for 3 days? Dai covered her mouth and giggled, no need for that. She shook her shoulders and said, my shoulders are a little sore. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared behind her and placed his 2 hands on top of her, gently massaging her. Dai smiled happily. Young man, you're very smart. Not bad, not bad. She praised him while instructing Yang Kai how much strength he should use. Yang Kai obeyed obediently, quietly pushing his Saint Chi and sending it out from his fingertips. Dai immediately showed a look of satisfaction before slowly closing her eyes, her demeanor becoming even more relaxed. After a long while, Dai suddenly spoke without opening her eyes. There are many things to pay attention to when taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree. How often to water it, how much to water it, how often to apply fertilizer, and how often to extract the power of the ley lines. There are certain restrictions. You can't do more than that, nor can you do less than that. There's also the insect removal. You've seen the blue fire silkworm before. This kind of insect is most likely to grow on the fire spirit fruit tree. However, these insects have a certain effect on the growth of the fire spirit fruit tree, so they can't be completely removed. You need to maintain a certain number of insects. These things can't be explained clearly in a few words. Yang Kai nodded fiercely behind her and sighed. There are so many things to pay attention to when taking care of this fruit tree. How long have you been here? What do you think? I don't know, but it shouldn't be too short. 1,000 years. Dai showed a wry smile. 1,000 years ago, I jumped out of my own universe world and was attracted to this place. Then I stayed here for 1,000 years. That's indeed a long time. Yang Kai was secretly vigilant. 1,000 years had passed and she was still staying in this servant room. Although he didn't know what Dai's cultivation was 1,000 years ago, it seemed that her strength hadn't increased much. So if there's a chance, it's best to leave this servant room. There's no way to make a name for yourself in this place. How do I leave? If you do a good job and earn the recognition of the higher-ups, you can naturally leave, but such opportunities are rare. Apart from that, you don't need to think about these things now. Just try it first. While speaking, she raised her eyes and stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai chuckled and retracted his hand to continue massaging his shoulders. Dai closed her eyes again and continued, you're new here, so Zhou will probably arrange a suitable place for you later. Don't be fooled by his smiling face, he's the kind of person who eats people without spitting out the bones. You'll understand in the future. Also, you must remember that there's a limit to the number of fruits on each fire spirit fruit tree. If they're spoiled, you must keep them. Don't keep them for yourself, otherwise no one can protect you. Xianxia nodded seriously. I'll remember. He thought for a moment and asked, do we get paid as servants? Yes. Really? Xianxia was surprised. He had just asked casually and didn't expect to get such an answer. Dayu smiled mockingly. 3 heaven opening pills per year. 3. Xianxia blinked. He had never seen a heaven opening pill before and didn't know how effective it was. He didn't know what 3 pills meant, but judging from Dayu's expression, it should be an extremely harsh number. Xianxia didn't even need to calculate. Then big sister Dayu, have you already saved up 3,000 heaven opening pills? Who are you calling big sister? Dayu was a bit unhappy. Little sister Dayu? How old are you? Dayu sneered. Xianxia didn't say anything. Dayu snorted. Forget it. Since you called me big sister, I'll take care of you in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me when I'm free. Then I'll have to thank big sister. Stinky brat, your mouth is as sweet as honey. Dayu curled her lips. We're odd job workers. We come out every day when we hear the rooster. We have 3 days of rest every month. There's a market for odd job workers in the center of Xianxia land. There's a lot of good stuff there. When we're free, big sister will take you there to broaden your horizons. Okay, call me when the time comes. Xianxia nodded. After asking a few more questions about the 7 refinements earth and the fire spirit fruit tree, Dayu patted the back of Xianxia's hand and said, good, that's all for today. You've only just arrived, so in any case, be careful in whatever you do in the future. Don't let anyone catch you. Xianxia withdrew his hand. Okay. Let's go. I'm so tired. Dayu didn't even look back. She just waved her hand and pushed open the door to leave gracefully. As soon as Dayu left, someone walked in. He looked back at Dayu's back as he walked in. Xianxia smiled. Miss Ah-sun? What's the matter? You know that person? Ah-sun asked curiously. We just met. Ah-sun was suspicious. You just met and you talked for so long. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss, are you spying on me? No, I just found out some information. Since everyone just arrived, I thought I'd tell you. Xianxia snapped his fingers. I happen to know something too. Ah-sun's eyes turned. Then let's share information? Sure. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Xianxia didn't stay idle in the house. He went out for a walk. However, there was nothing special in the village where the odd job workers lived. He didn't find anything special. He wanted to go to the orchard to take a look, but when he got there, he found that the orchard was covered by a restriction. Without a token, he couldn't enter. In the end, he could only give up. He met many people who came from different worlds, but they were just acquaintances. They couldn't be considered friends for the time being. Every time Ah-sun inquired about something, she would run over to share it with Kai Yang. She was truly a warm-hearted person. The other people who had come with the 2 of them had all closed their doors and not come out. Who knew what kind of taboo this was? On the morning of the 3rd day, the golden rooster announced dawn. Xianxia pushed open the door and went out. Outside the house, figures turned into streaks of light and rushed in the direction of the orchard. Xianxia hurried to follow. He didn't fly far when Ah-sun called out to him from behind. Xianxia slowed down slightly and waited for her to catch up. Then, he walked side by side with her. They chatted along the way. Ah-sun seemed to be a little nervous. Perhaps it was because she was going to face a new environment, but the little girl's mood was fluctuating. Xianxia casually comforted her. About an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination. Outside the light curtain, several figures were waiting. Except for the housekeeper of the chores room, Zhou Zheng, the rest were the newcomers who were received by the Venerable together with Xianxia and the others. Seeing that Xianxia and Ah-sun were late, Zhou Zheng's expression was a little uneasy. Come earlier next time. Xianxia and Ah-sun nodded repeatedly. Zhou Zheng turned around and shook the token in his hand. A gap was opened in the barrier, and the group of people rushed in. As soon as they entered the fire spirit orchard, they felt a hot aura rushing toward them. Between heaven and earth, there was an extremely rich fire aura, which made them feel a burning sensation. They had no choice but to urge their strength to resist. Xianxia showed a look of realization. Before, he was wondering why it was called the Fire Spirit Land. Why was it so ordinary and nothing special? Now that he entered the orchard, he realized that there was nothing special in other places. The special part was in this orchard. Such an environment was in line with the name Fire Spirit Land. However, this degree of scorching heat seemed to be a bit too strong. They had to circulate their strength to resist the discomfort. No wonder the people in the handyman's room basically hid in their rooms every time they came back to rest. Xianxia had thought that they were indifferent, but now it seemed that this was not the case. They were simply too tired in this orchard and really needed to rest and conserve their energy. Because these people were newcomers, they knew nothing about the orchard. Zhou led everyone into the orchard and first explained the various details of taking care of the fire spirit fruit trees to everyone. Xianxia and Asun had inquired about some information before, and what they learned was not much different from what Zhou had told them, and it was even more detailed. Looking at the expressions of the others, it was obvious that they had also done this work before, so there was nothing suspicious about it. Zhou even took them to observe how some other people took care of the fruit trees and pointed out some details that needed to be paid attention to. After wandering around for half a day, Zhou led them into the depths of the orchard and assigned them to different places. Xianxia was given 3 mu of land with a total of 30 fire spirit fruit trees. Before leaving, Zhou gave him a restriction token and instructed him to take good care of them before leading the others away. Standing in this small orchard, Xianxia took a deep breath and felt his stomach and lungs burning. He was full of energy. From now on, he would be living here for a month. Being a handyman for others was naturally not a good thing, but what interested Xianxia was the fire spirit fruit trees. If there was a chance, maybe he could get some into his own medicine garden. It would be more convenient for him to refine the heaven-opening pill in the future. The fruit trees were 3 feet tall and had fluffy canopies. Some fist-sized red fruits were hanging on the branches. Xianxia first put his hands behind his back and slowly walked around his 3 mu of land to inspect. Daiyu had said that each fruit in this fire spirit orchard was limited, and it would be a big deal if one was missing. Naturally, he had to count them carefully. It didn't take long for him to complete the task. The number of pills matched what was recorded in the token. There wasn't one more or one less. Standing under a fruit tree, he glanced left and right. After confirming that there was no one around, he reached out and pulled down a branch. There were 3 fire spirit fruits hanging on the branch. He leaned forward and sniffed them. A sweet aroma rushed into his mind, making him feel refreshed. This was the taste of the fire spirit fruit. He wondered what it would taste like if it was refined into a heaven-opening pill. Xianxia smacked his lips and suddenly felt a little greedy. However, according to Daiyu, the fire spirit fruit would only ripen once every few decades. The fruit in front of him was about to ripen, so it would probably ripen in the next few years. As for him, he was only given 3 mu of land because he was not familiar with it. The other elders had at least a few hundred mu of land, or even more. There were at least 1,000 people living in the fire spirit land servant house. Counting it this way, the area that this orchard took up was not small. And this was only the fire spirit land. The Xianxia land had 6 other spirit lands. Gently letting go of the branch in his hand, Xianxia sat cross-legged under the fruit tree. He held the jade token that Zhou had given him before he left and silently refined it. This jade token was the key to taking care of the fruit tree. The entire fire spirit orchard was covered in all kinds of large formations, all of which were controlled by the token. Without the token, nothing could be done. Every time he entered or left the orchard, he would need to use this token. To the servants of the Xianxia land, this token was more precious than their lives. If it was lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. While he was refining the token, he suddenly heard the rustling of footsteps. Xianxia opened his eyes and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. "It's you?" The other person also opened his eyes wide and looked around. He said in surprise, "This land is yours?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and stood up with a smile. Why are you here? The person turned around and pointed with a smile. Next to you is my land. Yang Kai also smiled. What a coincidence. We were neighbors in the servant house and now we're also neighbors here. It seems like fate has brought us together. The person who had come was none other than the old man who lived next door to Yang Kai. When Yang Kai had asked him for information, this old man had opened his mouth and asked for benefits. Yang Kai had ignored him and left. They hadn't had much interaction over the past few days, but who would have thought that they would be neighbors in the orchard? The old man looked over Yang Kai with a strange expression. He shook his head and sighed. Yang Kai said with a sullen expression, what is the meaning of this old man? It looks like you don't know yet. You're in big trouble. The old man pointed at Yang Kai with a distressed expression. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. Old man, you and I don't know each other. We've only met once before, but now you've come to my place to frighten me. Do you think that a newcomer like me is easy to bully? Or did I offend you? The old man shook his head. You didn't offend me. Even if you offended this old man, what can this old man do to you? We're all servants in the servant house. No one is better than the other. He sighed again. You didn't offend this old man. Did you offend someone else? Yang Kai was speechless. I've only been here for 3 days. Who could I have offended? The old man asked curiously, then why were you assigned to this land? There are so many places in the orchard, why this one? Yang Kai frowned. Is there something wrong with this land? Something's wrong, something's wrong. The old man stood in place with his hands behind his back. He looked around and lowered his voice. To tell you the truth, this land has changed 3 people in the past 10 years. You're the 4th. Yang Kai frowned. Why change people? The trees are dead. The old man pointed in a direction. Haven't you seen them? Those fruit trees over there are newly planted saplings. Yang Kai nodded. I've seen them. There are indeed a few saplings over there. Yang Kai had noticed when he was patrolling. There were 3 fire spirit fruit trees over there that were clearly different from the others. They seemed to have been planted only a few years ago. Now that he heard the old man's words, he understood that the previous trees had died. The old man laughed. As servants, losing even one fruit is a big deal, not to mention that the trees have died. This all happened in the past 10 years. Startled, Kai Yang asked, what punishment did the 3 people from before receive? The old man shook his head. I don't know. I haven't seen them since the fruit trees died. Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. Do you know what caused the fruit trees to die? How would I know? Although my orchard is nearby, this place is not under my management. If you want to find the reason, you'll have to do it yourself. And you have to be quick. If you're too slow, you might follow in their footsteps. After saying this, the old man shook his head and sighed again. He walked back and said, Fate. After watching the old man leave, Yang Kai no longer had the mood to refine the jade pendant. Zhou Jing's figure flashed through his mind, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. He suddenly remembered that when Ah Sun came to find him the night before, she had asked him if he wanted to find Zhou Jing to give him something. After all, he was the manager of the orchard, and he would have to work under him in the future. He might as well treat it as a good karma. She also said that the others had already given him something. Yang Kai didn't take it to heart at that time, so Ah Sun didn't say anything. Now it seemed that giving him something was not without benefits. At the very least, this piece of land did not fall into the hands of others. Thinking of Dai Yu's evaluation of Zhou Jing, Yang Kai suddenly became alert. Sure enough, he had to be on guard against people. He had only met Zhou Jing twice, and there was no conflict between them. But now, this piece of land had been given to him. Although the old man did not say what happened to the previous 3 owners of this piece of land, since the fruit trees had died, it was easy to guess what happened to them. It was too late to go find Zhou Jing now, so he could only save himself. At the very least, he had to find the reason why the fruit trees died. Thinking this, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged again and continued to refine the jade pendant. Only by refining the jade pendant could he connect to the orchard spirit array and investigate the situation of this piece of land. The jade pendant was not difficult to refine, so it took Yang Kai less than half a day to completely refine it. He wanted to try taking care of the fruit trees himself, watering them, and fertilizing them, but he was afraid that he would not be able to control the proper amount, so he simply got up and walked out. After a short while, he arrived in front of a thatched cottage. Xianxia raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door opened, and the old man who had gone to find Xianxia before looked at him with a stunned expression. "Little brother, is something the matter?" Xianxia kept his hands and said, "I came to ask old sir for advice on how to take care of the fruit trees. This is my first time doing this kind of thing, so I don't know what to do. I'm afraid that something unexpected might happen. It would be best if old sir could teach me carefully." The old man said, "Teaching you is no problem, but what good will it do me?" "No." Xianxia shook his head. The old man laughed and said, "Why would I do something that doesn't benefit me? It was already this old man's kindness to warn you earlier. Don't push your luck. Go, go, go." He waved his hand continuously. Xianxia grinned and said, "There is no benefit in teaching me, but if you don't teach me, there will definitely be harm." The old man's smiling face suddenly sank. "Little brother, are you threatening this old man?" "This old man has lived for so many years, and I'm not scared." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. "Then I'll do as old sir wishes. If a tree dies on my land, I'll come here first and destroy one of old sir's trees. If 2 die, I'll destroy 2. If 3 die, I'll destroy 3. In any case, if something happens to my land, I won't have a good ending. At that time, it won't be bad to have someone accompany me." Finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Stop right there!" the old man roared. Xianxia turned around and looked at the old man with a smile. "Does old sir have any other orders?" You. The old man pointed his finger at Xianxia, so angry that his beard trembled. "I've never seen someone as shameless and unreasonable as you. This old man is furious." Xianxia smiled and said, "The world is hard, I have no choice." The old man sorrowfully said, "You also know the hardships of the world, why bother to make things difficult for this old man?" Xianxia turned his head to look around and drew a large circle with his hand. "Even if this old man doesn't have 70 to 80 mu of land, it should have at least 50 to 60 mu of land, right?" Suddenly changing the topic, the old man didn't know what Xianxia's intentions were, so he didn't dare to rashly answer. He only looked at him with vigilance. "If you can easily take care of 50 to 60 mu of land, what's the big deal about my 3 mu of land? This is just a small matter for this old man. If this old man isn't willing to help, then don't blame me if something really happens." The old man glared at him. "You still want this old man to help you take care of those 3 mu of land?" Xianxia grinned, "Of course not. As long as this old man can teach me for a while and let me get the hang of it, I won't dare to bother you in the future." He paused for a moment, then said, "Don't worry, I learn very quickly. I'm afraid it won't take me more than a few days." The old man's expression was helpless. "Teaching you is nothing, but remember what you said. If you dare to pester me again, don't blame this old man for being impolite." I don't dare. The old man was still angry for a while, then he raised his hand and said, "Let's go." "Old man, slow down a bit." Xianxia hurried to help him. The old man flicked his sleeve and coldly snorted, "Don't try to curry favor. I already knew you weren't a good person, so this old man didn't bother to kindly remind you." Xianxia laughed. "Old man, said yourself that you are kind and generous. Seeing this little one in trouble, how could you not come to remind me?" In any case, saying good words didn't cost him anything, so he didn't lose anything. Along the way, he smiled and accompanied them, and in a short time, they returned to the 3 mu of land. Although the old man had no choice but to agree to teach Xianxia step by step, since he had already agreed, he didn't dare to fool around. The main reason was because he was afraid of Xianxia's hooligan attitude. If one day a tree were to die on this plot of land, then Xianxia might really run over to his territory and cause trouble for him. Even if it was for his own sake, the old man had to teach him carefully. Standing in front of a fire spirit fruit tree, the old man said with a solemn expression, "Although we are the odd job workers of the fire spirit land, it is not that easy to do a good job as odd job workers. There are many things to pay attention to, especially when it comes to taking care of this fruit tree. Without 3 to 5 years of immersion, it is difficult to grasp the proper measure. Let me tell you first, I will only teach you for a month. How much you can learn in this month is up to you. After a month, don't bother me again. That's enough. Xianxia nodded seriously. The old man sneered. Obviously, he felt that Xianxia was too arrogant, but since Xianxia agreed, he was happy to see it. He pointed to a fruit tree in front of him and said, "Take a look and see how this fruit tree needs to be taken care of." Xianxia examined him up and down, his divine sense drifting in and out of focus. After a long time, he finally said, "I don't know." The old man said, "Put your hand on it and feel it carefully." Xianxia obeyed and put his hand on the trunk, carefully inspecting it. After a while, he tilted his head and asked, "Do I need to apply fertilizer?" The old man rolled his eyes. "This is a healthy fruit tree. You don't need to do anything." Xianxia said angrily, "Since it is healthy, why are you asking me how to take care of it?" The old man stroked his beard with an unfathomable expression. "This old master just wants you to remember the condition of a healthy fruit tree. With this as a benchmark, compare it to other fruit trees and you will know what to do." Xianxia thought about it and had to admit that the old man's words made sense. Although he was teasing him, he could only endure it. After all, his attitude towards the old man just now was not very good. "I will remember," Xianxia nodded. "Then go to the next one." The old man beckoned. After a while, in front of another fruit tree, Xianxia felt for a long time before he said with some uncertainty, "Compared to the previous fruit tree, this one is lacking in water. Is it going to be watered?" The old man glanced at him and nodded, "Not bad." Xianxia grinned, "Elder taught me well." Watering, let me see how to do it." He took out his token and activated it, connecting it to the array of the entire orchard. After a while, a cloud of mist gathered above the fruit tree. "It's too little, keep it up." The old man shouted from the side, "This place is full of fire spiritual power and the environment is hot. If you gather too little water vapor, it will directly evaporate and you won't be able to water it." Xianxia did not say a word and increased his strength. The cloud above the fruit tree became thicker and thicker. "It's almost done." The old man nodded. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately stretched out his hand and the cloud immediately covered the fruit tree. It was visible to the naked eye that the whole fruit tree seemed to be nourished a lot. Xianxia was proud. "How is it?" "It's SOSO." The old man naturally would not praise him and led him forward. Taking care of the fruit tree was a meticulous and laborious job, especially for a newcomer like Xianxia. A little carelessness could ruin things. He checked the fruit tree one by one, watering it when necessary, fertilizing it when necessary, and increasing the amount of fire spiritual power when necessary. The 3 seedlings were the most important. Seedlings were the most difficult to take care of, but under the guidance of the old man, Xianxia did a good job. Seeing him like this, the old man seemed to be quite satisfied and his attitude softened slightly. 30 fruit trees were quickly taken care of, but Xianxia was still a little unsatisfied. It was not that he liked to do this kind of thing, but he would need to refine the heaven-opening pill in the future. As an alchemist, if he did not understand the characteristics of the materials used to refine pills, he would naturally not be able to refine pills. Taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree today would lay a solid foundation for his future alchemy, so Xianxia was quite happy. "Let's go to your place," Xianxia called out. The old man was puzzled. "Why are you going to this old man's place?" Xianxia rubbed his palms together, "To help you take care of the fruit trees." The old man turned pale with fright. "Forget it, I appreciate your kindness." "What are you talking about? Let's go." Xianxia did not wait for him to finish speaking and directly dragged him away. Half a day later, the old man followed behind Xianxia with a bitter expression. Xianxia shuttled back and forth in the old man's herb garden, using other people's fruit trees to practice. Every time he made a mistake, the old man would tremble with fear. "Old man, there are worms on the tree. Is this the blue flame silkworm?" Suddenly, Kaiyang poked his head into a hole in the tree trunk. Seeing this hole, he suddenly remembered that he had promised General Sichin 5 blue flame silkworms. "Are there worms?" Hearing this, the old man's spirit shook. He pushed Xianxia aside and eagerly said, let me see, let me see." He studied the small hole for a while and beamed with joy. "There really are worms." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, frowning. Why do you look so happy? What do you know? The old man was too lazy to explain to him. He reached out and took out a green box, then took out a stick of incense. He lit the incense and gently waved it in front of the wormhole. Looking at the old man's posture, he should be catching worms. Moreover, he even had all the tools and was very skilled. It was obvious that this was not his first time doing this. After the incense was lit, there was a burnt smell. Yang Kai did not know what it was made of, but it was very strange. Yang Kai wanted to ask for an explanation, but was afraid of disturbing the old man, so he simply closed his mouth and silently observed. The old man had been here for God knows how many years. Since he cared so much about the blue flame silkworm, he must have his reasons. Moreover, Daiyu had said before that if he caught a blue flame silkworm in the orchard, he must remember to keep it. From this, it could be seen that the blue flame silkworm was something good. It had to be said that the old man was very good at catching worms. Not long after the incense was lit, a small red head popped out of the wormhole. Yang Kai had seen the blue flame silkworm before and immediately recognized that it was the thing that Daiyu gave General Xichen. The blue flame silkworm was only a worm after all. Attracted by the smell of the incense, it crawled out of the wormhole and was immediately put into the box by the old man. After extinguishing the incense, the old man held the box and smiled happily. Yang Kai finally had the time to ask, "Old man, what is the use of this blue flame silkworm?" The old man glanced at him and shook his head. I can't say. Do you believe that I will uproot this tree of yours?" Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the fire spirit fruit tree in front of him. You. The old man was at a loss for words. He stared at Yang Kai's hand and said, "Let go of me first. Tell me after I let go." Okay. When Yang Kai stopped, the old man explained, "This worm is useless to me, but you know General Xichen, right? He likes to eat this blue flame silkworm the most." "I know, so what? Is a chicken worth all of you trying to curry favor with it?" Yang Kai looked at the old man with disdain. The old man's beard trembled. General Xichen is not an ordinary chicken. He is the Venerable One's pet. In this fire spirit land, he is the biggest chicken after the Venerable One. So what? If you feed him worms, do you think that he will put in a good word for you and help you get rid of your status as a servant? That's not to the extent. The old man laughed dryly, but it's not wrong to have a good relationship with General Xichen. That's it? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. What else could it be? Yang Kai looked at him seriously for a while, then reached out and grabbed the fire spirit fruit tree. Do you believe that I will uproot this tree of yours? Stop it. The old man shouted, his beard trembling. Yang Kai was unmoved, and he slowly increased the strength of his hand. I'm scared of you. The old man wanted to slap Yang Kai to death, but he resisted the urge to vomit blood and explained, General has heaven-opening pills on him. If he is in a good mood, he might give it to us. Otherwise, why do you think we are helping him catch worms? That chicken has heaven-opening pills on him? Yang Kai had a look of disbelief. Can you be a little quieter? The old man looked around. I already said that General Xichen is not an ordinary chicken. If you continue to speak without thinking and someone else hears you, you will not have a good ending. Quieter. Yang Kai followed the old man's advice and immediately lowered his voice, looking a little sneaky. Has anyone gotten heaven-opening pills from that General Xichen? He had seen Daiyu feed it last time, but he didn't see it give him any heaven-opening pills. If not, do you think this old man would be willing to work so hard to catch insects? The old man said disdainfully. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, so that's how it is. As an odd-job worker, he was given 3 heaven-opening pills every year. Although Yang Kai didn't know what 3 heaven-opening pills were worth, from Daiyu's tone and attitude, 3 was too little. But now, if he could make General Xichen happy, he could easily get a heaven-opening pill. Who wouldn't go crazy over such a good thing? No wonder this old man was so happy when he heard that there were insects on the trees. His eyes couldn't help but look at the box in the old man's hand. What are you trying to do? The old man hugged his treasure box and glared at Yang Kai. The main reason was that he had been threatened by Yang Kai too many times today. He already knew that this youth in front of him wasn't a good person, so when he saw Yang Kai's eyes, he could guess what he was planning. Old man. Yang Kai patted the old man's shoulder. You don't know, but 2 days ago, I promised General Xichen that I would catch 5 blue flame silkworms for him in a month. But you know the situation on my side. There are a total of 30 fruit trees. How can there be so many insects to catch? You see. Scram. If you don't give me insects, then you should at least give me a set of tools to catch insects. I think that incense is quite special. And this box, it should be specially made. The old man didn't say anything, which made Yang Kai even more certain that his guess was correct. Old man, you don't want me to pester you day and night for this matter, right? The old man sneered. You really think you have this old man in your grasp? Yang Kai said, how would I dare? You are an old senior and I am a newcomer. How would I dare to be rude to you? It's just that I really don't have any tools to catch insects and I don't know where to get them. We are all outside, so if I can help, I'll help. The old man's face was calm and unmoved. Yang Kai continued, at most, I'll buy you a new set in the future. That should be fine, right? This is the only set I have with me. I don't have much. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I couldn't. The old man's expression softened slightly. Then lend it to me first. Yang Kai giggled and pointed at the box in his hand. Lend me this bug too. If I really get the heaven opening pill, I'll give it to you. The old man's expression changed. Really? Yang Kai put his arm around his shoulder affectionately. We're all neighbors. We'll see each other all the time. We'll have plenty of time to get along in the future. What good would it do me to lie to you? It's mainly because I promised General Xichen that it would be troublesome if I couldn't complete the mission after a month. At least you have some sincerity. The old man muttered, if that's the case, I don't mind lending it to you. But let me say this first. If General Xichen doesn't give me the heaven-opening pill, then there's nothing I can do. Of course. The old man nodded. But I have to remind you that catching 5 blue flame silkworms in a month is a bit difficult. I'm afraid our orchards won't be enough. 5 blue flame silkworms is difficult? Yang Kai was stunned. There aren't many blue flame silkworms to begin with. Also, these things are useful to the fire spirit fruit tree, so we can't catch all of them. Yang Kai chuckled. Anyway, we'll work hard this month. When we get General Xichen's reward, I'll complete the mission and give you the heaven-opening pill. Deal. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the box. The old man didn't refuse and allowed him to grab it. Yang Kai spread his hands. There's also that incense. The old man passed the incense over. Yang Kai played with it as he asked, where can I get this? It seems like I'll have to prepare a set in the future. The old man said, you're new here, so of course you don't know. But you'll be able to buy it at the city square later. Yang Kai nodded. Dayu had said before that she would bring him to the city square to broaden his horizons when she was free in the future. Now, it seemed like he had to go to the city square. With this new item, Yang Kai was even more excited. He checked the trees one by one, looking for blue flame silkworms. But just as the old man said, there weren't many blue flame silkworms and they were useful to the fire spirit fruit tree. He couldn't catch all of them, so he had to leave some behind. Even though he didn't catch any worms, Yang Kai was much more adept at taking care of the fruit tree. The days passed peacefully. Yang Kai constantly walked back and forth between his own land and the old man's territory. He worked under the old man's guidance and played chess with the old man when he had nothing to do. The old man's chess skills were pretty good. Yang Kai lost every game, but he wasn't discouraged. Since he couldn't cultivate for the time being, he just took it as a way to pass the time. After more than 10 days of getting along, their relationship became closer. Under the fruit tree, next to the hut, on the stone table, the black and white twins were entangled. Yang Kai sat on the stone bench and stared ahead. Old Fong, it's your turn. After more than 10 days of getting along, Yang Kai learned that the old man's surname was Fong, but he didn't know his full name. The old man didn't say anything. Anyway, Yang Kai just called him Old Fong, and Old Fong didn't care too much. Old Fong smiled and picked up a chess piece. Brat, you play chess like you want to kill someone. You're too murderous. With a casual move, the encirclement Yang Kai had painstakingly set up fell apart in an instant, allowing the black dragon to open a bloody path. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare. Just as he was thinking hard, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air, followed by a figure landing beside him. Old Fang immediately got up and respectfully saluted, "Steward Chow." The person who came was Zhou Jing. Yang Kai also stood up and saluted, "Greetings, Steward Chow." Zhou Jing glanced at the two and frowned, "What are you doing here instead of taking care of the fruit trees in your own place?" Yang Kai replied, "I've finished taking care of them. I have nothing to do, so I'm looking for something to do with Old Fang to pass the time." "Finished taking care of them?" Zhou Jing smiled, "Where does a newbie like you get such confidence?" Yang Kai said, "Although I'm a newbie, Old Fang has taught me a lot recently. I'm already familiar with how to take care of the fruit trees. Steward Chow, if you're worried, I can accompany you to check them out." "That won't be necessary. I'm just patrolling the orchard, so I don't have the time to check them one by one. However, I have to remind you that a few fruit trees died in your plot of land. You'd better be careful. If anything happens, no one can save you." "Thank you, Steward Chow, for your reminder." Yang Kai thanked him verbally, but he was disgusted inside. If he really had good intentions, why didn't he say so in the beginning? Why did he assign him to such a plot of land? However, this guy was all smiles, so he couldn't say anything. Moreover, he was a steward, and he was just a servant. If he really got into a conflict with him, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Zhou Jing nodded and said, "Be careful. The fire spirit fruit will ripen in 3 years. If we can complete the mission given by the Venerable One, everyone will benefit." He pointed at the chessboard and said, "Don't do this kind of thing in the future. It's fine if I see it, but if the chief steward sees it, you'll be skinned alive." "Yes." Old Fang nodded respectfully. Zhou Jing didn't say anything else and soared into the sky. It seemed like he was going to patrol other places. Once he was far away, Old Fang sighed and said, "Just find a chance to send something over." "It seems like you've really offended him." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Old Fang said, "This isn't the first time he saw me playing chess with someone else. He didn't say anything before this, but he pointed it out today." "Why do you think he did that?" Yang Kai was annoyed and amused at the same time. "I'm new here. What do I have to give him? This guy is really stingy." He didn't know how Ah-sun was doing. She probably didn't give anything to him either. Old Fang pointed at him and said, "You know, you can't catch the wolf without risking the child. We're all working under him after all." Yang Kai didn't want to talk about this anymore, so he changed the topic and said, "He said something about a chief steward." "Who's that?" "Every spiritual land's orchard has a steward, just like him. However, above them, there's a chief steward who reports directly to the Lord of Heaven. The chief steward is the Lord of Heaven's people. Even the Venerable One has to show him some respect." Yang Kai said, "Oh. Speaking of which, what's the problem with your plot of land? Have you checked it out?" Old Fang asked again. "There's no problem." Yang Kai frowned. "I've checked it more than 10 times. What's the problem? Furthermore, you've seen the situation of the fruit trees. If there's really a problem, the fruit trees will be able to detect it immediately." Old Fang sighed. Actually, Steward Chow has also checked it out personally, but he didn't find anything. "I don't know why the trees died. I think you're on your own now. Good luck." Yang Kai said, "Let's not talk about this first. What's more important now is the 5 blue flame silkworms. What do you think will happen to me if I don't fulfill General Si Chen's request? It won't end well. Could it have forgotten about it long ago? After all, it's just a chicken. General Si might forget about other things, but he definitely won't forget about the blue flame silkworms. Then I'll be in trouble." Yang Kai frowned. Ever since he caught the first blue flame silkworm, he hadn't caught a second one. Although Old Fang's fruit trees still had blue flame silkworms, they couldn't be caught. Old Fang said that those silkworms had to be left behind. If they were caught, it would definitely affect the fruit trees. Affecting the fruit trees was a matter of life and death. Xianxia guessed that if he tried to catch the silkworms, this old man would definitely fight him to the death. Xianxia thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "What do you think if I go to someone else's orchard to catch the silkworms?" Old Feng laughed coldly. "No matter who it is, they won't agree to it." Xianxia patted his shoulder. "So, Old Feng, I'll need your help." Old Feng was shocked. "What help?" Xianxia hooked his finger and gestured for him to come closer. Then they whispered in each other's ears. Old Feng's face darkened as he listened. He didn't wait for Xianxia to finish and scolded, "Scram! I can't believe you came up with such a good idea. If this gets exposed, both of us will be finished." "Are you exaggerating?" Xianxia was stunned. "I'm just asking you to lure the silkworms away. Be careful, don't be too eager for quick success. The blue flame silkworm is easily frightened. If it hides back, we won't be able to catch it again." In front of a fruit tree, Old Feng nervously watched Xianxia's movements and secretly transmitted his voice to him. Xianxia held the treasure box in one hand and the incense in the other. His expression was solemn, as if he was in a life and death battle. He impatiently replied, "I know, you've already said it so many times. Can you stop?" Old Feng smacked his lips and remained silent. The incense dispersed and a small red head slowly poked out from the hole in the tree. Attracted by the incense, the silkworm's figure slowly appeared. It wasn't until half of his body had crawled out that Xianxia waved the treasure box in his hand and collected the long worm into it, closing it with a bang before letting out a hearty laugh. "Success." Old Feng looked at him. "This is only the second condition, why are you so happy?" "Don't forget, you promised him 5 conditions." Xianxia's laughter suddenly stopped and his mouth twitched. "Then what do we do?" Old Feng scoffed, "You're asking this old man, who should I ask? There's no more time." 1 month? So fast? Xianxia was stunned. Just as they were talking, the crisp sound of a bell entered their ears. Without waiting for Xianxia to ask, Old Feng said, "We can go now. The next 3 days are for rest." "Don't go." Xianxia grabbed him and said sneakily, "Let's wait for a while, wait for them to leave first." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a strong repulsive force coming from all around him. He could not resist at all. His vision blurred and when he regained his senses, he was already outside the orchard. Xianxia was stunned. Perhaps it was because he was caught, but Old Feng explained, "Once the time is up, no one can stay in there. You're on your own now." After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the servant room. Xianxia scratched his head and watched as the figures turned into streaks of light and left. He could only helplessly follow. His 1 month of life as an odd job worker was rather uneventful. The only thing missing was the 5 jade flame silkworms that he had promised General Xichen. He only had 2 on hand. She wondered what Golden Rooster's reaction would be when he found out. However, since things had already come to this point, there was no point in thinking too much about it. He could only counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. In the orchard, he had to constantly use his strength to resist the scorching heat. It was really tiring, and the others were probably not much better. When Xianxia returned to the village where the handyman house was located, he saw that all the doors were closed. Everyone was probably resting. He returned to his residence, opened the restriction, and sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. He did not speak for the entire night. Early in the morning of the second day, the sound of a golden rooster crowing could be heard. Even the restriction could not block out this sound. Knowing that he had 3 days to rest, Xianxia was too lazy to pay attention to it. Who would have thought that a moment later, a knocking sound could be heard from outside the door? "Who is it?" Xianxia opened his eyes and shouted. There was no reply from outside the door. The knocking sound was still rhythmic. He helplessly got up and opened the door. What entered his eyes was a dazzling golden light. When he looked carefully, he saw a golden rooster that was half the height of a human standing outside the door. It was majestic and had an extraordinary aura. After staring at each other for a while, Xianxia closed the door with a bang. After 3 breaths of time, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Not only that, General Xichen's crowing could be heard from outside the house. Yang Kai knew that the situation was bad. He knew that if he didn't do anything, he would alarm Zhou Zheng. This guy was already looking for trouble with him, so if he was caught by him at this time, he would definitely not have a good ending. He had no choice but to open the door again. With a face full of surprise, he said, "So it's General Xichen. What a rare guest." General Xichen seemed to be very angry. He extended his beak and pecked at him. Yang Kai dodged and asked curiously, "What is General Xichen doing?" General Xichen's fat buttocks blocked the door. He flapped his wings and cried out. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. This idiot's memory was not bad. He could still remember the agreement from a month ago. He had only rested for one night when he came back and now he was here. Seeing that General Xichen was making more and more noise, there were already many servants who opened their doors and looked over. Yang Kai had no choice but to take out the box and say, "General Xichen wants the blue flame silkworm, right? I've caught one for you. It's right here. Please calm down." Once the box was taken out, General Xichen immediately calmed down. He stared at the box without letting go. Yang Kai could not help but curse. If General Xichen liked eating insects so much, why didn't he go to the orchard to catch one himself? General Xichen watched as Yang Kai took out a blue flame silkworm from the box. In the next moment, General Xichen extended his head and pecked the blue flame silkworm, disappearing without a trace. "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you." Yang Kai smiled wholeheartedly. He was thinking about what to say after he finished feeding the other blue flame silkworm. This golden pheasant did not seem to be easy to fool. He had promised to feed it 5 times, but now there were only 2 left. He did not know if it would be willing to accept. Should he just drag it into the room and kill it? Once this thought came to his mind, Yang Kai immediately dispelled it. There were so many people who saw this golden pheasant and came looking for him. If something happened, he would not be able to clear his name. After delaying for a while, the second blue flame silkworm was fed. Yang Kai scratched his chin and probed, "General Xichen may not know, but this blue flame silkworm is of the fire attribute and has a strong temperament. If you eat too many at once, I'm afraid it will not be good for your body. Why don't you go back and rest for a while before eating the remaining 3 silkworms?" General Xichen ignored him. He tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai with one eye. The chicken's eye was filled with a human-like ridicule. Yang Kai immediately became angry. He felt that he was being looked down upon by a chicken. Before he could say anything else, he suddenly heard a pleasant voice from outside the door, "Yang Kai, you left your things with me." As soon as he finished speaking, an object flew towards him. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He was overjoyed when he saw what it was. In his hand was a box used to catch insects. With a sweep of his divine sense, there were exactly 3 blue flame silkworms inside. He raised his head and nodded to express his gratitude. He shook the box in his hand and said, "General C, do you still want to eat?" Ooh. Yang Kai did not waste any more words with him. It was more important to get rid of this god of pestilence. He quickly took out the 3 blue flame silkworms and fed them to General Xichen. He then let out a sigh of relief, "General, 5 blue flame silkworms, no more, no less. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." General Xichen started to ooh at him again. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "General, what do you mean by this? We had an agreement a month ago. Are you going back on your word?" Dai Yu, who was leaning against the door, covered her mouth and laughed. General Xichen is a man of his word. How could he go back on his word? Little brat, why aren't you reaching out your hand? General Xichen has a reward for you. A reward? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He immediately regained his senses and hurriedly extended his hand in front of General Xichen. General Xichen opened his mouth and a ball of golden light floated out. That ball of golden light landed on Yang Kai's palm. When the light dissipated, a spirit pill emitting a 7-colored glow appeared in front of him. Heaven-opening pill? Although Yang Kai had never seen a heaven-opening pill before, from his conversation with Old Fong, he could tell that the spirit pill in his hand was definitely a heaven-opening pill. He had long heard that General Xichen would bestow a heaven-opening pill if he was in a good mood. He never thought that he would really be able to obtain one. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his hands. Thank you, General Chen. General Chen had already turned around and strode out of the door, swaying his butt. General Chen, take care. Come and play when you're free. Dayu smiled and called out. After Jin Ji left, Yang Kai grinned and shook the heaven-opening pill in his hand. My luck is pretty good. Dayu rolled her eyes and said, every newcomer will be given a heaven-opening pill the first time they feed the blue flame silkworm to the general. Yang Kai was stunned. Is it always? Dayu shrugged. In all these years, I've never seen an exception. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he gritted his teeth and cursed, that old fox. No wonder old Fong was so straightforward when he asked to borrow the bug-catching tools. It seemed that he knew about this matter and made him think that old Fong had a good character. It turned out that he had been eyeing the heaven-opening pill for a long time. Speaking of that old fox had arrived. Old Fong rushed into the room in a flash. He smiled and nodded at Dayu. Miss Dayu's here. Old Fong. Dayu nodded. I've come to find this brat for something. Old Fong pointed at Yang Kai and walked in front of him, reaching out his hand. Brat, take it out. Don't say you don't have anything. Seeing the bright smile on Old Fong's face, as if he had made a fortune, Yang Kai wished he could take out the black dragon spear and stab him to death. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Old Fong urged, looking like a creditor. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and placed the heaven-opening pill in his hand. Old Fong immediately smiled and carefully put away the heaven-opening pill. Then he reached out his hand again. Where's my stuff? Give it back to me. Lend it to me for a while longer. Yang Kai turned his head. Don't give me that. If I lend it to you, how will this old man catch bugs? Hand it over, or this old man will fight you to the death. Go ahead and try. Yang Kai glanced at him. Old Fong turned to look at Dayu. Miss Dayu, please be reasonable. This brat borrowed something and didn't return it. His character is simply too bad. Dayu smiled. When did you two become so close? Old Fong rolled his eyes. Who's close to him? It's his orchard that's next to this old man's. You don't know, but this old man has been ordered around by him like a laborer for the past month. Don't even mention how much I've suffered. Dayu's expression changed when she heard this. Next to your orchard? Could it be that piece of land? Old Fong nodded. Yes, it's that piece of land. Dayu frowned and pondered for a while before saying to Yang Kai, return it to him. Big sister will take you to buy a new set later. Yang Kai was quite unhappy. He hadn't even warmed up the heaven-opening pill and now it belonged to someone else. He didn't even have time to carefully study it. Although they had made an agreement, old Fong had set a trap for him. However, Dayu had already spoken, so he had to return it. Reluctantly, he returned the box and the remaining half of the incense stick and left happily. Glancing over at Yang Kai, Dayu chuckled and said, Good, don't be depressed. Although I don't know what kind of agreement you reached with old man Fong, since it's an agreement, it must be fulfilled. You feel like you've suffered a loss because you know too little about this place. Learn from your mistakes and be careful in the future. Yang Kai nodded. In fact, he wasn't that angry. Although Elder Fong didn't tell him some things, he did teach him a lot in this month. Many thanks to Miss Dayu for helping me out. Yang Kai cupped his hands in thanks. If Dayu hadn't sent 3 blue flame silkworms, he didn't know what Golden Rooster would have done to him. Dayu looked at him with a smile. You don't call me sister anymore? Yang Kai asked curiously, when did you call me sister? Dayu pursed her lips, didn't you call me sister before? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and changed the topic. Miss, you know that I can't catch 5 blue flame silkworms, so you came here on purpose, right? Dayu nodded. You're a newcomer and don't even have the tools to catch insects. How can you catch 5 blue flame silkworms? And I was there that day. Now that I know, I can't just ignore it. I was worried that you didn't have enough. Fortunately, you caught 2 already. It was a close call. In any case, I will remember your kindness today and repay you in the future. You'd better get through the difficulties in front of you first. Dayu frowned. What difficulties? There's something wrong with your land. Dayu looked at him. Didn't Elder Fong tell you? He did. He said that 3 trees died and 3 people changed in the past 10 years. I'm the 4th. Xianxia touched his chin, but I also checked carefully. There's nothing wrong with the land. I can't see anything wrong with the fruit tree. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean there's no problem. The person before you also investigated it, but from the time when the problem was discovered to the time when the fruit tree died, it was only a month. If you really find something, you must be careful. I'll keep that in mind. Xianxia nodded seriously. Well, it's rare for you to rest. Do you want to go to the market? Dayu looked at him with a smile. Let's go. Xianxia was suddenly energized. I still need to buy a set of bug-catching equipment. Then follow me. Dayu waved her hand and led the way. Xianxia closed the door and followed him. The two of them sped all the way up into the sky. Xianxia was surprised, then the market is not in the fire spirit land? Dayu shook her head and chuckled. Xichao Land's market is targeted at all spiritual lands, so not only are there people from the fire spiritual land, there are also people from other spiritual lands. Xianxia frowned and said, then is it okay for us to just walk out like this? Will there be anyone stopping them or something? Although we can leave the fire spirit land, the entire Kikikyo land is covered by a great formation. Without orders and a method of entry and exit, we can't leave. So don't think too much about it. She suddenly lowered her voice and said, don't think too much about it. Otherwise, it won't end well if we are caught. Xianxia looked at her thoughtfully and nodded, I understand. Just as Dayu said, there were no obstacles in leaving the fire spirit land and it was easy. After leaving the fire spirit land, under Dayu's guidance, the two of them headed straight for a place covered in clouds. In just half an hour, they arrived in front of the clouds. Dayu sent a voice transmission, follow me closely, don't get lost. She took the lead and rushed into the clouds, Xianxia following closely behind. Shuttling through the clouds, Xianxia was isolated from the rest of the world except for the graceful figure in front of him. After a stick of incense worth of time, the surrounding clouds dissipated and what appeared before Xianxia's eyes was a silent yet lively world. It was quiet because there was no trace of world energy here, nor was there any sign of life. There was not a single trace of green in this world. It was lively because there were people coming and going like a sea. Looking down from above, one could see buildings of different styles arranged messily on the ground. There was no sense of beauty to speak of. The entire market was not big, only about 100 miles in radius. One could see the end of it at a glance. The end was wrapped in clouds and the sea of fog churned as if it was alive. Dayu explained, it is said that this market was originally a fragment of a Qiankuan world. The heavenly monarch brought it back when he was traveling the universe and put it here as a place for us servants to trade. Xianxia nodded, no wonder it's so desolate. Since it was a fragment of a Qiankuan world, this scene was not surprising. If the star boundary had not been able to stop the great demon god's plan, it would have fallen apart and been eaten by Ada. Not even a fragment would have been left. Suddenly, he asked curiously, where do the disciples of the Xichao lands trade? They are in another place. They usually don't care about the things in the hands of us servants. However, there are also disciples of the Xichao lands here to maintain order. You have to be careful when you see people wearing rainbow robes. Also, the Xichao lands have a few shops here that sell some things to us servants. Understood. Xianxia nodded. The market here is only open for 3 days every month. It is the 3 days when servants like us rest. After 3 days, it will close. So if you want to buy something, you have to come here during these 3 days. Let's go down first and buy you a set of insect-catching tools. Dayu called out and flew down first. Xianxia followed behind her and looked around curiously. He found that it was not only the two of them, but also many servants flying down from different places. Obviously, they were all taking advantage of this time to buy and sell things in the market. Landing in the crowd, the noise immediately came from all directions. Xianxia was in a daze, as if he had returned to the past. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of market, but the participants were very different from before. These people coming and going were all existences that had condensed their own Tao seals. In the star boundary, they would be great emperors. In the market, most of the stalls were set up everywhere, and all sorts of strange things were displayed on the stalls. The stall owners were either sitting at the back with their eyes closed in meditation, or they were bargaining with interested buyers, and there were even some who were shouting loudly to attract the attention of the passers-by. There were also some shops, but they were built randomly. They were not beautiful, but they were slightly larger than the stalls set up everywhere. Only a few of the shops were built with a solemn atmosphere. Those must be the shops of the Qiqiao lands that Dai Yu mentioned. Shuttling through the crowd, Yang Kai was almost dazzled. The people coming and going here came from different Qiankuan worlds. The things they brought were basically unique to their respective Qiankuan worlds. Yang Kai did not recognize most of the things in the stalls. However, after walking for a while, Yang Kai found that although this place was lively, there were not many transactions. Even if there were transactions, they were basically bartering. Thinking about it carefully, he understood. As a handyman, it was not easy to earn 3 heaven-opening pills a year. Each heaven-opening pill was an extremely precious treasure to a handyman. If they could barter, they would naturally not spend heaven-opening pills to buy them. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a problem and asked, "Little Dai, what do I have to pay to buy those insect-catching tools?" "Heaven-opening pills? What did you call me?" Dai Yu turned to look at him. Yang Kai giggled, "Little you?" Dai Yu glanced at him and nodded. Those tools were refined by the Qiqiao lands. They only accept heaven-opening pills. I don't have heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai spread his hands. I'll lend them to you. Dai Yu smiled. Since she had brought Yang Kai here, how could she not have considered this problem? How can I accept that? Yang Kai rubbed his hands. 9 times out, 13 returns. Dai Yu smiled slyly. Yang Kai nodded happily. Fine, then I'll take it as you lending it to me. He then frowned, but if we do that, how can the newcomers buy the insect-catching tools? What if the insects on the fruit trees need to be caught? Dai Yu led the way as she said, ask others to help, just like how you asked Elder Feng. No one would refuse such a good thing. Yang Kai understood. If others helped catch the insects, then the blue flame silkworm would belong to them and they could feed it to General Si Chen. Who knows, they might be able to get an heaven-opening pill. Naturally, no one would refuse. They could even make an agreement with the newcomer like Elder Feng, letting the newcomer feed General Si Chen and get the heaven-opening pill as a reward. Thinking about it this way, it was not easy for a newcomer to gain a foothold in this place. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of a shop. Although this shop was not built to be very grand, it was more impressive than the others. Needless to say, this shop was opened by the Qiqiao land itself. The shop was bustling with activity, all the disciples of the Qiqiao land wearing 7-colored robes. There was a world of difference between them and the other workers. When they entered the shop, there was no warm greeting. There was only a young man sitting behind the counter with his head lowered, casually asking, "What do you want?" Dai Yu stepped forward with a smile, "Brother, I want to buy a pure wood box and 2 boxes of 100 refined incense." Hearing her sweet voice, the young man raised his head and smiled, 30 heaven-opening pills. As he spoke, he looked her up and down, his gaze lingering on her full breasts. Dai Yu frowned, "Brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Previously, only 25 pills were enough." The young man leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "The price has increased." "When did this happen?" "The price didn't increase when I came 3 months ago." The young man said, "This month." "Miss, do you not have enough heaven-opening pills?" "No problem, do you want me to give you some?" "Not only that, I can give you 1 heaven-opening pill every month." "Brother, I appreciate your kindness." Dai Yu slowly shook her head and waved her hand, placing 30 heaven-opening pills on the counter. The young man glanced at the opening heaven pills on the table and chuckled, 30 opening heaven pills is equivalent to 10 years of service. That's not a short time. Have you thought it through? Dai Yu pursed her red lips and said, "Thank you for your concern, brother. I can still afford 30 opening heaven pills." "That's fine too." The young man nodded and waved his hand, putting away the opening heaven pills in front of him. Then he threw out a box and 2 boxes of incense before lowering his head and continuing with his work. Dai Yu put away her things and politely said her goodbyes before leading Yang Kai away. The young man's voice came from behind. Miss, you can think about it slowly when you go back. If you've made up your mind, you can come find me here at any time. Every month when the market opens, I will be here. Dayu didn't stop and ignored him, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Following behind her, Yang Kai couldn't help but look back at the shop and sigh slightly. He had been here for a month and had been hanging out with old Feng in the orchard, so he didn't know much about what it was like to be a servant. Today, he finally learned a little. He wasn't a child. That young man from Qichao land wanted to give Dayu something for no reason and even said he could give her one opening heaven pill every month. Yang Kai could naturally see what he was thinking. One opening heaven pill every month, in other words, 12 opening heaven pills every year. Compared to working hard as a servant, this was 4 times the income. As long as Dayu nodded and paid a little more, she wouldn't have to work as hard as before. It could even be said that by relying on the big tree of Qichao land, she would have a chance to get rid of her servant status. The only thing that Yang Kai was glad about was that the young man didn't use force. He didn't know if it was because of the rules of the sect or some other reason, otherwise Dayu wouldn't have been able to resist. But then again, even if Dayu really agreed, Yang Kai wouldn't say anything. First, the two weren't very familiar with each other, so it wasn't Yang Kai's place to tell her what to do. Second, if she really could find a way out for herself, Yang Kai would only be happy for her. 1,000 years of life as a servant hadn't changed. How long would it take for her to make a name for herself? Dayu suddenly tilted her head and asked, "You've just entered the world outside of Qiankuan. Do you know the power system here?" Yang Kai said, "There are 9 grades of heaven opening?" Dayu smiled, "So you know, then there's no need to waste your breath. There are many materials in this market for condensing the 5 elements of yin and yang. It can be said that these are the most common items in the market. You can take a look around. Maybe they will be useful in the future." "Really?" Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and he immediately looked around. Soon, he found something that caught his attention, and hurriedly walked in that direction. When they arrived in front of a stall, the stall owner immediately greeted them warmly. "Little brother, do you want to buy something? Feel free to look around and pick whatever you like. My items here are the best in quality and cheap. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed." There weren't many things in the stall. There were only a few medicinal herbs that Yang Kai didn't recognize, a few strangely shaped oars, and a long sword. What attracted Yang Kai's attention was a fist-sized crystal that was completely red and pure. From this crystal, Yang Kai could feel scorching fire spirit energy. Little brother has good eyesight. This fire spirit crystal can be considered the best thing I have. It took me a lot of effort to obtain it. If little brother buys it, you will definitely be able to condense the power of the 5 elements and reach heaven opening. Heh heh heh, once you reach heaven opening, you will be able to get rid of your status as a servant and rise up the ranks, the stall owner spared no effort in promoting. Why don't you use such a good thing yourself? Why are you selling it? Yang Kai played with the fire spirit crystal in his hand and smiled at the stall owner. The stall owner frowned and said, "Little brother, you also know that once you condense the power of the 5 elements, you have to follow the order. If you mess it up, there will be endless troubles in the future. To tell you the truth, what I need now is water attribute materials. This fire spirit crystal is temporarily useless to me. I just want to sell this thing first and then use the money from the fire spirit crystal to buy the materials I need. If not, how could I be willing to sell it?" After a reasonable explanation, Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "How much is this thing worth?" The stall owner stretched out his hand and gestured a number. "It seems that little brother is a straightforward person. I won't give you a false price, so you don't need to haggle. The fixed price is 150 heaven opening pills. How about it?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Dayu. Dayu smiled and said, "The price is reasonable." The stall owner smiled and said, "Look, your companions all say that the price is reasonable. I, Liu Bei, have always been open to doing business. I've never done those superficial things. If you think it's suitable, we can make a deal." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and put down the fire spirit crystal in his hand. "Sorry, I have only been here for a month and don't have any heaven opening pills on hand." "Is that so?" The stall owner was not angry when he heard this and smiled at Yang Kai. "It doesn't matter. Even if we can't make a deal, we can still be friends. It won't be too late for you to buy it when you have enough heaven-opening pills. Of course, at that time, maybe I will have found a buyer for this fire spirit crystal. 150 heaven-opening pills would take him at least 40 to 50 years to save up. There were too many variables in such a long time. Then I wish Brother Lu a prosperous business and a prosperous source of wealth. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your auspicious words." The stall owner smiled. He turned and left with Dayu. After walking some distance, Dayu said, "If you aren't in a hurry, you should save up more heaven-opening pills. The fire spirit crystal you saw just now is only a first-grade material. If you use that kind of material to condense the power of the 5 elements, your future achievements will be limited." That fire spirit crystal is a first-grade material? Yang Kai was stunned. Heaven opening was divided into 9 grades, and materials used to condense the power of the 5 elements were also divided into 9 grades. First-grade materials were second-grade and ninth-grade materials were the highest. However, this was all he knew. As for how to distinguish the grades of materials, he had no idea. Even if Dayu hadn't said anything, he would have asked. Yes, if you use a first-grade material to condense the power of the heaven-opening realm, the heaven-opening realm you reach will only be a first-grade material. Yang Kai frowned. Will anyone buy something like that? If it's someone with a background, they naturally won't bother to buy it, but workers like me don't have that many choices. Over the years, I've seen quite a few workers reach the heaven-opening realm and break free of their status as workers, but those heaven-opening realm cultivators are only at the first or second grade. Even if they temporarily break free of their status as workers, so what? They'll stop there for the rest of their lives. There are workers reaching the heaven-opening realm? Yang Kai was stunned. If that was the case, then his previous estimate had been wrong. He had thought that there would be at least 8 heaven-opening realm cultivators guarding the 7 openings realm, but now it seemed there were more than 8. Perhaps there were even 80. Of course, it was hard to say what kind of strength these first-grade and second-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators could display, but they were still a bit stronger than those in the Emperor realm. First-grade materials cost 150 heaven-opening pills. Then what about second-grade materials? Yang Kai asked. Generally, the difference in value between a first-grade material and a first-grade material is 10 times. 10 times. Yang Kai was shocked. If that was the case, second-grade materials would cost 1,500, third-grade materials would cost 15,000, fourth-grade materials would cost over 100,000, fifth-grade materials would cost over 1 million, and sixth-grade materials would cost over 1 million. As for sixth-grade materials, Yang Kai suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Heaven-opening realm is divided into 9 grades, and these 9 grades are divided into 3 levels: high-grade heaven-opening, mid-grade heaven-opening, and low-grade heaven-opening. High-grade heaven-opening is the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade heaven-opening. Mid-grade heaven-opening is the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade heaven-opening, and low-grade heaven-opening is the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade heaven-opening. Among them, the 4th and 7th grade are 2 huge watersheds. Yang Kai nodded seriously. I understand. He suddenly lowered his voice. Then do you know what grade heaven monarchs and venerables are at? Dayu slowly shook her head. I'm not too sure, but I once heard someone say that heaven monarchs are at the 4th or 5th grade heaven-opening. Venerables are probably a bit weaker than heaven monarchs. Yang Kai made a sound of acknowledgement. The two chatted as they walked. Yang Kai also stopped in front of the stalls from time to time to check the prices of the materials used to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. He found that it was just as Dayu said. The difference in price between each grade was calculated by 10 times. Moreover, looking at the entire market square, the materials sold by the worker stalls were all at the 1st or 2nd grade. There were no materials above the 3rd grade at all. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. The odd job workers of the Qiqiao lands all came from different universe worlds. After entering the universe worlds, they were enslaved. Even if they had good things on hand, they wouldn't be able to keep them. That Zhou Jing even accepted gifts, but because Kai Yang didn't give him anything, he was given a piece of land with a dead tree. Only these 1st or 2nd grade materials could be preserved by the workers. You've already condensed the power of the wood element? Daiyu suddenly asked. Yang Kai didn't deny it and nodded, yes. There was nothing to deny. In any case, the power of the immortal tree was completely contained in the seal. Others couldn't tell what grade of material he used to condense it. It wasn't strange that Daiyu could tell. He was too interested in fire attribute materials along the way. Daiyu said, if that's the case, next time you go to the orchard, you can try to use the power of the wood element to nourish the fruit trees. Wood breathes fire? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Daiyu chuckled, exactly. But remember to control your strength. Going too far is as bad as falling short. I understand. I'll be more careful. They walked in front of a shop. This could be considered the tallest building in the market square. It was actually divided into 3 floors. Among the scattered buildings in the market square, it looked like a crane among chickens. Go in and broaden your horizons. Daiyu smiled. What is this place selling? Yang Kai looked up and saw 3 words written on a signboard in front of the shop. Kai Tian Hall. After entering the shop, Yang Kai understood what kind of business this Kai Tian Hall was doing. It was a place that sold yin-yang and 5 elements materials, but the scale and layout of this place couldn't be compared to the messy stalls outside. Following Daiyu around the first floor, Yang Kai was dazzled. This floor was filled with counters, and inside the counters were transparent containers containing yin-yang and 5 elements materials. There was a wide variety of materials. However, the prices were still a bit higher than the ones outside. Even so, there were still people who made deals here from time to time with the Xianxia disciples wearing 7 colored robes. They're all first-grade materials? Yang Kai quietly asked. Along the way, he had a rough idea of the grades of these materials. After walking around, he found that all the materials on this floor were first-grade materials. Daiyu nodded, the first floor is first-grade materials, the second floor is second-grade materials, and the third floor is third-grade materials. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, there are third-grade materials for sale here? According to his previous calculations, third-grade materials required more than 15,000 Kai Tian pills. This number was no less than an astronomical figure for a worker. Based on the wages of a worker, it would take at least 5,000 years to save up that much. However, which worker would not eat or drink for such a long time and not use a single Kai Tian pill? No worker could really work here for 5,000 years. Do you want to take a look? Daiyu smiled at him. Yang Kai said, since we're already here, we naturally have to take a look. Then let's go. Daiyu called out and led Yang Kai up the stairs. He didn't stop at the second floor and went straight to the third floor. The area of the third floor was much smaller than the first floor, and there weren't many materials on display. Xianxia Land probably knew that it was extremely difficult for the workers to purchase grade 3 materials, so there was no point in having too many materials on display. Thus, they casually displayed a few to give the workers something to look forward to. Only then would they have more motivation to work. Yang Kai couldn't help but suspect that the materials on the third floor were like the carrots in front of the donkey cart. Take a look yourself. Daiyu smiled, as long as you don't touch anything, no one will care. Yang Kai nodded and walked around with his hands behind his back. There were also Xianxia disciples on the third floor, but as Daiyu said, as long as he didn't touch anything, they wouldn't say anything. Yang Kai looked at each counter, carefully memorizing the characteristics of the third-grade materials. His pace was neither fast nor slow. For someone who used the immortal tree to condense the wood attribute of the 5 elements, the third-grade materials here were naturally nothing to him. Although he had just entered the world outside the universe, Yang Kai had set himself on a very high pedestal from the very beginning. Even if it was for the sake of the immortal tree, he had to find other materials that were compatible with the immortal tree before condensing enough energy to break through to splitting the heavens. Otherwise, wouldn't a good start be wasted? He came here mainly to look for novelty. The third floor wasn't large, so it didn't take long for Yang Kai to finish looking around. He looked up and saw Daiyu standing in front of a counter, so he walked over. Following her gaze, he saw a strange object filled with the power of the metal element that was constantly twisting and changing its shape. Daiyu's eyes were also filled with desire. Yang Kai's heart stirred and he whispered, "You want to buy this?" Dayu turned to look at him and smiled, "Are you done?" Yang Kai nodded, "Finished looking, there's nothing much to look at." As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Yang felt a sharp gaze land on him. Raising his head, he saw a disciple who was guarding the third floor of the Qiqiao lands looking at him with ridicule. He guessed that his words just now were a bit boastful. After all, to any odd job worker, the price of the things here was sky high. Those who had the ability to purchase them were few and far between. His words sounded a bit like sour grapes because he couldn't eat them. But to Yang Kai, there really wasn't anything to look at besides novelty. "How many opening heaven pills does this thing sell for?" Yang Kai asked. 16,000. Dayu replied. She had clearly already inquired about this price, and this price was a bit higher than what Yang Kai had calculated. But there was nothing he could do about it. In the entire Qiqiao land, this was the only place open to workers where they could buy third-grade materials. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is, so this bit of higher price was still acceptable. "Is it enough?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Dayu smiled, "How can it be enough? It's not even 30%. Yang Kai frowned, "But this is only a third-grade material." Dayu brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled, "I know what you want to say. When I first came to the outside world, I had the same idea as you. I wanted to find better materials to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Even if I couldn't reach the upper level, I wanted to reach the middle level. But sometimes, thinking and reality are two different things. If I can really reach the third level, it's actually not bad. At that time, I can slowly take the opening heaven pills to increase my grade. If I'm lucky, I have a chance to reach the 5th level. In this vast universe, a 5th level opening heaven pill is already considered a powerhouse." Yang Kai nodded, "That's true." He didn't know if there was a 5th level opening heaven pill in the entire Qiqiao land. Even if there was, it was probably only a heavenly monarch. Those earth protectors probably weren't at the 5th level. He couldn't help but sigh. How many people's sharp edges had been smoothed out by the endless flowing time great emperor? 1,000 years later, if his situation hadn't changed, would he still be as optimistic as he was now? Yang Kai didn't know. "When I've earned enough, I'll buy it for you." Dayu covered her mouth and smiled, "Then I'll thank you in advance." She obviously didn't take his words seriously. She had been here for 1,000 years and knew better than anyone how difficult it was for a servant to earn 16,000 opening heaven pills. However, Dayu was so interested in the metal element material that Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if she had already condensed the power of the earth element. Otherwise, why would she be like this? As the two were talking, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Then, a majestic figure appeared at the top of the stairs. The huge figure walked over, causing the entire opening heaven palace to shake. The person glanced around and his bell-like eyes lit up. He walked over with a smile and said cheerfully, "Little Dai, you really are here." Dayu's face darkened when she heard the voice. She turned her head and looked over, speechless. Yang Kai also looked over and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. The person was at least 20 feet tall. He arrived in front of Dayu in a few steps and looked at her with a big smile. Dayu's tall figure was like a child in front of him. Even Yang Kai himself had to look up at this guy. The person in front of him looked like a bear standing on its hind legs, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Black Bear was originally full of smiles, but when he saw Yang Kai standing next to Dayu, his face immediately turned cold. Stretching out his big palm, he pointed at Yang Kai and asked, "Xiao Dai, who is this little brat?" However, before Dayu could reply, the 7 openings disciple on the 3rd floor scolded, "If you dare to make any more noise, throw him out immediately." The bear immediately lowered his body and bowed to the 7 openings disciple, "Brother, please calm down. This little brother was a bit agitated and was a bit loud, please forgive him." The 7 openings disciple coldly snorted and didn't say anything more. The bear glared fiercely at Yang Kai before turning to Dayu and saying, "Little Dai, you're here to look at the stainless golden dew again? You come here once a month to look at it. Why don't we buy it together? You have a lot of opening heaven pills and I also have some. If we sell some things, we should be able to gather enough." When the time comes, we can buy it and you can take your time looking at it. No need, Daiyu frowned and called to Yang Kai, let's go, there's nothing else to look at here. With that, she led the way. Yang Kai wanted to follow but was pulled back by the bear. Seeing the bear chasing Daiyu down the stairs, Yang Kai sniffed and followed with his hands behind his back. After leaving the opening heaven hall, Daiyu walked into the crowd with the bear following her like a shadow. Although he was tall and sturdy, his movements were extremely nimble. From time to time, he would pass by Daiyu's left and right, squeezing through the crowd and saying something to her. Unfortunately, Daiyu didn't respond and didn't want to talk to him at all. Even if Yang Kai was blind, he could see that this bear-like guy was interested in Daiyu, but this wasn't surprising. Daiyu's figure and appearance were top-notch, so it was only natural that she would attract the attention and adoration of some men. Back at the place where they had bought the box and incense, the 7 Possibilities land disciple had taken a fancy to Daiyu. Unfortunately, Daiyu didn't seem to care about him. But he didn't care and just kept smiling and talking, trying his best to please her. Kai Yang also admired this guy. His skin was as thick as the dragon scales on his body. Daiyu suddenly stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. I'll go back first, do you want to continue strolling around here? Yang Kai was startled at first, but he soon understood Daiyu's intention and smiled. Alright, thank you, Miss Daiyu. It's a small matter. Daiyu smiled and soared into the sky. The bear stood in place and rubbed his chin, glancing at Yang Kai for a moment before quickly chasing after Daiyu, shouting, Xiao Dai, wait for me. Watching the two leave, Yang Kai smiled and sighed at Daiyu's thoughtfulness. She said that not because she was in a hurry to get rid of him, but because she was afraid that if he continued to follow that bear, he would cause trouble. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of trouble, in this place, it was better to avoid trouble. That bear didn't seem to be a reasonable guy. Wandering around the city by himself had broadened his horizons, but he didn't gain much. Seeing that it was getting late and he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a figure waving at him from a small tea shop. Yang Kai smiled and walked over. Ah son, you're here too? Ah Sun cheerfully said, yes, I heard there was a market here, so I came to take a look. I was going to call you, but you weren't in the house. When he came over, he didn't expect that Ah Sun would think of this. In comparison, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Ah Sun wasn't the only one in the tea shop. The newcomers who came with Venerable Hudi were basically all present. It seemed they had made an agreement. But what made Yang Kai feel strange was, where did these people get the money to drink tea here? It should be known that although this tea shop was simple, it was still opened by the odd job workers. They couldn't drink tea for free. In other words, if they wanted to sit here and drink tea, they had to pay a heaven-opening pill. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai saw a list of prices for various spirit teas. The cheapest pot of tea cost 1 heaven-opening pill, and the most expensive one cost 10. Everyone was new here and was poor. Yang Kai was lucky that Great General Si Chen had given him a heaven-opening pill, but it was snatched away by old Feng before he could hold it. Where did they get a heaven-opening pill? Moreover, looking at their seats, it was obvious that the burly man from the Black River realm was sitting in the main seat. In other words, today's tea was on him. You're all here. Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Everyone had spent some time together in Venerable Hudi's small universe. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, they weren't strangers. They had also reported each other's names. The dignified woman, Sun Yeni, the man from the demon race, Shi Haotsong, and the childish child, Thousand Feather Boy, all stood up to return the greeting. Only the robust man, Feng Tai, who sat on the seat of the host didn't move and just nodded slightly. Yang Kai was a little curious. Feng Tai wasn't such an arrogant person before, so why did he seem to have changed a lot in just a month? However, he did not have a deep relationship with these people. The only one he had more contact with was Ah Sunday. As the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. It was impossible to tell what kind of person they were without spending a lot of time with them. He didn't mind it too much. He just smiled and said, how come you have time to come here to drink tea? Is the spirit tea here free? Sun Yeni pursed his lips and smiled, how could it be free? This pot of tea costs a heaven-opening pill. He turned to look at Brother Yang and said, however, since Brother Fang insists on inviting us, it would be impolite for us to refuse. Would Brother Yang like to sit down and have a taste? This spirit tea is a bit expensive, but it's still good stuff. Fang Tai also said, Brother Yang, since you're here, let's go together. It just so happens that we have something to discuss. Thank you very much. Yang Kai kept his hands and sat down. Ah Sun raised her hand and poured a cup of tea for Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a sip and savored it carefully. He found that it was indeed quite good. After drinking it in a few mouthfuls, he immediately had a lingering aftertaste. However, there wasn't much tea left in this pot, and they had all drunk some before. After pouring this last cup, there was almost nothing left. Yang Kai said, what do you all want to discuss by coming here together? Fang Tai said, we've been here for a month now, so we have some understanding of the situation here. Since Brother Yang was able to find this market city alone, you must have inquired about it from others. You should know how difficult it is for newcomers like us to establish a foothold here. Kai Yang nodded and sighed, I have a deep understanding of this. Fang Tai smiled and said, since that's the case, this Fang feels that we should form an alliance and help each other. The others have also agreed. Brother Yang, what do you think? Yang Kai heard this and said, sure. We're all newcomers who came here together. If we don't help each other, we can't count on anyone. Fang Tai said seriously, that's exactly what this Fang is thinking. One person's strength is small, while two people's strength is great. We're all masters of our own worlds. Although we're a little weak outside of Qiankuan, with the 5 of us working together, we'll definitely achieve something in the future. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the others. Seeing that they had no objections, he said, I have no problem with that. But what should we do when it comes to the specifics? Since we're forming an alliance, we can't just say empty words, right? For example, if Miss Ah-sun is bullied. Ah-sun pouted and said, why would I be bullied? Do I look like someone who's easy to bully? Let's give an example. Yang Kai chuckled. Fang Tai said, then we'll naturally seek justice for Miss Ah-sun without violating the rules of Kikikyo. There was no problem with this, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refute it. Fang Tai continued, for example, the fire spirit fruit tree that we take care of will give birth to jade flame silkworms. If we capture them and give them to General Si Chen, we might be able to obtain a heaven-opening pill as a reward. On this point, this Fang can also help everyone. As long as anyone needs my help, feel free to call me over at any time. I will capture the worms and give them to General Si Chen. If we really obtain a reward, this Fang will only take half. Yang Kai heard this and asked curiously, Brother Fang has something to catch insects? Shi Haotsong said, Brother Yang, you might not know this, but Brother Fang performed a meritorious deed in the orchard and was rewarded with 30 heaven-opening pills by the steward Chow. Yang Kai blinked and looked at Fang Tai. The latter said reservedly, it's just good luck. If you guys were there, you could do it too. Yang Kai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was assigned to a place where the trees had died, and problems could happen at any time. Fang Tai was assigned to a place where he could reap benefits. Comparing the two, the difference was too big. Furthermore, to be rewarded with 30 heaven-opening pills, this meritorious deed shouldn't be small. However, Fang Tai didn't say in detail, so Yang Kai didn't ask too much. But from the looks of it, if the odd job workers wanted to obtain heaven-opening pills, other than taking care of the fruit tree and offering jade flame silkworms to General Si Chen, there were other ways. Only now did he understand why Fang Tai could treat everyone to tea. 30 heaven-opening pills were more than enough to buy a set of tools to catch insects. Dayu had bought a box and 2 boxes of incense, which only amounted to 30 pills. Fang Tai said, if it wasn't for the cost, this Fang wouldn't have shared the benefits with everyone. However, the 100 refined incense was bought from this market, so if everyone really obtained benefits from General Si Chen, it wouldn't be too much for this Fang to take half of it. Everyone nodded, and Yang Kai was no exception. Dayu had said before that the newcomers didn't have any tools, so if they wanted to catch insects, they would have to ask for help. However, if that was the case, then the jade flame silkworms would belong to the newcomers. If there was a reward, then they wouldn't have a share. Fang Tai taking half of it wasn't too much, and it was reasonable. After all, he had his own costs. Feng Tai looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, if you agree, you can ask me for help when the time comes. As long as I'm free, this Feng won't refuse." Yang Kai didn't say that he didn't need help. Dai had already bought a set of tools for him, which made others suspect that he was living off a woman. Moreover, Yang Kai planned to return the heaven-opening pills to Dai when he earned them in the future. He smiled and said, "Then I'll thank you in advance. If I really need help later, I'll definitely let Brother Feng know. However, my place is very small and there aren't many fruit trees, so I don't necessarily need to catch insects." Feng Tai said, "In any case, if you need anything, just call me. Later, everyone can leave a contact method so that it's easier to communicate with each other." Although the pot of tea was finished, the tea brewer didn't have any intention of chasing them away. He allowed them to occupy a table and chat. After agreeing to form an alliance, they all felt more familiar with each other. They all exchanged information they had gathered over the past month, and they all had some gains. However, Yang Kai faintly felt that Feng Tai was a bit of a leader. It was no wonder. Among the newcomers, he was doing the best. Now that everyone had a favor to ask of him, they all had to give him some face. He also asked the tea brewer to refill a pot of water, but it was free. The few of them drank and chatted until half a day later, they all dispersed. Feng Tai and the others wanted to continue strolling around the market city, but Yang Kai didn't have anything to linger about. He directly soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the fire spirit land. He remembered the way, and this place wasn't far from the fire spirit land, so he didn't need to worry about getting lost. Now that he was in the Seven Secrets land, he naturally couldn't waste this opportunity. Yang Kai planned to spend 50 years scheming for the heaven-opening pills pill formula. If there was no hope, he would find a way to leave this place. He also had to search for the world tree to save the star boundary. He couldn't stay in this damned place forever as a handyman and take care of the fruit trees for the rest of his life. Easily leaving the world fragment where the market city was, Yang Kai slightly identified the direction and turned to the left. Not long after flying, he suddenly felt a fierce aura lock onto him. Immediately after, a golden light shot over from afar. Inside the golden light, a tall and sturdy figure was faintly discernible. Before he could get close, a big axe chopped down on his head. The newcomer shouted, "I really thought you wouldn't come out. You finally showed up." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He was surprised. Someone actually dared to make a move here? Moreover, it was a sneak attack. In a flash, Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped forward. The principle of time flowed like a dream. The golden light exploded, and the tall and sturdy figure like a bear was revealed. The power of Yang Kai's palm was also defeated. Both sides were forced back thousands of feet before they could stabilize themselves. The bear blinked and said in amazement, "Boy, not bad. You can actually take my axe. What are you doing?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he felt a headache coming on. He was well aware of why the other party was waiting for him here, but he didn't expect that even if he didn't leave with Daiyu and tried to act as if they were strangers, this guy would still come looking for trouble. It was simply unreasonable. The bear grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, and pointed his axe at Yang Kai. "Boy, what is your relationship with Daiyu? Tell me the truth, or this father will chop you to death." Sure enough, Yang Kai sighed in his heart and asked in surprise, "You mean Daiyu?" "Nonsense." The bear glared, "Who else could it be? Why did you come to the market city with her?" "Friend, is there a misunderstanding? I have only known Daiyu for less than a month, how could there be any relationship between us? If there's no relationship, why would she come to this market with you? I've never seen her bring anyone here." "Wait, you said you've only known Xiao Dai for a month?" Shaking Bear suddenly frowned and looked at Yang Kai, as if thinking of something. "You're a newcomer who came here a month ago?" Yang Kai nodded, "Yes." Shaking Bear patted his head and laughed, "No wonder you look unfamiliar, you're a newcomer." His smile faded as he said in a fierce voice, "A newcomer dares to have ideas about this old man's woman, are you tired of living?" Yang Kai was speechless. "Friend, did you misunderstand?" "I'm not very familiar with Miss Daiyu, it's just that I'm a newcomer and not familiar with this market, so she kindly brought me here to broaden my horizons." "That's it?" Shaking Bear's bell-sized eyes stared at Xianxia, the axe in his hand held horizontally in front of him, looking like he could chop down at any time. What else could it be? Humph. Shaking Bear's nostrils flared hot air as he carefully looked him up and down. After a long while, he said, "At least you know what's good for you. Boy, remember this, Xiao Dai is my woman. If you dare to have ideas about her, this old man will make you regret being born into this world." Touching his chin with a look of disdain, he said, "But then again, I'm afraid Xiao Dai won't like someone like you." "If she won't like someone like me, why would she like someone like you?" Kai Yang was speechless in his heart. He didn't know where this guy's sense of superiority came from, but he still said, "What this friend is saying is right. Lady Xiao Dai is a natural beauty with a kind temperament. Only this friend, who has a heroic spirit, can match up to her." Shaking Bear originally had a fierce look, but after hearing Xianxia's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Looking at Xianxia, his eyes became much kinder as he nodded, "You're right, looking at the whole fire spirit land, no, Kikikyo land, only this old man is worthy of Xiao Dai, who else is qualified?" "Boy, you have good eyesight, what's your name?" Xianxia cupped his fists, "Little brother Xianxia." Shaking Bear nodded. "I'll remember your name. You're a newcomer, so it's rare for you to have such insight. Follow me from now on. If anyone bullies you in the land of fire spirit, just tell them my name." He gave a thumbs up and proudly said, "Remember, my name is Xiangyong. So it's Brother Xiang. This name is truly awe-inspiring and domineering. When I hear it, I can't help but feel a sense of respect. Stop flattering me." Although Xiangyong said this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. "Brother Xiang is also from the fire spirit land?" Xianxia was a little confused. "Yes. What's so strange about that?" No, I'm just a little curious. Why haven't I seen someone as mighty and powerful as Brother Xiang before?" "I haven't seen it before, but it's not too late to see it now." Yes. To be able to meet someone like Brother Xiang today, I have no regrets in my life." Xianxia coughed lightly, looked at him and said, "Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, can this little brother go back now?" "Go." Xianxia excused himself and swept past him. "Wait." Xiangyong suddenly flashed over and chopped down with his axe, cutting off Xianxia's path. He squinted at him and said, "Later, if little Dai asks. Brother Xiang and I hit it off at first sight. Brother Xiang has taken good care of me in every way." Xianxia didn't even think and blurted it out. Xiangyong grinned happily, "You're not bad. I admire you. Alright, go back." After saying goodbye to Xiangyong, Xianxia went straight back to the land of fire spirit. When he returned to the village where the servant house was located, he took out the token to open his own seal. As soon as he walked in and sat down, there was a knock on the door from outside. Opening the door, he saw Dayu standing outside, looking up and down at him. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. What could be wrong?" Xianxia blinked. "That's good. Just now, someone told me that Xiangyong left the servant house. I was about to go and see when I saw you come back." "Xiangyong? Who's Xiangyong?" "It's the guy who followed me today, the one who looks like a bear." Dayu said and laughed to herself. Xianxia nodded and showed a look of understanding, "So he's Xiangyong. But what does him leaving the servant house have to do with me?" "It better not have anything to do with you." Dayu said and took out 2 more things. "Right, I forgot to give you these I bought for you today." It was a pure wood box and 2 boxes of 100 refined incense. Xianxia reached out and took them, thanking her. "When I have enough heaven-opening pills, I'll pay you back with interest." "No rush," Dayu smiled, "then have a good rest. I'll go back first." Saying so, she yawned, her lazy expression returning. "Take care, I won't see you out," Xianxia nodded. After Dayu left, Xianxia closed the door and took out the pure wood box and the 100 refined incense. He had gotten these things from old Feng before and used them to catch insects, so he was not unfamiliar with them. 2 boxes of 100 refined incense had 10 sticks, enough for 1 or 2 days. So for the time being, it didn't matter if he didn't have any heaven-opening pills. Just as he put away the box and incense, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai felt strange, wondering who was looking for him. He thought that Dai Yu had forgotten to tell him something, so when he opened the door, he was immediately dazzled by a golden light. At the door, a golden rooster half the height of a person stood with his head held high, looking like a high and mighty general patrolling his territory. After staring at him for a while, Yang Kai smiled, "So it's Great General. What brings you here?" "I don't have any more blue flame silkworms here." General Xichen slowly tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai with his only eye. Yang Kai scratched his head, not understanding. After staring at him for a while, General Xichen slowly walked away, his fat butt swaying as he slowly left. Kai Yang was bewildered. He lowered his head and examined himself from head to toe, but he didn't find anything strange about himself. Looking around, General Xichen had already disappeared. Speechless, he shook his head and closed the door to recuperate. For the next 2 days, he closed the door and didn't come out. On the morning of the 3rd day, the golden rooster's call of dawn resounded throughout the village. Yang Kai was startled awake. He listened carefully and frowned. He felt that the great general's call of dawn was very close to him. When he opened the door, he saw General Xichen yelling at the top of his lungs outside his door. Furthermore, he was facing his direction. "Do I have a grudge with you?" Yang Kai really wanted to ask. Ever since he came to the servant room, this fellow had been intentionally or unintentionally looking for trouble. After glaring at the great general, Yang Kai closed the door and flew into the sky. Streaks of light rose from all over the village and rushed towards the fruit orchard. In less than half an hour, they had already arrived at the orchard. First, they went to inspect the fruit trees in their own territory. After making sure that the fruit trees were growing well and that the fire spirit fruit had not increased or decreased, they began to carefully take care of each fruit tree according to its needs. After busying himself for half a day, he had a total of 30 fruit trees. With nothing to do, he leisurely went to look for Old Fong. Old Fong was still busy. He had a lot of fruit trees under him, and every time he came, he would be busy for a few days before he could rest. After working together for a month, they could be considered acquaintances. Seeing him come over, Old Fong only greeted him and continued with his work. Yang Kai followed behind Old Fong and chatted with him. At first, Old Fong was in the mood to deal with him, but after a while, he became annoyed. The main reason was that he had not finished his work and was not in the mood to chat with Yang Kai. However, this fellow was still pointing fingers at him, acting as if he was experienced in taking care of fruit trees. He didn't even think about who taught him his experience. "If you really have nothing to do, then help me out. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can play chess." Old Fong was so angry that he looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. He silently calculated the amount of work Old Fong had to do and the time it would take. He turned around and said, "Forget it, take your time. I'll come find you in a few days." After he finished speaking, he leisurely walked back with his hands behind his back. "Little ingrate." Old Fong clenched his teeth and scolded, "You don't know how to be considerate of the elderly." Yang Kai turned the back of his head to him and pretended not to hear him. After returning to his own territory, Yang Kai was bored. He couldn't cultivate in this place, so he really had nothing to do. Suddenly, he remembered that this was a piece of land where the trees had died. He had checked it before and found nothing wrong. Maybe he could find something this time. He immediately took out the token and concentrated on checking it, but in the end, he found nothing. Taking back the token, Yang Kai touched his chin. He really didn't understand what was wrong with this place. Why would 3 trees die out of nowhere? Inadvertently, he remembered what Dai Yu had said in the market. He had gathered the power of wood of the 5 elements and could use it to nourish the fire spirit fruit trees. Since he couldn't find the problem with this piece of land, he could use the power of wood to nourish it in advance. It could be considered a preventive measure. If something really went wrong, he would have to bear the responsibility. Finally, he found something to do. Yang Kai happily came to the center of his land and immersed himself in it. He formed a seal with both hands and activated the power of the Dao seal. A layer of faintly discernible power spread out with him as the center. If one looked carefully, they could see that this layer of power was a faint emerald green and full of rich vitality. Not knowing what effect the power of wood would have on the fruit trees, Xianxia didn't dare to use too strong a medicine at first. He was just testing it out. Just as he was about to give it a try, the 30 fruit trees in his orchard suddenly began to rustle, giving him a fright. He quickly stopped and looked up. There wasn't much change in the fruit trees, but there was some slight movement coming from a corner of the orchard. Xianxia walked over to take a look and found that it was the place where the 3 seedlings were. At this moment, the soil at the roots of the 3 seedlings was moving up and down. The seedlings seemed to be growing, causing the soil at the roots to move. After staring at the 3 saplings for an hour, Xianxia discovered that the 3 little things had really grown. Although they were less than an inch tall, this was enough to shock anyone. Was it because of the immortal tree? Previously, he had fused with the immortal tree to bring him back from the dead. Later, when he condensed the power of wood of the 5 elements, all the essence had been condensed into the Tao seal. As a result, although he had lost the ability to bring the dead back to life, the Tao seal had gained the highest level of wood elemental power, which would be of great help to his future cultivation. Now that he was activating the wood elemental power in the Tao seal, it was equivalent to activating the power of the immortal tree. It was reasonable that the saplings could grow in 2 hours. This was a bit incredible. According to Old Feng, it would take at least 200 to 300 years for the fire spirit fruit tree to grow from a sapling. Only when the tree was fully grown would it be able to bloom and bear fruit. These 3 saplings had been planted for less than 10 years and only grew a little every year. If someone discovered that they had suddenly grown more than an inch, he would probably be in trouble. However, since they had already grown, Xianxia could no longer suppress them. He secretly made up his mind that the next time he did this, he would pay attention to these 3 saplings and not let them be affected by his wood elemental power. Moreover, with only an inch of height, no one should be able to discover it unless they observed it day and night. After all, this was his territory and no one would pay attention to this. Therefore, for the time being, he was not in any danger. In fact, if possible, Xianxia wanted to release Muzhu and the little wood spirits and let them take care of the orchard. The wood spirit race was the best at this kind of thing. With them taking care of the orchard, he could completely be a shopkeeper and not have to do anything. However, it was still inconvenient. Not to mention that the orchard was accessible from all sides and there were people flying in and out from time to time. Zhou Jing would also occasionally come to patrol. There was also the chief steward whom he had never met before. If someone saw the 2 little wood spirits, with his current ability, he would not be able to protect them. Therefore, Xianxia was only thinking about it. In the future, he would see if he could find a way to transplant some fire spirit fruit trees into his herb garden so that the 2 wood spirits could unleash their potential. Xianxia squatted in front of the 3 seedlings and carefully observed them for a while. After making sure that this height of 1 inch wouldn't attract anyone's attention, he felt slightly relieved. Before he could get up, he heard the sound of flapping wings. A familiar aura was approaching him. Turning his head to look, Xianxia almost laughed out loud. In the sky less than 300 feet above the ground, a golden pheasant was flapping its wings with all its might, flying forward in a crooked manner. It was unknown whether it was because it wasn't good at flying or because its body was too fat, but the great General Xichen's body was bobbing up and down, looking as if it would fall at any moment. However, at this moment, the great General Xichen's body wasn't as big as before. In fact, it looked even smaller than a normal rooster. It seemed that it had used some kind of secret technique to shrink its body. After all, it wasn't a real pheasant. Since it was the pet of the Earth Protector Sage, it more or less had its own abilities. According to Xianxia's observations, this fellow should have some kind of mutated bloodline. However, it looked like a rooster and didn't have much relation to the breed of pheasant. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that it knew some kind of secret technique. However, this was the first time that Xianxia had seen it fly. Furthermore, it was flying in such a unique manner. The others in the orchard also noticed it. In an instant, streaks of light rose from the ground and flew in its direction. In the blink of an eye, the great General Xichen was surrounded in 3 circles. One by one, they nodded and bowed to it. Some even took the initiative to offer the jade flame silkworm. However, the great General Xichen ignored them all and continued to fly forward. Annoyed by being surrounded, the great General Xichen began to cry out. Its two fat wings flapped vigorously as if it was chasing people away. Yang Kai crossed his arms as he stood below and watched the commotion with a smile on his face. Just as he was laughing, something happened. For some unknown reason, General Xichen, who was flying forward, suddenly stopped and fell headfirst to the ground. No matter how hard he tried to flap his wings, he couldn't stabilize himself. A series of gasps rang out and everyone's faces changed. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His smile froze on his face. There was no other reason other than the fact that this stupid chicken had fallen into his territory. In the blink of an eye, the great General Xichen fell 30 feet in front of Yang Kai. It plunged headfirst into the ground, leaving its fat buttocks exposed and its two wings twitching lightly. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. He actually forgot to use his technique to stop it. He watched as the great General Xichen fell flat on its face. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The group of people were also staring at him. In the next moment, as if they had discussed it beforehand, the crowd dispersed and turned into streaks of flowing light. They returned to their respective territories and hid in the various orchards. The originally bustling sky suddenly quieted down. Kai Yang opened his mouth and cursed. He wanted to turn around and leave, but this was his own territory. If others could leave, where could he go? Although he didn't do anything to the great General Xichen, if something really happened in his territory, Yang Kai dared to guarantee that he wouldn't be able to live to see the next day. It could even be said that it wasn't just him. Everyone who had surrounded the great General Xichen would also be affected. None of them would be able to escape. Yang Kai's face was also twitching as he stood there with a gloomy expression on his face as he looked at the stupid chicken twitching its wings. No matter what, the great General Xichen had a mutated bloodline, and its strength shouldn't be that bad. After comforting himself, Yang Kai walked forward and squatted in front of the great General Xichen. He poked it with his finger. The great General Xichen's wings trembled even more. Yang Kai jumped in fright and hurriedly hugged it, pulling it out from the ground. As soon as he was free, the great general flapped his wings and stretched out his neck, his beak leaving a trail of afterimages as he attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively struck out with his palm. With a mournful cry, the great General Xichen was sent flying. A few of its golden feathers fell off. "Are you crazy? I wasn't the one who brought you down. Why are you pecking at me?" Yang Kai said angrily. The great General Xichen's eyes widened in disbelief. It didn't expect that there would be someone who dared to attack it in this fire spiritual land. Looking at the feathers that fell from the sky, the great General Xichen was enraged. It jumped 3 feet high, and its fat body turned into a golden ray of light as it shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still feeling a little guilty. He had only hit the great General Xichen out of instinct. Seeing that the great General Xichen wasn't going to let it go, he became even more furious. He immediately went up to meet the great General Xichen. His two palms flew out, and his strength surged, causing the great General Xichen to cry out in pain. Not far away, Old Feng heard the commotion and didn't know what was going on. He hurriedly ran over to investigate. When he saw what was going on, his face turned pale. He shrunk his neck and retreated, not daring to come back. In the herb garden, 2 figures, one big and one small, were moving back and forth. Golden feathers were flying everywhere. It had to be said that although the great General Xichen looked a little stupid, its strength was not bad. If it was placed in the star realm, it would be at the level of a fake emperor. Furthermore, Yang Kai could feel that the great General Xichen hadn't used its full strength yet. The pet of the earth-protecting sage didn't only know how to peck and scratch. From the start to the end, the great General Xichen hadn't used any secret techniques. Since it didn't use any secret techniques, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't use any either. He only used his palms to keep the great General Xichen at bay. After fighting for 2 hours, the great General Xichen was probably exhausted. The golden feathers on its body had dimmed. It opened its arms wide and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. However, it didn't dare to move forward. Yang Kai looked at it from the corner of his eyes, arrogant and proud. This great general has dominated the universe for many years. A mere chicken dares to challenge this great general? You're overestimating yourself. The great General Xichen was obviously infuriated. It jumped up and down a few times. Yang Kai could feel the great General Xichen's unwillingness and humiliation. He couldn't help but laugh. If you know what's good for you, then scram. If you dare come again, don't blame this great general for being impolite. He punched the great General Xichen in the face. The great General Xichen stared at him. Suddenly, it rolled its eyes and turned to the side. Yang Kai frowned. What are you doing? In the next moment, his expression changed. You dare. His figure flashed and blocked the great General Xichen's path. He struck out with his palm. The great General Xichen was already prepared. It leaped backwards and landed on a fruit tree. It stretched out its head and pecked at a red fire spirit fruit. Yang Kai was enraged. This great General Xichen couldn't beat him, so it came up with such a method to deal with him. It was extremely vicious. There was a limit to the number of fruits here. If the great General Xichen really destroyed it, he wouldn't be able to answer to Zhou Zheng. At that time, the one who would be punished wouldn't be the great General Xichen, but himself. He reached out and grabbed the great General Xichen's neck. When he retracted his hand, the great General Xichen was already in his hand. Yang Kai stared at the great General Xichen fiercely. Do you want to die? The great General Xichen fearlessly looked back at the great General Xichen. Its eyes kept darting back and forth between Yang Kai and the fruit tree. Its meaning was obvious. If you don't kill me, I'll destroy your fruits. Yang Kai was speechless. Although he had fought with the great General Xichen before, he didn't dare to do anything to it. After all, it was the great General Xichen's pet. If he killed it, it wouldn't end well for him. However, it wasn't a good idea to keep the great General Xichen captive. He sighed and said, I won't hold it against you for what happened today. It wasn't my fault that you fell down. You were just careless. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame those fellows who tried to stop you. I'll let you go now. Quickly leave and we'll pretend that nothing happened. If you understand, blink your eyes. The great General Xichen blinked. Yang Kai nodded. Don't play any tricks. He gently let go of the great General Xichen, who was free, ran towards the fruit tree. Yang Kai grabbed the great General Xichen back. He was so angry that he laughed. It seems like you don't know how to write the word death. After going back and forth for half a day, the situation came to a stalemate. Whenever Yang Kai released his grip, General Xichen would pounce towards the fruit tree and peck at the fruits, causing Yang Kai to be extremely annoyed. Furthermore, this guy knew how to stall for time. Every time Yang Kai grabbed his neck and negotiated with him, he would always agree, but in the blink of an eye, he would go back on his word. He had no credibility at all. But then again, what was the point of talking about credibility with a chicken? Yang Kai also felt a little sad. Anger surging in his heart, Yang Kai thought that if it weren't for so many people seeing this stupid chicken fall into his territory, he would have thrown him into the sealed world bead to destroy his corpse. Since the hard way didn't work, he could only use the soft way. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. This time, this king admits defeat. You better tell me what you want to do to resolve this matter peacefully. Let me warn you first, don't go too far. If worse comes to worst, both jade and stone will be destroyed. If this king doesn't have a good time, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. General Xichen's eyes darted around as he nodded, obviously understanding what Yang Kai was saying. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak, so he couldn't communicate with Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at him for a long time before slowly releasing his grip on his neck. This time, General Xichen didn't fly towards the fruit tree. Instead, he stood in place and used his beak to comb his feathers. He spread his wings and shook them a little. Then, he tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai, circling around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes followed him closely, a look of vigilance on his face. After circling around a few times, General Xichen shook his wings and jumped up. Yang Kai almost thought that he was going to go back on his word, but in the next moment, his head sank and his face became as black as the bottom of a pot. This stupid chicken actually used my head as a chicken coop and sat on my head. How can I tolerate this? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed him. Get down here. General Xichen was caught in the act, but his two claws held on to Yang Kai's hair tightly, refusing to let go. Yang Kai tangled with it for a while, but he couldn't get it off. Instead, his hair was disheveled and his scalp hurt. Yang Kai was speechless. General Xichen was extremely pleased with himself as he wriggled his fat buttocks, finding a comfortable position as he climbed on top of Yang Kai's head. Not only that, he even used his beak to comb Yang Kai's messy hair. You win. Yang Kai was infuriated, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he wouldn't lose anything by doing this. It just looked a little unsightly. After all, no one would look good with a chicken on their head, so he simply let it be. As long as he could turn today's matter into a small one, then a small one, then a small one, then a small one, then a small one. At this point, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to bicker with it. Thinking about how he had been fighting a battle of wits and courage with a stupid chicken, he felt that it was quite funny. He walked over and picked up the feathers that General Xichen had dropped. These feathers were all evidence of his crime. If Zhou Jing came over and saw this, who knew what he would do to him? You can just lie there, but don't touch my fruits. Otherwise, I will fight it out with you. Yang Kai leaned against a fruit tree and said worriedly. General Xichen ignored him. One man and one chicken temporarily calmed down. However, not long after, General Xichen let out a few soft cries. As he cried, he used more strength in his claws. What are you doing? Yang Kai woke up from his meditation and asked impatiently. General Xichen flapped his wings and grabbed onto Yang Kai's hair, not letting go, pulling him in a certain direction. Yang Kai frowned. He guessed that General Xichen wanted him to go in that direction. He stood up and walked in the direction that General Xichen was pointing, stopping in front of a fruit tree. Only then did General Xichen let go of his claws. Soon after, General Xichen began to peck at a hole in the tree trunk. The sound of pecking could be heard continuously, as if it was a woodpecker. Yang Kai was delighted. Are you trying to eat something? You can't eat it, you can't eat it. Although there are still some jade flame silkworms on my fruit tree, Old Fong said that they have to be left behind. General Xichen was unhappy and cried out even louder. He guessed that General Xichen was a little hungry after the intense exercise with Yang Kai. I said that you can't eat it, so you can't eat it. No matter how much you cry out, it's useless. Yang Kai was unmoved. Letting General Xichen lie on his head was already very generous. If General Xichen continued to eat his own insects, then there was no way he could accept it. General Xichen was silent for a few breaths of time. Then, it flapped its wings and dragged Yang Kai in another direction. Don't grab me, I'll walk on my own. Damn it, if you don't grab me, you don't know pain, right? Yang Kai cursed and followed the direction that General Xichen was leading him in. He wanted to see what General Xichen wanted to do. After walking for a while, they arrived at the orchard next door. The orchard here wasn't strictly divided, but everyone knew which fruit trees to take care of, so there wasn't any chaos. Just as they arrived, a youth came up to them and cupped his hands. Brother Yang. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and returned the greeting, Brother Hong. He had been here for a month, so he didn't only know Old Fong. As long as the neighbors weren't too far away, he would greet them. It was just that he was most familiar with Old Fong. This youth with the surname Hong was one of his neighbors. However, when he saw a chicken using his own head as a nest, he felt a little embarrassed. Brother Yang, why are you here? The youth with the surname Hong asked. As he spoke, he glanced guiltily at General Xichen. He was part of the crowd that surrounded General Xichen just now. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. But before he could say anything, General Xichen called out a few times and led Yang Kai to the side. When they arrived in front of a fruit tree, General Xichen used his beak to gently peck Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked at the hole in the fruit tree and immediately understood what General Xichen was up to. He cursed in his heart. This stupid chicken was using him as a laborer. But since things had come to this, there was nothing he could do. He turned to look at the youth with the surname Hong and said, Brother Hong, General Xichen is tired and is a little hungry. You know the situation at my place. There are only a few fruit trees and I can't find anything to eat. So, he came here to ask for some food. The youth with the surname Hong looked troubled. To be honest, Brother Yang, I just caught some insects last month. I have to wait for at least 10 days before I can catch more. I really don't have any extra insects to give to General Xichen. Why don't you bring General Xichen to another place to look? Hearing this, Yang Kai's face sank. Brother Hong, the reason Great General is hungry is because he fell down from the sky just now. I don't know if he suffered any serious injuries, but he did lose a lot of his feathers. Look, these feathers are so beautiful, it's a pity to lose them. If the Venerable learns that Great General was patrolling the orchard and suffered a great loss here, unable to even satisfy his hunger, I don't know if the Venerable will be angry. When that time comes, how are we supposed to deal with him? How can we handle that? The youth with the surname Hong's face turned pale. He didn't dare to look at the golden feathers in Yang Kai's hand, mainly because he had a guilty conscience. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Yang Kai is right. General Xichen has worked hard to inspect the orchard, so we should cooperate. Brother Yang, please go ahead. Just treat it as a show of respect to General Xichen. Whoa, whoa. Yang Kai grinned and pointed above his head. General Xichen thinks highly of you. The youth with the surname Hong squeezed out a smile and gestured for Yang Kai to go ahead. Then, there was no need to be polite. He took out the 100 refined incense and lit it up. He held the incense and gently swayed it back and forth in front of the hole. His movements were very familiar. After all, it wasn't his first time doing this. Not long after, a bright red body emerged from the hole. General Xichen stretched his neck and directly pecked out the blue flame silkworm. He raised his neck and swallowed it. General Xichen didn't need to urge him anymore. Yang Kai directly led him to another fire spirit fruit tree with a wormhole. He did the same thing and lured out another blue flame silkworm. The youth with the surname Hong's heart was bleeding. Losing 2 blue flame silkworms wasn't a big deal, but it might affect the growth of the fruit tree. However, the problem wasn't too big. The most important thing was that if he was the one who caught the blue flame silkworms and brought them back to General Xichen, there was a chance that he could obtain the heaven-opening pill. Now, there was no hope for the heaven-opening pill. He would be thankful if General Xichen didn't hold a grudge against him. After finding 3 blue flame silkworms in the fruit tree, Yang Kai saw that this guy's face was a little green. He grinned and said, "All right, it's about time. Brother Hong, go ahead. We'll take our leave first." Just as he finished speaking, there was a strange sound above his head. Then, a ball of golden light floated in front of him. This golden light looked familiar. Yang Kai reached out and took it. After the golden light dissipated, there were 3 rolling spirit pills in his hand. Yang Kai blinked and was a little confused. The youth with the surname Hong stared and was also a little confused. However, in an instant, Yang Kai flipped his hand and kept the 3 heaven-opening pills. The youth with the surname Hong was anxious. Brother Yang, those 3 heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai looked at him with a dark face. What 3 heaven-opening pills? What heaven-opening pills? The youth with the surname Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Yang, you can't lie through your teeth. Just now, General C rewarded us with 3 heaven-opening pills. Brother Yang, General C rewarded me with 3 heaven-opening pills. Do you think you can share some with me? I won't be greedy. You get 2 and I get 1. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "You want to share the spirit pills?" "Sure. When I return, I will report to Steward Zhou. I will say that your group of people chased and intercepted the great general, causing him to fall from the sky. He lost 12 or 20 feathers and even broke his tendons and bones. Now, he can't even walk and can only lie on my head. When the time comes, let's see what Steward Zhou will reward you all with." The youth with the surname Hong was shocked. How can it be so exaggerated? Don't make irresponsible remarks. Yang Kai said, "Steward Chow will know whether I'm making irresponsible remarks or not." The youth with the surname Hong stared at him for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yang, I've learned my lesson." The main thing was that he was in the wrong. No matter what, he had a part to play in General Xichen's fall. If Steward Chow found out about this, he wouldn't have a good ending. Yang Kai chuckled. "Brother Hong, do you still want more spirit pills? You go." The youth with the surname Hong pointed to the side. End of chapter 3851. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.